This person is truly a genius, and formidable sorcerer that half the empire is pursuing him for his expertise. 3 assassin mages are sent to apprehend him. However, when they eventually locate him, things do not proceed as expected whatsoever. They believe they are the hunters and he is prey, yet he utterly astonishes them with his strength. A mage attempts to incapacitate him using a spell. However, our guy effortlessly counters it using a mirror spell. He nonchalantly hurls that ineffective mage to the ground using his magic, claiming that scoundrels like him should be eradicated without a remnant. A different mage attempts to incinerate him with a surprise assault from behind. It seems the strike connects. However, our guy's enchanted shield is incredibly powerful that the flames hold no significance for him. Verdun simply labels it as pathetic and retaliates. His flames are in an entirely different league. The fire mage is quickly reduced to ashes. Only 2 challengers are left. One individual employs telekinesis to hurl a dozen daggers at Verdun. However, this is easy for him. He effortlessly halts all the daggers in midair using telekinesis. As the offensive mage remains in disbelief, Verdun propels them all backward, cutting him into fragments. Now our guy surveys the surroundings, but the final mage is absent from sight. That coward has fled, attempting to preserve his own existence. However, he won't escape so simply. Verdun initiates mana detection and swiftly locates him. The mage is astonished. He has already soared over multiple mountains. However, he has still been monitored. This is just the start. Verdun conjures a fresh enchantment and calls forth a meteor, so enormous it resembles dawn itself. In utter despair, the mage understands. This is the conclusion. There's no way out. He's utterly destroyed, together with the mountain below him. In the meantime, Verdun struggles to remain upright. The spell's strength was overwhelming, yet it nearly exhausted all his mana. He must improve the formula before utilizing it once more. Indeed, Verdun has consistently been a unique and extraordinary genius. Yet, in his previous life, he was unable to utilize that talent. That's the reason all his accomplishments were taken by those in power. This is how it started. Verdun is a brilliant individual currently trapped within the enchanted tower called Bohemian. Evidently, he was seized by his ruthless tower master and is being subjected to fatal torture. What the tower master seeks to obtain from our boy is his only asset, his intelligence, the understanding he has accumulated over the course of his life. At this moment, he is merely an experimental subject, a lab rat gradually approaching his demise within this cursed facility. Verdun has at last discovered why he is being taken advantage of. It's due to his weakness and helplessness. To grasp how our boy arrived at this point, some background information is necessary. Here's the context. 15 years ago, his wretched existence began. Raised in an orphanage due to his lack of parents, his sole enduring aspiration was to become a remarkable mage. And ultimately, he joined the magic tower as an ordinary laborer with the intention of mastering magic. However, despite his relentless efforts, he was unable to become a mage. The obstacle he faced was known as the growth limit. This stemmed from the mage compatibility assessment he underwent at 7, indicating that he was not destined to be a mage. For him, this verdict felt like a death sentence, shattering his lifelong aspiration of becoming a mage. Yet, he still persevered with his aspiration. Ultimately, all he desired in life was to be a fully acknowledged and accomplished mage. While employed as a lowly worker at the magic tower, he discreetly glanced at the spellbooks in the rooms and absorbed the knowledge contained in the volumes located in the tower's library. Several years went by, and through relentless effort, he ultimately achieved the position of researcher at the magic tower. During his time there, his innovative research and ideas were so impressive that they left the entire tower in awe. At that moment, he understood that his intellect was not merely a coincidence. His brilliance surpassed the ordinary. He once presented his most significant project to Lukid, the only colleague he trusted. Lukid was the initial individual compelled to recognize the boundless potential our boy possessed. It wasn't unrealistic to believe he could evolve from a laborer to a magic scholar. However, his aspiration to be a scholar at the Magic Tower stayed merely a dream after Lucid betrayed him. That jerk took Verdun's thesis documents just a day before their submission deadline. He presented the pilfered thesis as his own to the Tower Master, asserting full ownership. When Verdun informed the Tower Master about the theft, the Master was astonished to discover that someone like Verdun could create multidimensional continuity theory. This scoundrel was meant to be the revered Bohemian Magic Tower Master, recognized as Balrog Bessius. Verdun believed the Master would deliver justice. Unbeknownst to him, his remarkable efforts sparked the greed in the Tower Master, transforming him into a harsh tyrant. Now imprisoned and tormented, Verdun laments the moment he chose not to escape and pursue a typical life. By day, he's used as a laborer. During the night, these fiends perform torturous experiments on him. He received instructions to form a magic circle to support the theory in his thesis. For this experiment, drugs were injected into his veins to monitor the response of his body. They expected him to create a new potion through refinement. In return, he received only threats from the Tower Master to harm those he loved. To him, his life feels finished as he was helpless against these creatures. While he reclines there, fond recollections from earlier times rush into his thoughts. His mind is so warped that he hardly remembers these instances, lacking any understanding of their significance. The recollections reveal a girl named Roveline, to whom he vowed to become a powerful mage. Had his potential for growth been slightly greater, it would have helped. Events might not have unfolded this way. For the moment, he sees no option but to acknowledge his demise. Then, a strange, unsettling voice follows him after each experiment he conducts. It's a frigid voice, resembling ants conversing with him. This voice reveals that Verdun hasn't truly given up on life. Or at least that's what our boy believes deep inside. The ants begin to accumulate, forming a mound. In the name of vengeance and survival, the ants urge him to bear the pain and withstand the torment until the bitter end. Only then will he rise anew. Afterward, no one will possess the power to crush him. He will possess immense power and exceed his boundaries. This being ultimately provides Verdun with hope that all isn't lost. He can harness the simmering heat of resentment within him to hone the edge of vengeance. Thus, Bro begins his tasks. He plans to challenge his destiny by executing a body reconstruction technique unlike anything that has been witnessed previously. By tomorrow, he's absolutely certain he will surpass his limits. The long-awaited theory of defying the heavens, enabling him to rebuild his body, has finally been finalized. Now, all that is left is to implement this theory. He will attempt it regardless of the consequences, even if his powerless body breaks during the effort. If he succeeds, he will gain his freedom by tomorrow. The lengthy night ended, and at last, the day to execute his plan arrived. Adhering to the daily schedule, those lowlifes arrived to give him a trivial job in the alchemy lab, such as mopping floors. He's firmly ordered to clean the blood off his skin and tend to his wounds before arriving at work. The man continues to scold and speak. Damn, as our guy takes it all in and obeys commands as instructed. Later, he is visible in the alchemy lab tidying up the equipment. While he cleans, his childhood companion Ravelin arrives. He questions her presence, and she reminds him of her intentions to depart. Verdun recalls that she needs to relocate overseas to continue her education in the enchanting city of Verant. That's a unique honor reserved for the tower's finest individuals. He feels truly happy for her and wishes her all the best in her endeavors. At the same time, she appears equally concerned for him and reiterates her invitation, inviting him to accompany her to Verant. There, he wouldn't have to face the arrogant idiots who belittle him. He could discover fresh chances to grow in the enchanting city of magic. As a side note, he should avoid getting any strange notions. Her invitation is solely for his benefit, not due to any personal feelings for him. Following a brief pause, Bro finally delivers his decision, a conclusion that does not catch me off guard. The girl is upset regarding his choice. As he observes her departing through the bars of his window, he's relieved she is unaware of his experiences, or what he has endured. Now that she has departed, she will be spared from confronting the fallout of his devious schemes for this magic tower. Regarding the tower, the approaching Magic Festival is its most significant day. This holiday is among the most internationally acknowledged, intended to honor the building of the inaugural Magic Tower and to rejoice in the resurgence of magic. Consequently, it marks the tower's most hectic day of the year. When the festival starts, the top-tier mages depart for the big cities, leaving just the lower-ranked ones. This creates an ideal chance for our protagonist to execute the bizarre and outrageous scheme he has been devising. At this moment, he is heading to assist the protector of the treasure vault. Following the serving of the tea, he insists on entering the vault, as the tower master requested him to tidy up the treasure vaults. Once that cocky jerk hesitantly grants him permission, Verdane enters and closes the door after him. He ensures to activate a soundproofing device to prevent any noise from escaping. This is the point of transformation. As he goes further down, he encounters the most valuable and highly coveted artifact. The Tower Master reportedly invested a great deal in creating this artificial item. It enables a mage to execute triple casting and briefly unlocks the hidden abilities of its user. This team is essential to the success of his strategy. To obtain it, he needs to deactivate the Protective Magic Circle. It's a 7th tier spell, crafted by the Tower Master himself. For the last 7 years, Verdane has been tirelessly working to figure out how to break this spell. He finally gets the opportunity to obliterate the artifact that the Tower Master values most. In the tower, at the same time, 2 fools are sipping drinks and grumbling. They're annoyed that while others revel in the festival, they're left watching over the power source. However, they can't really fault anyone for their luck. They chose the short straws. While they criticize themselves for their bad fortune, our lad pays visits to these drunks, only to be told to grab more alcohol. As he starts to walk away, one jerk remarks about anticipating the day he becomes the Tower Master, claiming he won't have to endure this low-quality stuff. The other doubts that obtaining the master's position is as simple as his companion suggests. However, it seems this scoundrel won't witness that moment, as our hero now possesses the staff firmly in his grasp, and he slashes that bastard's throat in the next instant. As Greenhead faces the origin of the fatal strike that claimed his friend's life, he discovers Verdane much to his surprise. Believing Verdane is merely a runt overstepping limits, he chooses to impart a tough lesson to him by launching a rank 3 spell known as Tidal Wave. In response, our character wields the stolen staff to cast his unique spell, Earth Spear. The incantation summons massive stone missiles, sufficient to overpower the jerk, and bring him down right then. He struggles to understand how someone like Verdane, who ranks at the very bottom with rank 1, is capable of using magic at all. In retaliation, Verdane confronts the bastard directly, resembling a grim reaper, and takes his life for all the chaos they brought upon him. Following the murders, he employs their fingerprints to reach the pulsating heart, referred to as the energy source of the magic tower. He reached this point after 7 long years. Utilizing the mana from the power source, he readies himself to cast the spell, Defying Heavens. He's ready to accept the repercussions if he doesn't succeed. Regardless of how bleak the situation is, there's always a reason to attempt. After casting a magical circle around himself and the energy source, he ultimately casts the Defying Heavens spell, enabling him to reshape his body. The procedure starts. An enchantment begins to flow from that heart. The energy from the power source is so powerful it is visible from miles around. What our boy is up to is significant, no doubt about it. The Tower Master, en route to the city for the festival, can perceive the vast energy from a distance. The sole entity that can generate such an output is the power source itself, indicating that someone has intruded into his tower and is siphoning all the energy for their own use. In moments, the tower appears to disintegrate into dust. From the debris, our boy rises. The staff in his grip crumbles to dust too. Observing the whole region cleared while he remains alive indicates that his strategy worked. Out of nowhere, he spots something in the sky. It's the master of the tower, soaring through the sky with enchanted circles, attempting to pursue the thief who reduced his magical tower to mere dust. Identifying the offender within the chaos, the Tower Master releases one of his attacking spells. However, our guy has already disappeared, employing teleportation magic. Departing the irritated jerk, clenching his teeth in anger. He's so furious that a malevolent magical aura begins to radiate from him, making the nearby rocks float. It doesn't matter if it's the Emperor or merely a child. He is determined to eliminate anyone accountable for destroying his tower. Morning breaks, revealing the tranquil, still beauty of the mountains in the next scene. Far within the forest, our boy stirs awake, confused about his surroundings. He splashes cold river water on himself and notices his reflection in the surface. He is stunned to realize that his look has entirely transformed. His brown hair has become ashy gray, and his dark pupils have transformed into a bright blue. He questions whether he has transformed into an entirely new individual or if something occurred during his body's reconstruction. Reflecting on the past, he distinctly recalls defeating the Magic Tower's inhabitants before triumphing over the heavens. Before the Tower Master could respond, he vanished using teleportation magic. Now, he's in an unknown place. The vegetation surrounding him differs greatly from that by the Bohemian Magic Tower, suggesting he has been teleported halfway across the continent. In other terms, he effectively utilized defying heavens to alter his body and fled through the arranged magic circle. A robust laugh erupts from him after gaining the freedom he had been denied. He can't resist laughing, picturing the Tower Master in disarray at this moment. Now that the Magic Tower is in ruins, the Tower Master will lack any leads regarding the culprit behind this chaos. He also won't realize that his lab rat survived rather than perished. Despite the significant loss, it won't be sufficient to uproot the Magic Tower. While manpower has diminished, Verdun believes the Tower Master has strategies in place. After all, Balrog Bajas, known as the Omnipotent One, earned that title for a reason. With that in mind, Verdun is content with the destruction he has caused for the moment. As the Magic Tower is reconstructed, he will gain strength and plan his vengeance, which will be fulfilled only by annihilating all that Balrog has created. Above all, Mage Verdun's legacy will be immortalized if he prevails. Henceforth, this narrative centers on Verdun's pursuit of vengeance, honor, and the recognition he will gain as an esteemed mage. This becomes his singular aim from this moment onward. For now, he temporarily puts aside the tower and revenge to concentrate on his development. Soon after, he encounters a strange green figure attempting to extract a stuck axe from a wooden container. Verdun sends away the inattentive enemy with one strike. It seems he hasn't achieved any significant advancements in magic so far. His hair and eye hues shifted, yet his look remains largely unchanged. His mana capacity also hasn't enhanced. He redirects his attention to the environment. Goblins often inhabit this area, indicating he is distant from the main village. He observes tire tracks left by a cart and a wooden crate that likely toppled as the cart rushed away. Employing mana sensing, he trails a stream of mana winding along the path. The cart driver appears frightened, as though pursued. To provide context, the driver recounts encountering traces of bandits that were thought to have been eliminated recently. He attempted to negotiate by invoking Baron Pyth's name, but it was futile. To add to his woes, the mercenaries accompanying him deserted him. However, all of that was minor compared to the enormous orc who emerged with a malevolent grin. As the orc and goblins dined on bandits, the driver seized the chaos to flee. Due to those bandits, he gained valuable time to escape. Abruptly, he perceives a menacing growl from a nearby monster, causing him to panic. Urging his horse to speed up, it seems his fortune has finally faded. His cart collides with a sturdy root, resulting in a loss of balance and overturning. He rushes to stand up, only to discover a group of ravenous eyes glaring back. The creatures appear from the forest, desiring human flesh. The destitute man shakes, prepared to meet a pitiful end as their meal. The creature leaps as the unfortunate man shuts his eyes, preparing for the worst. Yet fortune hasn't completely forsaken him. He's protected by known earth magic, performed by our boy, naturally. The foolish beings focus on their upcoming prey. Verdun perched atop a towering monolith, Looks like this is an ideal opportunity to evaluate his skills, beginning with these mindless creatures unwittingly rushing to their doom. He shoots several blazing projectiles, igniting numerous ones, incinerating them completely. The massive orc pack leader snarls furiously and commands another assault. As the upcoming surge moves ahead, Verdun experiments with double casting for the first time. He merges an electrified arrow incantation with his fire spell, a dual cast referred to as heat wave. The continuous assault concludes with a powerful explosion trembling the whole vicinity, reducing every goblin to mere ash. Verdun is astonished by the outcome, particularly because prior to the body reconstruction, he wouldn't have defeated a single goblin alone. Now, it seems there are none remaining. Verdun then pivots, his focus on the carriage driver enclosed within the protective earth dome, presumably fighting for air with all the oxygen restricted. However, while Verdun is briefly sidetracked, that orc scoundrel continues to survive and attempts to stealthily approach his target. Although surprised, the orc is not close to powerful enough to defeat our boy. After some time, the horses are reharnessed to the carriage. The owner beams with joy, expressing heartfelt thanks to Verdun like a delighted child. Thanks to Verdun, the man is alive, prompting him to offer a complimentary ride. However, the driver argues that this gesture falls short of adequately repaying the kindness. Verdun simply advises him to focus on the road, warning that he could end up flipping the carriage again. However, the guy continues to chatter away, posing all kinds of strange questions with his cheerful demeanor. He talks so incessantly that he inadvertently crosses Verdun's final nerve. His thoughts are still spinning from the tense confrontation with that orc's stealthy ambush. After responding to a question from the driver, Verdun inquires whether thieves are common in this region. Typically, he is aware that thieves steer clear of areas with dangerous creatures. The carriage owner discloses that this was his initial experience with monsters. He explains that a skilled individual named Baron Pyth controls the forest. The driver has maintained a strong relationship with Baron Pyth since childhood, who guaranteed that the local thieves had already been taken care of. For that reason, he chose the standard path, avoiding costly mercenaries. Verdun has gathered some hints. Initially, he believed his teleportation could have malfunctioned, but if he's within Baron Pyth's domain, he's in the correct location. Even though he has eliminated all signs that could reveal his whereabouts to foes, the Bohemian Magic Tower might still suspect him of the devastation and could be on the lookout. Even with his altered look, he must conceal his real identity and become more powerful. Considering this, he presents himself under a new identity, Asher. The sole occasion he will revert to Verdun is during a direct confrontation with the Magic Tower Master. Transition to Baron Pyth as a ruler in his domain. Baron Pyth and his attendants appear confused by the carriage driver, Conrad, is in poor condition. Always upbeat, he shares that his state is due to escaping orcs. Baron Pyth's apology couldn't erase the hardships Conrad faced. He not only suffered an attack by thieves but also had an unforeseen run-in with orcs. Conrad reassures his friend that he isn't to blame. Baron's focus then turns to the mage who probably rescued Conrad. Recognizing the hero, Baron Pyth welcomes Asher in to offer the hospitality he merits. Sometime later, Asher wears fresh attire, expressing gratitude to Baron Pyth for the meal, accommodation, and a place to rest for the evening. The Lord is pleased to provide Asher with the finest of what he has to give. Suddenly, noticing he hasn't introduced himself, the Baron formally states his name as Baron Pyth Henrod, sovereign of these territories. The table is filled with an extravagant array of dishes. Baron is kind enough to provide a reward of 5 million elk to ensure Asher receives adequate compensation. The Baron then presents an unexpected proposition. Despite the odd timing, he urgently seeks to employ Asher for a task, offering generous compensation. With Asher's financial needs aligned with his ambitions, he finds no justification to decline the offer. Additionally, it will provide him an opportunity to hone his magic skills in actual combat. He asks about the specifics of the task. Baron reveals that several days prior, corpses were discovered suspended by their necks in the southern woods. An independent inquiry uncovered that all the victims resided in a nearby farm town that is now devastated. Initially, they thought bandits were responsible, but a search revealed no signs of them. It seemed as if some magic had wiped away all traces. Upon hearing this, Asher speculates that the bandits might have a mage in their ranks and inquires about the hunt's start time. Baron states it will commence in 4 days. For days drift by like a soft wind, and a group gathers to support Asher on the mission. A senior knight presents himself as Enoch, the leader of the mission. His team consists of Harris, who has black hair, and young Perrick. In the meantime, Asher feels completely deceived for being drawn into this bandit chase by the sly Baron. He inquires about a few men in the background, wondering if they are involved in the mission. It appears they are adventurers, attracted by tales of a peculiar orc recently seen. The reward for slaying the orc is so substantial that even gold-rank adventurers have arrived. It seems that gold-rank adventurers are comparable to regular knights, experienced fighters adept at harnessing energy to enhance their abilities and weapons. There's a rumor that these veterans can fell entire mountains. It's crucial to observe that, as these knights and adventurers require Asher's assistance, there must be something suspicious happening. While navigating dense forests, Enoch urges Asher to alert them if he sees a mage within the group of bandits. Typically, Tier 2 mages are as strong as knights, but their ranged spells complicate getting close. The ideal scenario would be if no mages are involved. Enoch's deepest fears are realized upon discovering a magic circle in front. Asher casts a spell to eliminate the camouflage concealing the massive circle below. Everyone is amazed. The initial spell Asher dispelled was a basic camouflage, while this large circle serves as a warning to others. Asher instructs everyone to retreat, and progresses independently, removing the warning circle immediately. Enoch is completely astonished as he witnesses Asher effortlessly dismantle the magic circle. It becomes clear why Baron chose Asher for this task, especially considering the knight's vulnerability to long-range assaults. With that in mind, let's discuss the idea of explorers or adventurers. They are meant to belong to a guild, undertaking assignments throughout the realm. Their role involves venturing into uncharted or perilous areas, with a key component of their work being the elimination of monsters. Fairly straightforward, isn't it? These individuals navigate perilous routes, constantly confronting life and death scenarios. However, it is this very danger that earns them admiration globally. Ultimately, a skilled adventurer will inevitably gain wealth and fame through their daring exploits. Simultaneously, there are instances where adventurers have encountered overwhelming death and extreme life events, leading them to become unhinged. These twisted adventurers can no longer manage their emotions, and their thirst for blood drives them to target humans. Such individuals are referred to as the bandits of this realm. Regarding bandits, 2 of them are here frustrated that they've incurred losses from Baron Pythe's raiding group. Additionally, they are now contending with creatures such as orcs and goblins. Their food supplies are dwindling, complicating the struggle for survival and resources. The leader shouts at his men for lounging about and commands them to track down animals for sustenance. Let's return to our group, who are covertly observing the unfolding scene with the bandits. The knights stand ready for orders from Commander Enoch, the most seasoned among them. Enoch readies his weapon, convinced that now is the ideal time for an attack, particularly since their leader has dispatched his troops to hunt. Yet our boy urged them to rethink their objective. Though his role is merely to serve as a safeguard against the enemy mage, Verdun thinks it would be foolish to advance without understanding their foes. After all, if the enemy mage manages to control a magic circle above Verdun's, their attempts will ultimately be in vain. While his worries are valid, Commander Enoch fears the bandits may begin to mobilize shortly, necessitating immediate action on their part. In response, Verdun suggests that there could be a single solution to their issues. Returning to the bandit leader, he feels frustrated that their exploration yielded nothing but disappointment. Additionally, he mourns the loss of one of his inexperienced recruits. His mage companion believes Varia is complaining excessively and contends that they ought to concentrate on finding a solution instead. Ultimately, none of them could have anticipated that a gigantic orc would suddenly emerge to slay some of their comrades. The bandit is taken aback by the event, as it is rare even for an adventurer. The sole reason he became involved in this dubious affair is that he murdered a fellow team member for the sake of profit. Varya suggests to his mage companion Vilshan that they target a different village, but it's evident he hasn't considered the consequences since the Baron is already furious over their gruesome display of bodies previously. Then, they have been hiding their traces through the marvels of concealment magic. However, remaining in one location indefinitely isn't an option, and they must relocate soon. The mage suggests a city named Martes, which is not too distant from this forest. While they deliberate on their plans to destroy the village near the city, a strong beam sweeps by. It detonates upon making contact with the ground. The mage managed to create a barrier, shielding them from harm. An unexpected explosion was certainly not on their list of anticipated events. Vilshan discloses that they have been found out and that it's an ambush. On that note, the two knights under Commander Enoch's leadership have already taken action. The coordinated strikes effortlessly breach Vilshan's defense, sending them out of it. The enemy mage suffers a severe blow, prompting concern from his companion Varya about his well-being. The advantage of the mana barrier lies in its ease of casting as a defensive measure. Conversely, its drawback is that it can be broken swiftly. Immediately following the breaking of a barrier, the impact on the caster is significant. The individual imparting this insight is our protagonist, who captivates them with his mage abilities. With Verdun's strategy in place, they realize that dismantling the mage along with their foes will be straightforward. Commander Enoch anticipates that their mage will unleash their full potential. As Varya finds herself at a disadvantage, she understands that the Baron is too enraged to show mercy. His decision to employ a formidable mage indicates just how serious the situation has become. The unyielding bandit declines to give up and quickly charges forward to launch an assault. Commander Enoch's sword strikes Varya's, who ominously proclaims that he will kill them all and bring their heads to the Baron. The Jigachad commander finds it an amusing taunt and even urges his rival to give his utmost effort to reach that objective. As they engage in their sword fight, Verdun is occupied chasing the fleeing enemy mage. The mage's escape attempts are thwarted by Verdun's relentless pursuit. Meanwhile, Vilshan finds it advantageous that the bothersome mage he's battling is repeatedly using the Earth Wall ability. Realizing that only third circle mages can wield flight magic, he suspects that Verdun is merely a second circle mage. This boosts the guy's confidence to unleash a multi-ice arrow spell at his rival, aiming to defeat him in a head-on clash. The arrows are swiftly approaching our boy, as Vilshan believes that eliminating someone like him will be effortless, or at least that's what he assumed. Since Verdun directly counters his spell, the multi-flame arrow spell is rendered ineffective. The flames and frost arrows collide with one another, negating one another in a huge impact. At the conclusion of the assault, a massive crater is visible, leaving a scar on the earth. Vilshan is quite taken aback that the second circle mage is matching him to this extent. Simultaneously, he feels sorry for Verdun for his poor choice in adversaries. The fight would have been easier for him had he faced Vilshan alongside one of the knights. Yet it appears that even while wounded, Vilshan remains assured in his capability to defeat our boy. Verdun, emerging from the haze, asserts with confidence that he has no plans to allow him to escape in the first place. The adversary sorcerer praises the young man for his ability to wield intricate attribute magic, considering Verdun a rare talent and an exceptional magician. Nonetheless, Vilshan is not inclined to engage in games. He believes Verdun made a grave error and probably did not foresee being defeated by his rival. With that, the guy casts third circle ice magic known as falling ice. Essentially, envision a massive glacier crashing down on you, as that's the essence of this spell. The guy is sure that our friend won't survive this assault. The large ice cube collides with Verdun, yet inexplicably, nothing occurs. Vilshan is bewildered, completely unaware of what just occurred. From the looks of it, his adversary has effectively halted his spell. This is due to Verdun raising numerous earth spears, blocking the spell from reaching him or the ground. The guy is relaxing without issues, chanting the spell's name and clenching his fist. The mage effortlessly breaks the block of ice with no difficulty at all. The simple act of casting the earth spear has left the blue boy in disbelief. He can't fathom that a second circle magician can access spells that are beyond his grasp. In response, Verdun aids him slightly in comprehending himself. Collecting ice in his palm, he astonishes Vilshin with his mastery of 4 elements. A ruthless shard of ice pierces Vilshin's body, and in his last moment, he understands that his adversary has been manipulating him all along. With the opposing mage eliminated, Verdun seems undeterred, convinced that taking part in this quest has been beneficial for him. Speaking of combat, do you recall the deranged orc the bandits mentioned earlier? That wicked fiend is indeed devouring humans and sporting the necklace of the explorers, and I have a feeling he's after more. 2 days prior, Verdun, always one to plan ahead, concocted a potion using ingredients he pilfered from the magic tower before embarking on his mission to eliminate the bandits. He refers to it as the magic circuit dilator. Considering the life he's experienced as a human test subject for the tower's experiments, it might seem he wishes to distance himself from that existence. Yet, for this particular medicine, he chose to inject it into his body. The outcome? Sheer torment. Verdun was wailing, shrieking, and bellowing in agony. However, it was solely due to his rapid experimentation that he managed to ascend to the levels of third-tier magic. Returning to the current moment, he humorously wraps up by claiming that Vilshin is deceased, as if he hadn't just skewered the man with a massive spike. However, this is his sole method of earning recognition from the explorers, which will ultimately assist him in earning the Baron's trust over time. Seeing the magic wand held by Vilshin, our boy chooses to grab the gleaming object and examines it using his appraisal spell. Crucial details about the wand indicate that it is a modified stone wand, enhancing ice magic efficiency while reducing casting ability. Considering the advantages listed, Verdun believes it will be beneficial for him to retain this item. Perrick hurries to locate their new mage, expressing their concern for him after dealing with the bandits. Verdun expresses regret for the delay and recounts the situation regarding Vilshin's abilities, which led to an extended confrontation. Perrick immediately grasps his worry, as the craters remaining on the battlefield indicate that it was a challenging battle. What astonishes Verdun is how effortlessly the knights managed to handle and eliminate the bandits while he was occupied with a single mage. Perrick cheerfully notes that the only remaining issue is their leader Varia, whom Enoch is still engaged in combat with, but he believes the battle will conclude before their return. As he gathers the mage's body, Perrick turns to respond to a question from our boy, Verdun, who is intrigued, is concerned he could be taking something from the bandits without their consent. However, Perrick openly states that they can retain anything of value from the discovery. If it doesn't pertain to the mission, he can keep it all. This is wonderful news for the magician, who appreciates Baron Pythe's generosity. Fortunately, he can now utilize this wand without the fear of facing any consequences. Upon reuniting with the team, Commander Enoch praises him for his courageous contributions to the mission's success. The mage contends that he is the one who truly recognized this as a valuable learning experience. Regarding the captured Varja, Bro's expression resembles that of someone who has encountered a specter. He struggles to accept that his friend, a skilled mage, has perished in combat. The captured outlaw understands that if the Baron spots them, he will demand an instant execution, leaving death as their only fate. He refuses to perish in a miserable location and has dreams to chase. Varia discreetly frees himself and recognizes that his sole chance for survival is to flee. Suddenly, Enoch and Verdun listen to the cries of their men being slaughtered by the furious outlaw. Varia is furious and has focused on eliminating the knight, convinced that this is his sole chance to flee safely without Vilshin's aid. He intends to take the horse and make a swift getaway. Once more, Varia's blade strikes against Enoch. The psychopathic robber tries to stab his adversary in the face. Yet the seasoned commander seizes his hand prior, utilizing his other arm to seize Varia's collar. Before the guy can even understand what is occurring, the outlaw is forcefully thrown to the ground. In disbelief, the bandit watched as the knight discarded his weapon to perform a grapple. With the breath knocked from him, he could only be restrained by the guards. He shouted at Enoch, accusing him of lacking pride as a knight. The commander chuckles, probing the true meaning behind his words. Ultimately, pride is a privilege reserved solely for the living. With that, he targets the bandit's head with his blade before plunging it into his skull. A sudden thrust and Varya lies lifeless. His soaked body is pulled away for disposal. Enoch expresses regret for exposing our boy to such a horrific sight. The knight was reluctant to stab him in that manner but believed he had little option. Rather than being frightened, Verdun praises the knight for his skill. However, he fails to understand why the other bandits are merely restrained instead of eliminated. The commander explains that it's due to their recent discovery of a link between some of the bandits and a nearby assault. They believe these individuals were likely taken hostage, which is why they aim to return them for questioning to accurately determine their outcome. Once their task was complete, the knights instructed the guards to take the bandits' bodies back to the castle. While one guard is occupied with a bandit, another quickly flees in an attempt to escape and preserve his life. A knight chooses to pursue the man, until Verdun intervenes, sensing that something about the circumstances feels off to him. Just as the bandit vanished into the woods, his cries echoed, pleading and begging for assistance. The scenario becomes increasingly complex as a foul odor of blood permeates the area. It's evident that another adversary remains unaddressed. A knight swiftly deflects a projectile aimed at him with his sword. It ricochets off, leaving trails of blood with each impact. The projectile is gruesomely unveiled as the bandit's severed head. Now that's a truly chilling encounter. A massive shadow looms from the forest, overshadowing the entire group. Some struggle to grasp the reality of an orc of this size. Verdun, despite the difficulties, contends that the sole result is that none of the adventurers could overcome such a challenge. In the dramatic unveiling, the powerful giant brandishes a massive sword while locking eyes with its target. The creature's immense stature leads the group to question whether such a beast can truly be categorized as an orc. To exacerbate the situation, it appears that there isn't merely one of these scoundrels, but rather several dozen, judging by appearances. Nonetheless, one thing is clear. Verdun realizes that this terrifying being must be the group's leader. Bears a likeness to the orc he encountered earlier. These orcs typically display a wicked grin due to their elongated teeth jutting out from the edges of their mouths. Moreover, this red one is larger than the typical ones. The sole reason? This being is an advanced creature compared to the others. The struggle for survival begins as the red orc orders its minions to attack the humans. In response, the knight commander swiftly organizes his team into a defensive stance, prioritizing the minions before addressing the boss afterward. However, before Enoch can ready himself, the colossal orc swings his enormous blade with such force that it propels the knight away due to the force. In a precarious situation, the knight confronts his fate as the red orc approaches to crush him underfoot. However, the other two knights quickly join in, striking the creature's foot, to the extent that it must retreat. As it remains unsteady and vulnerable, Sir Enoch descends upon the creature's chest, piercing its surface and then slicing downward for an even more agonizing assault. The creature falls to the earth. You might believe this signifies the conclusion that the battle has come to an end. Yet this man begins to laugh, despite being in a near-death state. He takes hold of one of its goblins, and actually tears it in two, leaving the knights stunned by the type of creature they are confronting. After completely consuming the goblin and absorbing its energy, the red orc changes its stance, frantically gearing up to eliminate them. Enoch's primary team is perplexed by the creature's self-healing abilities, indicating a challenging battle ahead. The terrifying screams of the creature fill the air as Commander Enoch prepares his group for the impending confrontation. The creature initiates the second round by discarding its pointed weapon like a weighty missile. This weapon swiftly closes in on one of the knights at incredible speeds. That was only just able to seize it at the final moment. It raises the question of how an orc acquired the skill to throw its weapon so accurately. To add to the horror, the blade is so powerful that it breaks the knight's swords into fragments. The sword's chipped fragments mar his face, and once again you may be thinking this is the end of it. But that's not the case. The massive weapon actually removes a part of Harris's body, distracting Perrick so much that he is unable to concentrate on his part of the fight. The novice knight failed to notice the orc charging at him with incredible speed. Yet, Perek exerts all his might to swing his weapon, aiming to cut down the creature's hand. At least he believed. Surprisingly, the blade failed to penetrate the orc's skin. Perek finds himself in danger as the beast effortlessly attempts to crush him with its other hand, the diminutive human. Fortunately, our boy arrived with another earth spell to engage the orc and distract it for a time. He subsequently instructs Perek to withdraw safely, which the knight swiftly accomplishes by retreating. While he might have evaded danger, the next inquiry is, how on earth can they overcome this creature? Perek is confused since he lacks a sword for combat. From the events that unfolded, Verdun deduces that the red orc likely received a boost in recovery speed after consuming one of its goblins. The buff is so immense that Perek's strongest attempt to sever its arm was futile. This marks their first encounter with an orc of such caliber, leading them to wonder if this being is a legendary entity beyond their capabilities. Nevertheless, the mage argues that it's entirely different, despite its unusual power. Contemplating the creature's capacity for consumption and regeneration, Verdun evaluates its power, observing its effect on the lesser monsters of its species. Moreover, it possesses the raw strength to confront seasoned knights. In every conceivable scenario, this orc stands out. He's truly the Darth Vader of their faction. Nonetheless, from this viewpoint, Verdun firmly asserts that labeling it a special entity would be an exaggeration. Let's discuss the constraints of conventional magic briefly. The amount of mana infused in each spell can only go so far. Beyond a specific limit, the spell collapses. This is the fundamental principle governing magic. Nevertheless, within this realm of spells, there is one that defies these limitations regarding that very principle. Enabling spatial alteration, Verdun rotates the circle he holds, triggering a seismic event as the actual landscape transforms. The guards are filled with dread, believing yet another catastrophe has befallen them. They were already contending with an adversary beyond their capabilities, and now an earthquake has struck. Fortunately, Enoch serves as the rational voice for his companions, asserting that it is a spell cast by their mage aimed at safeguarding them. While his voice resonated across the battlefield, even the knight commander realized that staying composed in this situation would be nearly unattainable. He stated that because our boy literally razed the ground they were standing on, devastating the arena and overwhelming all remaining forces of the orc. The red orc growls in frustration, noticing the mage high above, who possesses an exceptionally potent fireball spell active. Once more, Verdun casts the fireball using third-tier magic, cooking the monsters alive. The scene represents hope and triumph for humanity. Perek revels in witnessing the monsters face such humiliation. It's gratifying to observe this shift in the tide of battle. While the mage realizes that his geography manipulation spell has no boundaries. However, none of the mages choose to use this spell as their main magical offense. This is due to the significant mana consumption required for its casting, which renders its practicality negligible in comparison to other spells. Regrettably, our boy faces the same challenge. He expresses disappointment over his insufficient mana to cast magic beyond the third tier. Even the current iteration of the spell feels inadequate to him. Suddenly, a chilling growl seizes the group's focus. They are genuinely astonished that the giant is not only surviving but also devouring its own troops to heal and grow more powerful. Perek is terrified and cowers behind the mage, while Verdun opts for an alternative strategy instead of relying on fire magic. Channeling the energy of water magic, he casts a spell named Wave. The immense force of the wave overwhelms the giant creature. This gives Verdun the chance to launch a secondary assault, which carries risk as he has dismounted from the secure location. He indeed employs the multi-ice arrows alongside the wind gust spell, significantly enhancing the initial spell. This time, Verdun aims to immobilize the bastard. The dual casting capability created by the two spells is referred to as bitter cold arrows. It cascades ice spikes, immobilizing the red orc's minions in a solid freeze. However, the fear instilled by the red orc continues. This creature refuses to perish, enduring the icy assault and preparing to obliterate the mage with its powerful hand. Verdun successfully avoids the powerful strike, indicating that although the creature possesses an impressive regeneration ability, there are still constraints to its capabilities when completely frozen. Emerging from his blind spot, Verdun introduces a new ice spell known as the Frozen Orb. This assault conclusively concluded the fight, leading to an ice sculpture of the Red Orc, leading to the triumph of the cunning mage. I'm simply amazed they couldn't eliminate him. This creature is truly a marvel of nature and ranks among my top favorites in recent narratives. Returning to the enchanting city of Verant, we discover that the locals are abuzz with surprising news about the temporary closure of the magic tower. Rumors suggest that the primary energy source of the tower exploded, though not all accept this claim. What's intriguing is the number of mages who disappeared, leading to the tower's complete dysfunction. Moreover, the explosion and the resulting destruction were so extensive that it's difficult to accept that the energy source was solely responsible for what occurred. Certain members of the public speculate that it might have been divine retribution or potentially a scheme orchestrated by an insider trader. As the elderly man suggests that the Bohemian magic tower might be monitored or sealed, his remarks pique the interest of a nearby mage. The elderly man continues to insist that the magic tower could not simply seal itself. He presents his bizarre theory regarding secret experiments taking place within the tower, claiming it was destroyed as a result of those very activities. Mustache Guy finds his coffee splashed due to the way the mage seizes him, commanding. He asked him to repeat his previous statement. He appears quite confused, until the known mage reveals her cloak. Unveiling her identity as Rovalyn, she becomes enraged after learning about the fate of the magic tower. In the following scene, festivities commence to honor the triumph over the bandits. The heroes and victors have made their way back to the PYTH territory. Baron PYTH was so delighted by the news that he hosted a celebratory banquet. The most exciting aspect? There were no significant losses on the squad's end. Initially, our guy is missing, but he eventually appears with all his style fully on display. He might be tardy, but keep in mind, great things require patience. Verdun's delayed entrance is irrelevant since the inebriated Baron is so thrilled that it doesn't bother him at all. Our young man expresses gratitude for the kind gestures and mentions he didn't anticipate even the lowest-ranking soldiers would be welcomed to the feast. In response, the Baron asserts that rank is irrelevant when a person protects their land. I must admit, it's among the most invigorating sentiments I've encountered in a narrative. The Baron inquires about the bandits' circumstances. Despite their assignment for subjugation, even Baron Pythe recognizes that Verdun and his team confronted exceptionally formidable foes during that mission. The mage corroborates this, acknowledging that they are far from ordinary bandits. Given their level of skill, Verdun firmly thinks they could have easily enjoyed a comfortable life had they opted for a different direction. While he doesn't state it explicitly here, it's logical to consider that these bandits once fought for a noble cause. Returning to the narrative, the Baron reveals that he indeed commissioned an inquiry into the offenders. The report indicated that these outlaws were notorious criminals. They once reveled in the status of gold-rank adventurers, showcasing their strength. However, a few years back, one member chose to murder a fellow teammate during a mission and fled to avoid facing the repercussions. Soon after, it became unfeasible to pursue and locate them. However, it has become evident that they united to create a bandit faction and found themselves in Baron Pythe's domain until they were ultimately dealt with. Verdun illustrates the significance of a gold rank adventurer. The gold rank stands as the fourth highest tier among adventurers, achievable only after an extraordinary number of missions. Considering this, it's not surprising that these individuals carried a massive bounty of 10 million elk on their heads. In addition, our boy now realizes the reason behind the Baron's satisfaction. It's due to Verdun's involvement in the mission that they successfully resolved the subjugation and eliminated all the bandits with minimal casualties. Without his help, the outcome would have been significantly more disastrous. The most amusing part is the way the Baron gazes at Verdun, akin to a smitten princess. His joy is through the roof. He highlights that the remarkable mage not only vanquished the formidable bandits but also looked after the demi-humans on their behalf. Thanks to Verdun's courageous actions, even the Adventurers Guild recognized him and extended their congratulations. In summary, our hero has quickly risen to fame. The amusing aspect is that he was merely fulfilling his duties, leading one to wonder if the Baron is indeed too inebriated to reason properly. The man openly acknowledges this truth and proceeds to discuss Verdun with gravity. He begins by expressing gratitude to the mage for his assistance, which ensured the protection of the vulnerable villagers. Thanks to his efforts, they could hold respectful funerals for the bandit victims. Both the knights and their leader are filled with admiration, raising their drinks in honor of the remarkable mage Asura, the hero who rescued the Pitha territory. The whole banquet resonates with the same feeling. As Verdun reflects on its conclusion, he notes it contrasted sharply with his experience at the Magic Tower. This gathering disregarded social status, creating an environment where all could rejoice together. At times, life isn't solely about our own experiences. It's also about those around us who play a role in our joy. Verdun experiences this sentiment, contrasting with the cold and unwelcoming nature of the Magic Tower. In contrast, this location felt inviting, embracing him and revealing where he belonged. Since his escape from the dreadful tower, the mage experienced genuine laughter for the first time. It was a heartwarming moment, yet undeniably, it's not a happy ending just yet. As this unfolded, no one could have foreseen the impending downfall of the Bohemian Magic Tower. Let's take a moment to explore that aspect of the narrative. Ravelin has arrived back at the Magic Tower, amazed to see it still in one piece. And yes, I understand you all missed it. The One Piece is indeed real. Regardless, she radiates joy since the tower's preservation debunks all the circulating rumors. A man inquires about her unexpected return from Verant. She expresses her worries upon hearing about the tower's destruction and the impact it had on the surroundings. However, it seems that the situation is not as dire as she has verified it herself. This newfound clarity fuels her desire to see Verdun, the one individual she truly values in this tower. Upon hearing his name, the man gestures toward the direction of the crowd. Displayed prominently is a list of missing persons, which includes Verdun's name. Ravelin's universe collapses with the revelation. Upon noticing the absence of numerous individuals, especially Verdun, who was on duty until he encountered magical energy, many assume he is deceased. It's similar to a scenario where a nuclear explosion occurs, rendering his body unrecoverable. Meanwhile, Ravelin's body trembles with distress, accompanied by a multitude of unanswered questions. In an instant, she recalls her previous discussions with him, obscured in the background due to his choice to remain in the tower. She finds it unjust that they would never see each other again. The way things concluded is simply unacceptable to her. The overwhelming sorrow transforms into both physical and emotional pain, leading her to cry for her friend's loss. The woman loses her mind, unable to accept that this is how it will conclude. Ironically, she puts him in the family zone during her rant. It seems reminiscent of Eren and Mikasa. Nevertheless, her fury is overwhelming as she explodes in denial. Before she causes any chaos, Sir Valdek arrives to comfort her, telling the young woman that there's no benefit in directing anger towards others. He discovers her in a wretched condition, while Ravelin diminishes in failure, wondering what on earth occurred at the tower. Initially, he reassures her. Then he clarifies the circumstances, mentioning how the power failed just as the high-ranking mages were attending the magic festival. With the power source erupting in chaos, every individual tasked with safeguarding it was annihilated. However, lives weren't their only loss. Years of vital research disappeared in an instant as the documentation vanished. Additionally, the treasure vault sustained significant damage as well. It's a complete disaster, as everything within the vault, including spell books and significant artifacts, has been destroyed. Sir Valdek is extremely upset. Among all his frustrations, he believes the most significant loss is that of his experimental test subject. Naturally, he keeps this information to himself, not sharing it with Ravelin. In his thoughts, he laments the inability to retrieve Verdun's brain, which might have mitigated some of the harm. Damn, this lunatic was scheming to replicate an Einstein scenario by removing his brain. Regardless, Sir Valdek believes they can seek retribution for the incident. After all, they possess a minor lead regarding the individual responsible for initiating the power surge initially. Upon hearing this, Ravelin spins around to ask further questions. He reveals that merely 3 hours prior to the surge, an individual disappeared completely. Utilizing Valdek's personal network, he managed to locate this person, eventually uncovering something of significant interest. A pendant resembling the Millennium Puzzle from Yu-Gi-Oh! Is what I think it looks like. Ravelin is in disbelief. This necklace represents the essence of the Black Hour, the sinister group that aims to dominate the world with its abilities. However, their objectives regarding the Magic Tower remain unclear and perplexing. Regardless, Valdek has a strong suspicion of their involvement, despite not understanding how the Black Hour group infiltrated the tower and instigated the chaos. To seek revenge for his lost allies, Valdek intends to dispatch an extermination team to eliminate the Black Hour. Recognizing the necessity for additional support, he aims to enlist her for the mission. Following today's events, Valdek is certain she is prepared to take part, while the Scarlet Mage is filled with rage. Cursed be anyone who obstructs her quest to reclaim Verdun. What an incredible sight it is. Let's skip ahead a few days and observe the current happenings in the Pythe territory. At the Adventurers Guild, Verdun is peacefully savoring his tea. The man before him is overwhelmed with guilt, expressing regret over the orc situation. Despite deploying their gold-rank adventurers, they acknowledge their failure to manage the threat. Our boy remains calm about it and doesn't voice any complaints. He receives a note as a reward for the subjugation mission. The mage examines each line, coming to the realization that he's being compensated extra for the bounty on the new orc, deemed nearly impossible to defeat. Consequently, his total reward amounts to an impressive 24 million elk. After subtracting taxes, which amusingly are often overlooked in tales, his share is halved, leaving him with 12 million elk. The guild representative reminds him of the taxation charges, which unfairly penalize those not registered with the guild. This indicates he could have easily mitigated the taxes had he been an official member. Regrettably, this fee cannot be waived in his situation, even if he accomplished something extraordinary. Hence, the regulations remain stringent. I find it amusing that in the following scene, the same guy is explaining a method to avoid tax burdens, but it's not illegal. It's merely an invitation to join the guild. By doing so, Verdun can avoid significant deductions, as their guild offers a reduced tax rate for high-ranking adventurers. In our protagonist's case, he would immediately start at silver rank due to his prior achievements. However, despite the appealing nature of the offer, it doesn't align with the mage's future aspirations, as it would severely obstruct his plans. In fact, there's something far more crucial to him than the financial benefits he would receive. In a chilling manner, he coolly dismisses the proposal, embracing the tax reduction. Verdun prioritizes his goals. He aims to gain enough strength for revenge, not content to be like Andrew Tate, idly enjoying his wealth in the meantime. Verdun's introspection is captivating. He reflects on his time in the Magic Tower when he was a test subject. Despite enduring 7 long, painful years, one aspect of him remained constant. He continues to be a mage at heart. He heads to the guild's storage, convinced that his journey as a mage should be filled with mysteries and exploration above all else. Thus, he has brought the corpse of the unique orc variant he eliminated. You remember, the very creature that was too ravenous to perish. This time, however, he's going to act as a complete surgeon and investigate what made this beast so extraordinary. What's fascinating about Verdun is that the monster's remains have not decayed. This is largely due to an artifact employed by the guild, which maintains the creature's condition. I must emphasize, the manner in which this narrative addresses minor but vital questions is quite engaging. Simultaneously, the foul odor emanating from the artifact is so overwhelming that our boy is on the verge of passing out. He examines the orc state, noting its crimson pupils and reddish skin, indicators of typical health. Yet, the creature's distinctiveness begins with its mangled mouth, presenting a grin reminiscent of a nightmare. Additionally, it possesses an exceptionally strong build in comparison to its counterparts. Although this physique is unique in its category, it doesn't stand out significantly against higher-tier monsters such as orc warriors or orc lords. The same applies to the creature's intelligence. While it possesses some smarts, it isn't the most devious or insightful. Verdun seems to believe that this situation reflects mutation rather than a process of monstrous evolution. While it seems logical to label it a mutation, he remains somewhat doubtful of his own assessment, evident in the uncertain look that crosses his face. The reason for his uncertainty stems from the orc's regeneration power, which remains difficult to clarify. Additionally, the strength acquired alongside its consumption ability adds further complexity to understanding what it truly is. During the examination of the creature, Verdun is fortunate to find an unusual scar that seems quite peculiar. Here's the situation. Regeneration is meant to restore the body to its former condition. The reality that this same creature could endure our boy's fire spells despite having a scorched body and severed flesh indicates that it should also be capable of healing a minor injury without any scarring. The scar raises suspicion, prompting Verdun to examine it more closely, leading him to deduce that the creature likely acquired the scar prior to developing its regenerative abilities. And this indicates that a surgical procedure took place. Ultimately, the only method for demihumans gaining abilities post-birth occurred through evolutionary processes. However, from this instance, the primary conclusion that emerges from Verdun's observation is that this being was made through artificial means. If his doubts are accurate, it presents the most dire scenario for all parties. The next day, the knights arrive to say their goodbyes to the skilled mage, calling him a savior worthy of an appropriate farewell. Our protagonist argues, feeling he has already received ample assistance from them. Additionally, he has obtained the beast hide robe and the ring of circulation as his latest artifacts. These items provide him with a minor enhancement in mana capacity and recovery rate. The knight commander guarantees him that he is worthy of all the assistance. Upon hearing this, Verdun expresses gratitude to his friends and says goodbye, wishing to reunite someday. As he departs, they offer him one last piece of advice, suggesting he visit any branch of the Conrad Merchant Guild, as they will provide significant assistance upon discovering his connection with the knights. Verdun departs. Soon after he reaches the village that lies between the Pyth and Martes territories. Utilizing flight dispel, he descends and proceeds into the village. It's the sole location that will transform into a sanctuary for him to recuperate and prepare for the journey that lies ahead. He purchases an apple and continues on his path. While walking, he overhears someone expressing their frustration and sense of defeat. Recognizing a prime chance to gather intel, our boy opts to eavesdrop by employing his Whisper of the Wind spell. The two men are talking about the goblins that took their livestock, resulting in significant losses for them. Moreover, they now need to invest significant funds for adventurers to complete the task. One individual believes they should have managed it on their own to avoid incurring additional expenses. Regrettably, the choice was beyond their influence from the start, as the village chief stressed that the task was meant for the adventurers. They merely need to bide their time for a day and allow the renowned heroes to take care of everything, despite their high fees. After hearing all the commotion regarding the goblins, our boy ponders why the goblins attacked the village in the first place. Consider them akin to an illness. To eliminate that illness, the adventurers are summoned immediately. Verdun believes it's merely routine, so he feels there's no cause for concern. Consider them akin to an illness. To eliminate that illness, the adventurers are summoned immediately. Verdun believes it's merely routine, so he feels there's no cause for concern. Just as he is about to depart, the two men begin talking about a rumor regarding a monster sighting in the forest. Curiously, the village chief wished for this information to remain confidential. However, the chatterbox shares it regardless, unaware that someone is listening, our boy to be precise. It seems that a man named James intended to set a trap as usual. Suddenly, he became captivated by the noise of a wild boar making distressed sounds. Then he spotted it, a massive goblin, straight from your worst nightmares, devouring the boar. The goblin had a jagged mouth and was noted to be bigger than an orc. Naturally, this seems ridiculous, so they prefer the adventurers remain unaware. Out of concern, they might raise the cost. However, our heroes learned everything they needed. He cancels the spell and reflects on the information. What stands out to him is the portrayal of a ripped mouth. In any event, it's beneficial as it brings him nearer to the truth, aided by his encounters with the orc variant. On that very day, in the woods, a group of explorers is pursuing. Eliminate the bothersome goblins like vermin. Meet the silver rankers, Myrna and Loki, seemingly indifferent to the mission at hand. Loki seems to enjoy teasing, ridiculing Myrna for her pride in hitting a target right in front of her. There's noticeable tension between the two of them, while the Iris receives information from Mild regarding the goblin's location from other silver rank adventurers. The man believes the others are likely concealed within the massive cave, which serves as a goblin's den. Before moving forward, the perceptive Iris understands they are facing hobgoblins, a superior type compared to the ordinary ones. Nonetheless, the operation should remain manageable, provided they remain vigilant about their environment. The mission enters its concluding stage as the team nears the cave. Iris takes charge, directing the dismantling of all the alert mechanisms and the totems. With the totems gone, she casts Imbusight as her spell, enabling her team to function effortlessly in the dark without issues. She informs them that torches won't be necessary due to the spell. As always, Loki admires their leader for consistently being reliable and trustworthy. With this confidence, the group enters the dim cave. However, as they proceed, the leader briefly feels concerned about the exit situation. It was as though she sensed a trace of mana emanating from behind. Naturally, she ignores her intuition, yet unknowingly, her doubts are indeed justified. Indeed, someone is hiding behind them. Within the cave, the small goblins seem to be honoring the lives lost that they're shrieking about, until they are struck from afar. An arrow shoots through one, instantly ending its life. After one falls, the two swordsmen charge into combat and eliminate the others. Myrna also feels that everything is progressing too easily, suggesting they will complete the mission shortly. However, their leader remains cautious, convinced they must not relax. After the goblins are defeated, a loud sound suddenly draws the group's focus. Myrna opts to scout ahead, and I can't shake the feeling that this spells trouble for her. I truly hope I'm mistaken. As she moves away, Iris cautions her to stay safe. The explorer stumbles upon a gruesome scene. Small goblins, dismembered and torn apart, their remains strewn and smeared across the earth. The revelation rattles her core, leaving Myrna utterly speechless and without words. Loki approaches to inquire about her delay. She struggles to articulate a coherent response due to the unsettling, terrifying noise that continues to echo in the background. Just ahead, the gigantic goblin is occupied hunting its smaller kin. Its enormous, alien-like dimensions overshadow the adventurers, making them appear as tiny ants observing a dinosaur-sized goblin in a frenzy. They gaze in fear, unable to understand what they see. The apparently altered variant is relishing each bite. However, the adventurers have not been informed about this creature in the end. This is the moment they err significantly, believing they can outsmart the creature merely due to its immense size, correct? Iris outlines the strategy, instructing Myrna to aim for the creature's right eye and eliminate it. Mild and Loki will serve as distractions in the meantime. They all take their places, with Iris set to deliver the finishing blow to the creature. The strategy unfolds as the blonde archer draws 3 arrows and steadies her aim from a strategic spot. From her vantage point, the massive goblin appears oblivious and, quite frankly, indifferent. Myrna aims at her target and, to my surprise, she effectively eliminates the eye. As the monster endures the pain, the 2 swordsmen spring into action, prepared to strike the creature and distract it. Loki is leading the way and charges ahead. His strike is a simple slash that slices through the goblin's body, but insufficient to cut it in two. Although it's a respectable strike, Loki lacks the opportunity to act further, as the massive goblin quickly focuses on him for the Iris, the team leader and mage, unleashes her mana burst spell, releasing several explosive strikes that reach the goblin's body and explode upon contact. Amidst all the suffering inflicted upon the creature, it begins to wail in such agony that it grabs one of the bodies of the small goblins and hurls it like a cannonball. Loki, he can hardly believe what he sees. The furious creature addresses the goblin, who is equally astonished. The furious creature addresses the goblin, who is equally astonished. A remarkably potent projectile is formed from its own victim. Iris is in a dire situation as she is unprotected, and if the strike hits, it will be the end for her. Fortunately, that's when our hero comes in, casting his air rail spell, shielding Iris while it diverts the goblin right beside her. The creature's form becomes a blood splatter upon collision, leaving no trace of its flesh. Iris succumbs to despair, experiencing a profound encounter with death. Myrna strikes back once more, firing additional arrows and dazzling the goblin. In the end, the massive goblin collapses, indicating its defeat. The group quickly hurries to assess their leader, worried about Iris' condition. Fortunately, she is unharmed. Had the goblin struck her, it would have been a different tale, and Iris knows this. She cannot articulate how the path altered just before impact. The positive aspect is that they accomplished the mission without any losses, and now it's time for them to go back to the village for their reward. Everything unfolded much more smoothly than I anticipated, and even Verdun, who is covertly assisting them, believes that all was settled amicably. Bro utilized his invisibility cloak, embodying the essence of Harry Potter, and trailed them closely. This allowed him to observe yet another example of the synthetic demihumans. In contrasting his experience with the earlier test subject and the current one, Verdun highlights the resemblance. These beings possess a gaping mouth that forms a sinister grin. This characteristic is why he designates them as the However. The giant goblin seems distinct from the usual jester archetype. This being not only lacks superior physical strength but also cannot regenerate or gain power by consuming others. This suggests that it might be a failed experiment within the jester ranks. Simultaneously, our boy holds a favorable view of the mage Iris, who is guiding the group and presently conducting a final assessment of the goblins. He recognizes that she has keen judgment and a strong sensitivity to mana. Her ability to detect his mana from outside the cave is quite remarkable. Even with his hidden input, our boy ultimately discovered nothing significant. Abruptly, his focus shifts to a man astonished to discover several guests in his cave. His outfit differs from the typical adventurer's attire. This prompted Iris to remain vigilant and request his identification, cautioning him against approaching any nearer. The man humorously apologizes to them, despite the fact that they are the ones who intruded and messed everything up. He is astonished that the goblin constructed a totem during his absence, despite his desire for this cave to remain hidden. Regrettably, the totem's conspicuous location revealed the goblin's lair. The man seems disheartened that, despite controlling the creature's mind, he still struggled to achieve total obedience. I have to point out that this guy is way too relaxed given the circumstances. That's a clear sign he's a psychopath. He's even inquiring about any odd observations regarding the goblin or any peculiar behaviors they noticed. However, when they fail to respond, Bro feels even more let down, as it solidifies that the creature was merely mundane after all. He fears his professor will be upset upon learning about this. Bro enjoys conversing, but he's missing the mark since no one is engaging. He realizes there's little he can do now but begin anew. In the end, he concludes that the 4 adventurers are destined to perish here. This realization pushes Iris' group into combat readiness. She wonders how he intends to confront them despite being outnumbered. However, this individual seems to possess an anti-jump spell from the Heian period, something Sukuna could have greatly benefited from during his last fight. Regardless, he has no intention of allowing them to escape, as they disrupted his experimental research. Yet, he wouldn't have spared them even if things had turned out differently. Essentially, stepping into the cave sealed their fate. Iris firmly rejects the notion of conflict, asserting they will remain silent about all that transpired. Nevertheless, the skeptical man believes the assurance is absent and draws his sword. As I mentioned, he truly is a psychopath. He shows little concern for the experiment. His sole focus is on mercilessly killing them. He approaches them, eager to secure his initial kill. Verdun finally speaks up, informing the lowlife that he's the only one destined to perish here. Initially, the man attempts to mock Iris once more until he comically discovers the voice originated from behind him. Before he has a chance to respond, Bro is struck by a powerful spell, propelling him directly into the wall. The mage makes his presence known, convinced that this pretender should give up as he is overpowered. Focusing solely on aura farming and showcasing his skills, Verdun readies another lightning spell to defeat him. In his thoughts, Verdun never meant to expose himself this way. Had he not intervened, the weary adventurers from their last fight would have faced total destruction at the hands of this wicked individual. From the circumstances he witnessed, the man referred to the deceased goblin as a test subject. Moreover, according to the man's own statements, a professor is also involved, which validates his suspicions. The beings referred to as jesters are connected to this individual and his crew. As for him, he's furious since our friend just interrupted his celebration. He insists on discovering Verdun's true identity. Rather than providing an elaborate introduction, he coolly states that answering such a question is unnecessary, and summons several magic circles for his upcoming assault. The man is indifferent to the mage's lack of interest in conversation. Ultimately, he plans to kill him for his audacity to attack. With that, the malevolent swordsman charges ahead to bridge the gap. Nevertheless, Verdant is ready with his multi-flame arrow spell, launching explosive projectiles in his path. However, his rival seems resolute. Moreover, he possesses remarkable skills, capable of evading the arrows with incredible speed, and even launching his initial strike. If our boy hadn't been cautious just then, he could have been skewered. Fortunately, he activated his barrier just in time to deflect the blade. Even so, the scale of the assault is sufficient to create fractures in the defense barrier. In response, the mage casts his monopole strike, generating immense force that propels the swordsman backward. At this point, Verdant suspects that his rival is employing some form of magic to enhance his leg strength. This could clarify the incredible speed of his movements. Furthermore, the speed of his sword strikes surpasses that of any knight in, transforming it into a significant challenge even for someone as skilled as Verdant. This necessitates a shift in combat tactics, as the existing method is proving ineffective. Similar to Verdant's admiration, his rival is equally impressed. The dark swordsman observes the mage's rapid spell casting and ponders his rank. He decides it's the moment to slightly reveal his speed to overpower the mage. With a lunge even quicker than earlier, he charges forward to take our boy down. However, Verdant embraces him, utilizing his dual casting skills by combining Winter Gale and Icicle spells to unleash a formidable assault. The swordsman is taken aback by the mage's ability to merge ice and wind. The spell called Icicle Blast is a product of fusion, and it poses a significant obstacle as numerous spikes obstruct the swordsman's route. Nonetheless, he moves through them with relative ease. While he's certainly impressive, I must admit the guy is unstoppable. He has no intention of backing down and is prepared to deliver the final strike, believing that Verdant's skill is meaningless if he can't actually land a hit. However, unbeknownst to him, he walked straight into our boy's snare. Just as he strikes the mage down, our boy evades it with a JoJo pose, appearing incredibly majestic. The whole room is stunned. A mage managed to evade the strike from a swordsman moving at blinding speed. Now for the stunning conclusion. Verdant channels the essence of Gojo Satoru, and just as Gojo proclaims purple, this man declares ignition, unleashing a devastating spell that obliterates the space. Regrettably, the swordsman endures the explosion, despite being outwitted by the mage, who baited him to deliver a fatal blow. This demonstrates that Verdant is not only a skilled mage but also a brilliant strategist. Nevertheless, the swordsman believes it's futile since the same strategy cannot be employed again. Understanding that his previous tricks have lost their effectiveness, Verdant resolves to fight like a true mage. He begins by casting a spell on the adventurers behind him, manipulating the terrain to raise a tower from the ground. Iris is surprised. Her group remains unaware of when it will cease. It eventually does, but by then, it resembles a cliff of considerable height. Iris swiftly understands that Verdant employed terrain manipulation, despite the high mana cost, particularly when he requires that mana in a perilous battle such as this one. Moreover, based on her observations of his dual casting skill, she's beginning to think he possesses an immense reservoir of mana within him, as his actions surpass those of an average mage. She openly remarks that his combat approach is entirely unconventional and distinct. Indeed, everyone, it's no longer just a meme. Verdant truly moves like Gojo, especially with how he gazes down at his adversary. The swordsman believes that a mage taking to the skies is a sign of cowardice, particularly since he anticipated further action. However, a sudden understanding dawns on him. While Verdant did utilize flight to ascend, it raises the question of why he would expend such a vast amount of mana to ensure the safety of the adventurers above. While looking at his reflection in the water, he understands that the earlier ignition spell melted the icicle fragments. Prepare for an exceptional masterclass in strategy, as the upcoming assault will be monumental. Verdant prepares himself as the swordsman begins to tremble, understanding the situation unfolding. Even Iris is speechless. The remarkable mage channels a complete surge of lightning magic, while thunder reverberates from within him. It's a form of magic so uncommon that only a select few professors at the Magic Academy are able to wield it. By calling upon the third rank, Verdant unleashes the Thunderstrike spell against his foe, reminiscent of Sasuke's lightning dragon technique, Kirin. The man trembles in intense agony, wondering if he's confronting Zeus out here. This individual utilized 3 fundamental components, along with the more complex element of lightning. Regarding triple casting, Verdant employs all 3 elements to strike the incapacitated swordsman. The assault leads to devastation, generating smoke and dust. By the conclusion of that strike, Verdant descends from above, questioning the dismal condition of his adversary, asking about the unusual orc he met in the PYTH territory. Now, he wonders if it all ties back to this professor. The wounded swordsman's body quakes, yet he finds the strength to voice his astonishment, coming to the realization that Verdant is the one who decimated the orc variant. Yet, in his condition, a wicked grin spreads across his face as he wonders if Verdun originated from the arc. This is unexpected, even for the mage who seems to lack any awareness of it. The swordsman believes it's fine not to understand what the arc is. He simply desires death, particularly as his body twists in countless ways. Verdun extends his suffering and presses for information about the professor, claiming he is intrigued by the experiments being carried out. Certainly, the swordsman is well aware that revealing details about the professor would harm his group significantly. He lures Verdun in with a last assault, wishing for both of their deaths in this moment. The projectile is swift and considered it a smart strategy. Our boy effortlessly deflects it using his barrier. Understanding that this is what he will receive from the swordsman, our boy ends his suffering using his Earthshatter ability. What a brutal conclusion. Nevertheless, even after reaching this point, he still remained unaware of anything regarding the jesters. Regarding the adventurer group, they appear to be intimidated by the mage's presence. They're on alert as his imposing presence commands them to serve him from this point forward. In the following scene, we move forward to where Iris receives the extra compensation from the village chief for successfully completing the mission. Additionally, she ensured the villagers were intimidated for not disclosing the mutated goblin's participation. To silence her, the village chief added another $1 million to the deal. It's decent pay, and she believes they have fulfilled their obligations, allowing them to separate from the mage. Nonetheless, our protagonist halts them and gives them a share, indicating that it is their rightful commission fee for the upcoming mission. Ultimately, they will be traveling from this village to Marty's city, and he will require her assistance. Soon after the event, they set off towards Marty's city. The group leader, the mage Iris, was fascinated by him throughout their trip, eager to learn about his understanding of elemental theory and magic. She wasn't bothersome, so he engaged her in enjoyable discussions. However, it wasn't long before they arrived in the city. Recognizing the vastness of this location, Verdun believes it undoubtedly possesses a banking system. Ultimately, he has multiple reports to update the Adventurers Guild. Iris asks him where he wishes to go first. He expresses his plans to open a bank account and deal with the bounty. She suggests that they should go to the city hall for that. Iris immediately leads him, as she is thoroughly familiar with this location. The amusing response comes from her companions. They are astonished that she remains so relaxed in the presence of the same guy who killed the swordsman without a second thought. In addition, let's discuss the bounty rewards, which are managed through Marty's City Hall. Sadly, Verdun was on the verge of facing issues for lacking an ID, as he still hadn't made one since his body switch. Fortunately, due to the assurance he got from Baron Pyth, nobody questioned him. Even the guard was left perplexed and permitted him to go inside. In addition, when word of his impressive deeds with Baron Pyth circulated, they received exceptional hospitality due to his actions. The man expressed immense gratitude for their efforts in saving the Pyth territory, as his family resides there. Verdun played a crucial role in ensuring their safety. Additionally, the mage receives an official ID to honor his accomplishments. As a result, he successfully opened his bank account, allowing everything to manage itself. Naturally, he already possesses a second account in Verant. However, once he initiates any transactions, the Tower Master will pursue him and piece everything together. Our boy must avoid being reckless at this time. Next, he approaches a blacksmith, asking to transform his wand into a staff. Naturally, achieving perfection will require time and resources, so a period of 3 days is requested. Meanwhile, the blacksmith presents him with a stunning staff adorned with a purple gemstone. Iris questions whether he prefers them to wands. The truth is, due to the mistreatment he faced in the magic tower, he was made to use brooms for sweeping. This is how he developed the habit of wielding a staff. He withholds this information from Iris and proceeds to their next destination, the Martes Public Library. This location is said to house excellent books on enchantment magic. Iris affirms this, yet she believes the books will still fall short of his expertise. To her surprise, Verdun reveals his fascination with simple books and wishes to acquire every single one of them. Once more, she's taken aback by his odd request. Soon after, the unfortunate girl must gather a stack of elementary spell books. Even the receptionist is left wondering, what on earth is happening? Our boy instructs him to bill all rental fees to his bank account and requests that the books be brought to the top floor of his hotel. When the receptionist inquires about the quantity of books he desires, Verdun, he humorously replies, showing his enthusiasm for all of them. Both he and Iris find themselves speechless at this moment. The expenses aren't really an issue for the boy, as he has already received his bounty. He managed to open a bank account and had a staff created, along with renting all the necessary books. By the end of the day, Iris is a disheveled wreck, utterly worn out. Meanwhile, the boy is happily engrossed in his reading. The party leader remains uncertain about the type of man he is and inquisitively questions whether he reached all his destinations properly. Verdun vaguely responds that it's sufficient for today, which is frightening, as it implies she'll need to assist him in exploring even more locations. She suddenly realizes she never inquired about his name and contemplates what he prefers to be called. He goes by Asher, showing little concern for names. Iris agrees to call him Asher if he treats her in a casual manner. Recognizing a significant chance, the girl chooses to pose the question that has troubled her the most. What exactly was he doing in that cave? It's evident from the boy's expression that he is reluctant to respond. He can't claim it was merely a coincidence that he was there to save them, so he opts for a more vague explanation instead. Verdun shifts from his formal demeanor and discloses that he was pursuing his target. Upon realizing it's the swordsman he's referring to, she swiftly contemplates their discussion about the professor, pondering whether his position resembles that of a covert investigator pursuing a corrupt organization. Regrettably, our boy confesses he didn't gather much information from the hunt, but he appreciates her assistance throughout the day. She assists him by guiding him back to his hotel. As night falls, she says goodbye to him. Iris breathes a sigh of relief. She has finally finished assisting him. Fatigued, she sits down on a bench, acknowledging that she is encountering an unusual man. However, his ability to wield several elemental attributes simultaneously while also holding an immense quantity of mana makes him unique in her perspective. In addition to that, despite his youth, he possesses an exceptionally strong understanding of the core principles of magic, surpassing even some of her instructors. Praising our guy results in her fawning over his appearance. He truly resembles a classic Gojo, just with a bit longer hair. Then, once more, she finds it amusing that his conversations are utterly dull and lifeless, resembling a dialogue with a non-living thing. Iris feels butterflies at the thought of him and has to remind herself to stop. When she compares him to other mages graduating from the Magic Academy, she determines that Verdane stands out as the most proficient. He truly embodies the essence of a gifted individual. Resolute, she readies herself to pester him further regarding magic. Things escalate rapidly when a massive explosion destroys his hotel, engulfing it in a fiery blaze. Iris' face shifts to anguish, watching the location engulfed in flames from the upper level, precisely where he should be. Abruptly, a particular man's outline begins to emerge from the wall of fire. To her utter dismay, it's him. It's Asher, and he appears genuinely furious. The scene shifts to the alleged professor who recently faced backlash regarding the news of Surgeon's demise. The one wielding the sword. Undeterred, the professor inquires about his assailant and finds out that traces of dark magic were detected within the cave, suggesting that the identity of the murderer remains unclear. However, before the guy can complete his statement, the professor smashes a glass over his head, indicating that it's pointless to act foolishly in this circumstance. With a chilling, assertive tone, the professor fixes his gaze and reiterates his question. The henchman reveals they haven't identified a suspect yet, but they do have evidence of a group that invaded the cave at the village's behest. The professor is deeply disheartened by this news. He mourns Surgeon's loss, as he was among the most dependable individuals in the area. He soon realizes that the test subject has been murdered too. The goblin's remains have been eliminated along with Surgeon. However, the professor is indifferent to that. His frustration stems from their failure to locate the individual responsible for Surgeon's death. The loss of 2 of his reliable test subjects from the Pyth territory in succession, followed by the deaths of the goblin and Surgeon, is concerning. Although the outcomes of his experiments are starting to resonate with them. This time, he commands the man to eliminate the offender permanently. He complies silently, however, the guy is boiling with anger due to the professor's demeanor. He plans to make a point by coming back with the head of the man accountable, simply to silence his old self. Moments prior to the explosion, Verdun was engrossed in reading about fundamental magic spells, while his spy silently watched him from a distance. He wandered around, perusing the books, mostly locating them. The spy believed he could effortlessly eliminate Verdun the instant he fell asleep. Suddenly, the room fell into complete silence. That was until Verdun invoked Earthbone as a spell, terrifying the man as he soared in terror. With his location revealed, he retreats to the elevated terrain, unable to grasp how he was discovered, despite his skill in remaining undetected. This brings us to the present circumstances. The ruthless Verdun is zeroing in on his target within the crowd. The spy is terrified and itching to flee. He can hardly believe that our guy had the guts to execute an explosion spell in a crowded hotel. After verifying his 3rd-tier magic level, he plans to withdraw. My magnificent blue-eyed king effortlessly floats in the air like a deity. To orchestrate his getaway, the man incites turmoil by branding the mage a terrorist, designating him as the adversary. This causes the audience to panic. Chaos erupts as Verdun is left stunned. He's confronting an assassin who evaded his magical detection spell. The sole reason our protagonist managed to apprehend him was due to the assassin's own error. After completely eliminating his presence once more, Verdun swiftly locates him, contending that total self-erasure only makes one more noticeable. It resembles a black hole on paper, drawing attention immediately. The mage unleashes a spell, striking the man with the powerful attack. The assassin struggles to comprehend how this man utilized Manhwa logic to track him down. He's so terrified that he likens Verdun to a beast, a being indifferent to the safety of civilians as he unleashes perilous spells. The fear is palpable, making him see Verdun as something monstrous. One could view Verdun as merciless in combat, as he readies yet another enchanted arrow circle, and releases it on the escaping assassin. Regrettably, the assassin infiltrates a structure to ensure he can protect himself from all aerial assaults. This compels the mage to dispel and descend back to the ground. He enters, understanding that his rival intentionally chose a location filled with inebriated homeless people. The locals are behaving oddly, despite Verdun's simple desire to learn about the man who dashed through the area. The bald man informs him that if he seeks any details, he'll need to set a significant price for it. Recognizing that he's in a futile situation, our protagonist shifts his focus to his environment, noting the absence of any escape routes nearby. Just as he considers that the assassin is inside, the swordsman slices through the bald man's chest. His plan was to unexpectedly catch Verdun off guard by using a vagrant for attack. A harsh action, indeed, yet a cowardly tactic in his view. By casting his shockwave spell, he propels the assassin away, creating space between them. Nevertheless, this amount isn't sufficient to defeat him. He deflects most of it with his sword and evaluates the circumstances. Understanding that regular mages cannot both attack and defend simultaneously, the assassin's plan relies on compelling Verdun to lower a magic barrier. At that instant, he will deploy a smoke bomb to escape the area swiftly. But our kid is prepared for that challenge. The assassin charges forward to take him out, anticipating the precise instant his rival will lower a defensive shield. To his complete astonishment, the mage's reaction is not to defend but to unleash an offensive incantation. He employs Earthbone instead of a protective barrier. The formidable mage charges his crystal, causing the assassin to understand that he is facing a mage who excels even in close-range confrontations. Based on everything he has seen, the assassin is absolutely convinced that he's up against someone of the caliber of a war mage, which is an impressive title, if you ask me. The electrified staff hits the assassin's stomach with such intensity that it expels blood from him. However, that's insufficient. Additionally, there's dessert available as an Earthbone spell. The assassin believes he's done for good. In a frantic struggle, he activates the smoke bomb, creating an opportunity to flee. Verdun swiftly clears the smoke with his whirlwind power. However, by the moment he attempts it, the assassin has vanished. All it took was a brief moment to employ Batman's covert vanishing method. Things turned out poorly. Things are about to escalate as the city guards unite to apprehend the arsonist who detonated the hotel. I'm beginning to see him as a rookie superhero, impulsive and lacking the ability to manage his abilities or avoid causing collateral damage. The city mayor hears the news, which prompts him to. I can't quite understand how the hero from Pythe territory has become the terrorist in Marty's city. Henry learns from the mage Asher that he was assaulted by an individual attempting to assassinate him at his inn, resulting in complications. Additionally, they have linked this event to a previous murder of an explorer within their guild. This connection is why the city's guild master, Oscar, chose to take charge of the matter himself. Mayor Henry understands that the mage is likely quite irritated, having only just arrived in the city and already facing an attack. Regarding the destruction, it's evident that a significant portion of the hotel's top floor has been severely damaged. A criminal's death has also been reported, the same vagrant present in the building. The assassin is connected to these incidents and is presently being pursued. Additionally, they've obtained a personal account affirming Asher's innocence. An adventurer recounted how Asher encountered a mutated goblin and overcame a perilous swordsman within the cave. However, upon arrival to explore the cave, investigators found no signs of goblins. There weren't even any remains left. It was completely vacant. The information is crucial since the cave was completely cleared. Mayor Henry understands that these events are interconnected. The extensive cover-up indicates the involvement of a malevolent organization targeting adventurers. He contemplates whether there are additional reports of similar occurrences. In response, Oscar discloses that they have previously tried assigning Asher a bodyguard. Due to recent events, a malicious rumor has circulated that Asher orchestrated the terrorist attack. Consequently, people are unwilling to defend him, viewing him as malevolent and unreliable. It's a vexing predicament, even for the mayor. His sole remaining choice is to consult his personal knights for assistance. The next day, at the Martes City Hall, our boy was astonished by his new staff. I must admit, it truly looks impressive as well. With his gear set, our boy is prepared for action. Just then, a knight appears and discovers him, Jason. As the vice captain of the knights, he has been tasked with safeguarding the mage. At first sight, even Jason can't dismiss the impression that Verdane might be the infamous eccentric mage. Regarding our boy, he understands that the mayor no longer has any suspicions about him now that they've assigned him a bodyguard. Notably, Jason stands out for his youthful appearance and his impressive third-tier swordsmanship skills. Verdane is eager to exit the city hall's reception, yet Jason believes he should first consent to the condition of accompanying him. Viewing it as an unfortunate circumstance, he consents to endure the night. However, this stance degrades the vice-captain, suggesting that the mage holds him in contempt. After journeying for 6 months, Jason is becoming increasingly frustrated and wonders where on earth they are headed today. Interestingly, our boy points out that he can go anywhere he wishes, as his bodyguard must accompany him. However, the young vice-captain is irritated that they've been walking for hours without any sign of a destination. Fortunately, they have finally reached their goal. The location they traveled so long to find turns out to be a rundown old structure that seems rather unremarkable. The vice-captain is incredulous that they spent so long merely standing there. Just as he asks about their goal, Verdun detonates the building. This guy clearly doesn't care at all. Just think if there were people inside. Michael Bay ought to think about bringing him on board. The vice-captain trembles in disbelief, having seen the mage destroy a structure with magic, showing no hesitation. The mage indicates that he arrived to locate someone, particularly the despicable assassin who attempted to kill him recently. Jason requests confirmation of the assassin's whereabouts, but our guy merely verifies that he is nearby. During their recent battle, the clever mage lightly brushed against him and cast a spell on his body. A distinctive spell he recently mastered enables him to establish mana connections and currents across various places. It's known as Trace, officially regarded as tracking magic. The existence of his spell indicates that the assassin is unaware that it has been cast on him. This is beneficial for the mage, as they successfully discovered a hidden underground tunnel through this. Additionally, the mana current from his spell indicates that the assassin descended there. Judging by the magnitude, Verdun concludes that the hidden passage likely extends beyond the city's borders. He discovers that neither the knights nor the inhabitants of Marte City seem to know about this concealed tunnel, despite their training to remember all secret sites. Strangely, this location was not recognized as one of them. Pieces begin to settle in his mind as Jason pieces together the reason behind the tunnel and understands that the city faces the threat of a significant security breach that could occur at any moment. He swiftly draws his knife, insisting they close off the passageway immediately. However, the mage still has more to do. While sealing the tunnel is crucial, tracking down the escaped assassin is even more vital. Jason contends that they ought to request backup in circumstances like these. However, Verdun believes that delaying too much will allow the assassin to flee. He must hurry in the moment, and with that, he enters the tunnel, leaving the knight speechless and bewildered. He believes Verdun is being overly relaxed regarding a vice-captain of the city. Once more, it appears the mage is undervaluing Jason's skills. Frustrated, he leaps into the tunnel, convinced that all mages share the same irritating demeanor. Speaking, "Do you recall the assassin who got away?" He's now slowly pacing in Vegeta's broken arm stance. The guy's furious about having squandered so much time just lounging around, right? Once he fled from the fight, he needed time to recuperate and mend his injuries. He also ensured that he concealed his movements, leaving no evidence behind. This is why he lingered here for a while, yet given his approach to this predicament, he fears his intimidating boss will end his life. The mere thought terrifies him, prompting him to contemplate escaping to a secure location. But how will that change anything? An entity such as the Fangs of Gluttony will bring him down regardless. His only hope is that the professor might show him some mercy. Soon after, the assassin appears in front of the professor, who appears to be in a foul mood. The Marte City incident made headlines everywhere, so much so that he was aware of it too. The professor is furious, highlighting the utter foolishness of his servant, whose disastrous performance has now drawn the attention of the entire city. Ironically, he considers this individual the worst assassin ever, as he failed to carry out his task discreetly. To fully understand his perspective, he requests a complete account of the events that occurred. The man begins by recounting his visit to Marte City, where he consulted the Department of Transit to find Verdun's whereabouts. Despite preparing an ambush, his astute adversary tracked him down and unleashed a devastating spell that disrupted the city. He tried to blend in with the crowd, but the relentless mage continued to pursue him. A smoke bomb ultimately ensured his escape and prompted a withdrawal. Upon hearing this, the professor is quite displeased. He believes that Verdun would have pursued the assassin, were it not for the unfortunate timing of the city's knights, who intervened and halted his chase. However, the professor remains unconvinced. He believes there is a more profound objective linked to the mage who interrupted his pursuit. The truth finally dawns on him. He understands there was a deliberate motive behind allowing the assassin to escape. Without hesitation, he instructs the foolish assassin to remove his armor and set it ablaze. The assassin, clueless about the situation, complies with the command. The incinerated armor exposes remnants of mana, reminding the assassin of their crucial error. Upon being hit by the staff, Verdun unleashed another spell upon him. The professor erupts in anger upon discovering their location is revealed. They must depart immediately, safeguarding the specimen and eliminating all other items. Sadly for them, our boy bursts in immediately, understanding why his trace spell has ceased to function. He feels pleased that his foes discovered his hidden strategy. Yet, it will no longer be significant. Ultimately, they have been discovered, and escape is impossible for them. The pursuit between the cat and mouse is over. Evaluating the danger level of the scenario, Verdun quickly realizes that the man before him is the assassin who assaulted him, along with the elderly man positioned behind him. Drawing from the hints he gathered throughout the journey, it must undoubtedly be the professor associated with all the experiments. Discovering, in a tight spot, the professor ultimately confronts the deranged mage. He is astonished that the Ark would dispatch such a lunatic from their ranks. Frustratingly, Verdun cannot understand why the Ark is always mentioned when he faces these individuals. It resembles the cave scenario. He aims to gather as much information as possible, but his primary task is to take them down first. Thus, he employs Earth Spear to surprise them. The assassin positions himself to intercept the spell being cast. The professor remains furious that his foolish subordinate has caused such chaos, leaving their enemies poised at the threshold. In this scenario, the professor advises him to delay while he advances his strategy. Verdun aims to prevent his target from escaping, so he conjures additional magic arrows to swiftly pursue him. Regrettably, the assassin has blocked them all, who acts as a distraction for his master to escape. He cannot afford to fail any more than he already has. Despite successfully blocking a diminished form of his assault, Verdun realizes that pushing too hard could result in the man's death, which would jeopardize his opportunity to gather intel. At this moment, he finds himself in a tight spot where he must capture him without causing harm. The assassin draws his sword to attack the vice captain, who skillfully defends himself. Jason tells Verdun that he will take care of matters here, enabling the mage to pursue the professor. Without pausing for a moment, this guy zooms ahead like a character from Dragon Ball Z, leaving Jason regretting his assistance since he didn't even offer a thank you before taking off. Despite racing with astonishing speed, Verdun is unable to locate the professor. Since only a short time has elapsed, it's unlikely he has gotten too far away. He is abruptly shocked by an overwhelmingly foul odor. It's the odor of decaying bodies. The mage finally faces the professor, who seems more assured and malevolent than ever. He anticipated his underling's inability to halt the mad mage. However, he is pleased Verdun showed up, as he has longed to unveil his creation to the world. Behind him, a massive cage holds a legion of torn-mouthed beings known as the Jesters. The mage accepts the reality and understands that this mad professor produced countless hordes of these creatures simultaneously. The title Jester seems to ridicule the professor's ambitions. He asserts that his creations represent his own advancements. Nonetheless, these beings are regarded as unsuccessful and remain imperfect, failing to achieve the level of excellence he aspires to attain. Still, he believes they will be sufficient to defeat a single mage. Consequently, he loses control and releases them from their confinement, dispatching a horde of enormous orcs and goblins in his path. As the creatures draw near, The mage understands that if he defeats them individually, he will have to contend with them throughout the night. He opts for a more intelligent method, merging water and thunder magic, utilizing double casting once more, and unleashing Thunder Wave as a powerful spell. This spell generates a massive surge of water combined with thunder strikes, effectively sweeping away foes on a grand scale. It even ensnares the professor, toppling him down, leading him to show his irritation. After witnessing his skills firsthand, the professor is experiencing his moment of realization. This is no typical third-tier mage. Based on his mastery of abilities, this individual seems to be a top-tier fourth-level magician. He effortlessly obliterates all the mutations with ease. After years of studying and creating these monstrous psychopaths, it's ludicrous that it could all conclude in mere minutes. In a frantic bid to preserve his life, he activates a hidden door and enters the chamber where his final specimen is being stored within a room. This being is the professor's greatest invention, a work of art that frightens me with each glance. He possesses an hourglass figure that many girls would envy. I can't help but ponder his fitness regimen. Verdun swiftly overtakes the fearful professor, who is in disbelief that the mage eliminated all his test subjects so rapidly. Our boy nonchalantly confesses that he incinerated them all, leaving no escape possible now. The professor considers the entire scenario absurd. Although he regarded them as his unsuccessful test subjects, their strength in numbers remained significant. One mage should not be capable of eliminating them all so swiftly. With this achievement alone, he is completely convinced that Verdun ranks as a fourth-tier mage. Regarding our boy, he is captivated by the view of the creature being kept in the chamber. The professor's anxiety transforms into pride. He has never felt prouder of any creation in his life. This being is known as gluttony, representing their collective and beliefs. It embodies the perfect life form that consumes all it encounters to gain greater strength. Verdun feels a shiver run down his spine upon learning that this being is meant to be humanity's future. He cannot afford for situations to spiral out of control, so he severs the professor's arm. At last, a hero who seeks to neutralize a danger before it arises. Even so, it's regrettable for him, because despite his desperate cries, the professor had already activated the button prior to his arm being severed. And lo, the monstrosity referred to as gluttony. Seriously, if this being symbolizes the future of humanity, count me out for sure. Verdun ultimately understands the professor's scheme, who is triumphantly laughing, indicating that the mage's vast mana reserves will ultimately lead to his downfall. Due to gluttony, he's gazing at a 5-star feast brimming with mana right here. The being distinctly shows an ability to communicate its hunger. Verdun is taken by surprise, as gluttony writhes uncontrollably with frenzied energy. The ravenous beast has secured its prey, eager to devour the tasty dish. Chat, is this creature Riz? I mentioned Verdun resembles Gojo, but wow, even the monsters are after his staff. In all seriousness, when gluttony released a surge of energy, it significantly amplified its form. Within mere seconds, this being was already harnessing powers that exceed years of human training. It astonishes him that an artificial entity is capable of wielding such powers. Moreover, gluttony is going absolutely wild, specifically attacking the most vulnerable sections of our boy's defensive shield, revealing every conceivable weakness. It's no wonder the professor considers this creature his greatest masterpiece. Even Verdun acknowledges the research's intrigue, but he isn't likely to grasp the fraud accusations in the near future. As gluttony charges at him, yelling once more, our boy delivers a reality check with his staff, slapping him, pushing him against the closest wall. Keep in mind, everyone, this could be the most significant day for the professor after years of research, yet for our boy, it's merely another Tuesday. Verdun, deeming the creature inferior, anticipates his next action. Since those tough times as a lab subject in the Bohemian Magic Tower, managing his volatile anger has turned into a necessary survival skill for our boy. Rather than allowing the flames to engulf him, that rage acts as the driving force for a theory that defies heaven. With the being finally discarded, those overwhelming feelings solidify into cold, precise logic. At this point, we will refer to this creature by a nickname, Mortal. It has the same physical attributes as the professor's experimental orc, particularly that frighteningly rapid regeneration that turns eliminating it into a true hassle. This object is characterized by exceptional elasticity, flexibility, and speed. As Verdun's team arrives, it becomes evident that these are the creature's sole tactics. As Mortal narrows the gap, he immediately initiates a counterattack. While agility initially protects the creature, Verdun's earthen spear ultimately strikes true, eliciting a spray of blood from Mortal's lungs. That spear was merely a diversion, though. The hero's enchanted arrow flies swiftly towards its genuine target just behind it. The conflict favors Verdun, as Mortal, unlike a skilled knight, lacks the instinct to detect even the simplest strategies in combat. It operates with the finesse of a professional in powerful strikes, yet remains merely a creature in human form. Verdun ridicules the professor, claiming his so-called magnum opus lacks the strength to merit a title. The professor appears utterly heartbroken as his masterpiece collapses. This top-tier invention was crafted to absorb an adversary's characteristics by consuming their mana, a procedure designed to create a genuine neo-human. Instead, a lopsided thrashing occurs, much to the professor's dismay. Yet, he reassures himself with the feeble justification that the creature is merely an infant born prematurely. As the creature suffers from hunger, its true potential stays untapped. In a perverse decision, the professor intends to offer his own severed arm as food for his baby, a frantic offering aimed at rejuvenating the beast's strength and securing their escape. Nonetheless, Verdun transitions into a complete investigative mode, insisting on a research log from him. Following a serious threat directed at his child and the professor must surrender the experiment logs. He wagers that, being a mage, Verdun will clearly recognize the significance of this research. Thus, the man wagers his life on the belief that the research holds too much value to be lost, yet he evidently underestimates our boy significantly. Rather than respect, a gaze of utter revulsion accompanies the logs being discarded carelessly like refuse. Although the study may hold some biological significance, its ethical breaches are severe enough to compare with the Bohemian Tower. When asked for justification, Verdun clearly expresses that the project doesn't match his vibe. In the next instant, the professor protests vehemently as the intention to murder both him and his pet becomes unmistakably evident. Our boy ponders exploring the Ark and gluttony, yet the idea falters in his throat. As Jason approaches, all possible leaks must be sealed right away. In the next instant, he casts the Ignite spell, incinerating the professor and his experiment completely. Moments later, Jason shows up, his expression filled with worry. When questioned about the assassin, he brags about taking him out, asserting that if a vice captain is injured, the villain must be in far worse condition. The excuse is clear. Jason clearly allowed the target to escape. A map detailing the area surrounding Martess is now Verdun's focus, despite the fact that the designated spot remains unknown. Out of nowhere, a piercing headache emerges, a typical sign of mana overuse. Whether he can truly exhaust his mana remains a mystery for another time. For now, it's time to return home. Days go by, and tranquility is restored to Martess following the revelation of the terrorist scheme. As a result, an enraged mayor maintains the knights in a state of readiness, enhancing security and emptying the underground tunnels. Local politics aren't a priority for our boy. Currently, what matters most is the administration of the Mana Circuit Expansion Enhancer. Utilizing this miracle, years of magical growth are compressed into merely a few weeks. Verdant is drenched in sweat from the immense effort involved in the process. Having attained mid-rank 3 in his elemental system, it's now the right moment to advance to the next level. In the meantime, an enigmatic character, presumably the big boss, learns about the professor's demise. Isn't particularly upset about the news. In fact, he intended to get rid of the professor regardless. Instead, his approach to the cleanup ignites a true curiosity in him. Soon, our hero will be honored by his presence. The following morning, Verdant arrives at the Martis Knights training grounds, concentrating on his magical exercises. Prior groundwork on that enigmatic map had indicated a dormant research center concealed. Hidden deep in the forest at the edge, The secret to elite villainy seems to lie in concealing a front entrance beneath a giant tree, secured with an intricate mechanical lock. After an extensive search, the facility revealed no evidence of life apart from the typical forest insects. In addition to a fang-shaped symbol noted in the professor's journal and a gold benchmark for physical endurance, the path for the ark or gluttony is completely deserted. No hints, no directions, nothing at all. In the meantime, the local knights are thoroughly enjoying gossiping about his training methods. Naturally, a reputable mage honing his skills with a pole technique is sure to attract attention. With the rare Mobbit skin acquisition and thwarting an actual terrorist scheme, he's certainly getting a favorable outcome. A summons from the mayor abruptly ends the session. Shortly after, Verdant is seated before a mayor who is nearly buzzing with appreciation. Despite Verdant's attempts at modesty, the man insists on expressing his gratitude. Due to our boy's involvement, the city guards successfully captured the remaining members of the professor's faction concealed within the city. Admittedly, they didn't apprehend any key figures, only a group of the professor's indoctrinated followers. But a victory is still a victory. Public unrest is detrimental to business, after all. Both concur that these heroic acts ought to remain confidential. In Verdant's realm, a meticulously crafted reputation serves as the ultimate currency. He has no desire to be just another mercenary knight. Instead, he seeks recognition as the formidable mage who rescues cities. This type of reputation leads to superior offers, and remaining silent now allows for a greater reward to be obtained in the future. Faithful to that brilliant forecast, the mayor guides him directly to a concealed vault brimming with rare items, either acquired or seized from criminals. When the massive doors creak open, a wondrous swarm of dreams emerges, all the way to expertly designed mithril swords that easily absorb mana too. Premium artifacts are available for the taking. With ample time to browse, Verdant feels confident in his decision. Although chances for fame will arise again, this unique reward is the true treasure. Essentially, mithril is a premium material, yet Verdant finds himself gazing at a sword that resembles little more than an extravagant butter knife for someone of his skill level. Given his selectiveness regarding equipment, he seeks approval to evaluate the collection. The mayor's increasing admiration for our young friend is evident. It's rare for an amateur to have such appraisal skills, yet Verdant undoubtedly does. While examining, several items catch his eye, yet nothing here matches his existing loadout. He's contemplating taking a sword to sell it later for profit, but then, an enigmatic ring halts him in his path. His evaluation ability encounters a dead end, showing no response. In the RPG realm, this typically indicates it's worthless or something non-magical. The mayor advises Verdant to proceed at his own pace. The unfortunate man didn't understand Verdant's literal approach. As the sun sets, the mayor's tolerance is wearing thin. Our protagonist's attention to detail exceeds all hopes. Ultimately, Verdant shows leniency by selecting a protective necklace with an auto-mana barrier. The mayor cautions him that using the barrier from this necklace consumes mana voraciously. Verdant merely dismisses the warning. With a mana pool as vast as an ocean, he knows he can handle it without issue. Nevertheless, the mayor is hesitant to provide more than one modest item, so he presents the ring that Verdant was admiring. Verdant maintains a calm demeanor, yet the mayor claims he is a hero of the city. As Verdant prepares to depart, the mayor inquires if he's leaving. Verdant refutes this, stating he has some matters to resolve in town. The mayor extends a blank check for assistance, which earns Verdant's heartfelt appreciation. At the mines in the Viren territory, things are becoming eerie. A miner uncovers a skull and begins to lose his sanity. His partner ridicules him, saying it's not as if he's never seen a bone before, but the worker highlights the issue that the skull remains entirely intact. His pickaxe should have reduced it to powder, indicating that it is evidently possessed. To resolve the issue, the partner simply kicks the skull aside and instructs him to return to his task. Suddenly, the temperature drops. The miner's face is pale as they glance behind him. Unaware, the unfortunate man continues until his friend gestures with a shaking finger. He spins around right as the skull assembles itself into a complete undead entity. His cry for all to flee is abruptly silenced by a massacre. The undead begin their pursuit, Now whispers spread quicker than arrows. In the Viren mines, some things refuse to remain dead. The city has officially declared a state of emergency. The remaining miners are alerting others as the whole area starts to descend into chaos. A messenger from Viren arrives at Martes soon after with news. In the meantime, Iris' friends are curious about when their companion will finally get close to our guy. Our guy is honing his magical skills with Iris supervising closely. She's guiding him through the next phase of a spell, urging him to blend his mana into the mixture. It took our boy an entire month to master the mana for the next stage, enchantment, and his unique technique. He dedicated his time to studying enchantment magic with Iris. Currently, Verdant is in the woods applying his enchantment lessons practically. Applying enchantments to himself such as strength enhancement, reaction speed enhancement, sensory enhancement, and barrier enhancement. With all those boosts swirling around him, he charges at an orc, delivering a mana-infused blow that cleaves the creature in two. After a month of rigorous training, he finally puts his skills to effective use in real combat. She ponders briefly if there's anything our boy is incapable of achieving. He expresses gratitude to Iris for the magic lessons, yet she's so impressed by his skill that she attempts to attribute all the credit to him. To her, he seems incredible, almost self-taught. Verdant, though, dismisses the compliments with a dose of reality. A self-education journey is unattainable when all the books are incinerated. As she was the one who assisted him during his struggles, the credit for his learning rightfully belongs to her. That assertion completely preserves her dignity. His humble demeanor is genuinely captivating. He's so flawless that it raises some eyebrows. His romantic pursuits naturally spark curiosity, as it seems our guy possesses all the qualities that attract girls. Her thoughts spiral as she questions if Verdant harbors a concealed issue. His serene response, claiming he has no problems, leaves her perplexed. That's when it dawns on her. She had been voicing her thoughts aloud. He bluntly advises her to contain her untamed ideas. Completely mortified, she attempts to ease the tension but is unsuccessful. Right back to the city entrance. However, the awkwardness ends abruptly at the entrance. Upon discovering Oscar waiting, it appears he has a request he wishes to present. The reason someone of Oscar's stature, the guild master of Marty's Adventurers Guild, personally approaches Verdant, is due to a large swarm of undead emerging in the mines close to the Viren territory, directly at the Martes border. The magnitude of the outbreak compels the guild to request external assistance, but the true challenge lies in the characteristics of the creatures involved. Engaging with these undead leads to a curse or illness, causing local adventurers to be reluctant to accept the task. Upon learning of our boy's achievement in revealing a recent terrorist scheme, Oscar comes to seek his assistance. Typically, Verdant would refuse such a bleak request. However, with his bounty funds nearly depleted, he opts to accept the contract. Gaining some additional notoriety could certainly benefit his standing. Nearby adventurers, already abuzz with tales of his talent and charm, observe the interaction with keen interest. Verdant looks at Iris and inquires about her knowledge of the undead situation. She asserts that she has only recently learned of it, but her deception is somewhat transparent. When he points out that her group is following and could be scared of the monsters, she acknowledges feeling a bit anxious but regards the local tales of curses as mere superstition, drawing on her academy education. In her view, the mission is a surefire success. With her team not engaging in direct combat, she confidently states that Verdant will take the lead, allowing her and her group to provide support from the back. It is a moment of great, though misguided, pride. Her party members appear clearly uncomfortable as their leader confidently reveals their strategy to evade direct combat. To anyone eavesdropping, it seems the party is entirely willing to let others bear the burden. In spite of the uncomfortable interaction, Verdant is optimistic that the chance will eventually lead to something fruitful. It has been a day since the team set out to conquer the undead. As the rest of the team is confined within the carriage, our boy is soaring through the skies using flight magic. His decision to remain aloft leads the group to speculate whether he is deliberately distancing himself, along with the enigma of how he sustains the enormous mana needed to uphold such a spell endlessly. Naturally, curiosity in the carriage shifts to his connection with Iris. She discreetly implies they are just a senior-junior pair, a gesture recalling the moment he rescued them. When a girl suggests they could be alumni from the same school, Iris explains that Verdant is more like a mentor to her, even with their slight age difference. The dialogue abruptly halts as Verdant's voice echoes down to the carriage. From his position, he can see a swarm of undead relentlessly pursuing a group of Viren inhabitants. He rushes into the chaos without hesitation to take action. From afar, the vast multitude of the undead is impressive, yet it presents an ideal chance to evaluate the outcomes of his latest endeavors. His self-assurance arises from a hidden talent associated with a treasure he obtained from the Magic Tower, an unusual grimoire. Generally, only a mage of the 3rd tier or above can utilize such an artifact, as it greatly boosts the caster's magical strength upon activation. This item represents a pinnacle of magical craftsmanship, crafted to enhance all types of sorcery. Now, paired with his month of enchantment training, the conditions are ripe for a display of devastation. The Artisan Magic Tower is the sole entity capable of creating an artifact of this magnitude, due to the demanding prerequisites and the exceedingly rare materials needed. As these items possess immense power, they are typically subject to rigorous registration and monitoring. Unsurprisingly, our protagonist wields an unregistered grimoire of elemental magic. He has taken it a step further by inscribing a sophisticated, perpetually active connection magic circle within it, transforming advanced theory into a perilous actuality. When he chooses to experiment with it, the world responds. He casts a spell to manipulate the geography of the area, and the earth fractures. To the dread and amazement of all observers, the planet itself rises, creating a colossal earthen hand that lifts the undead skeleton as if they were mere toys. Without hesitation, he proceeds with a double casting of flame and blast, burning the confined bones until only floating ash is left. His friends are utterly astonished. Casting high-level spells is impressive, but doing so after sustaining a flight spell for a full 24 hours is something else entirely. Verdane observes that the earth elemental spell he inscribed in the grimoire exceeded his expectations. The vast mana reservoir from his altered body, defying heaven, combined with the grimoire's enhancement, has probably elevated his geography manipulation to all. Those hours of practice were certainly not a waste. Observing from the sidelines, Iris is convinced he has attained the 4th tier. After all, only a 4th tier mage can move mountains, not a 3rd tier. However, her wonder is abruptly interrupted by a chilling rush of adrenaline. A zombie laggard has crept up behind her, launching an ambush. However, before it can even touch her, a newcomer darts into her view. In a swift motion of metal and velocity, the undead's head is severed from its body in moments. Examining the man closely, possessing the platinum plate, with a large axe in tow, the group quickly identifies him as Galliarch the Butcher. He swiftly inquires about the location of the undead horde he seeks, only for Iris to reveal that they have already been completely eliminated. Galliarch remains skeptical. He possesses the evidence that such a large horde doesn't simply disappear. His eyes turn to our boy, looking for the individual accountable for managing the cleanup team. When he straightforwardly inquires if Verdane committed the act, our guy isn't one for humility, as he defiantly responds, questioning what would happen if it were his own work. That certainly doesn't please the Butcher. Galliarch didn't journey all this way merely to gaze at a heap of ashes. With Verdane having taken the role and the accolades directly from him, Galliarch concludes that the only rational course of action is to seek revenge. The atmosphere surrounding the two men grows heavy with a clear desire for vengeance. To choose the ideal location for the fight, Verdane creates space between them, preparing for the imminent clash, a tactic that does not go unnoticed by his rival. The possibility of Verdane truly rising excites Galliarch, bringing a thrilled smile to his face. One of the adventurers cautions our boy against confronting the Butcher. The man's possible threat causes Iris to wear a worried expression. However, the adventurer clarifies that calling it dangerous is an understatement. Galliarch is characterized by overwhelming strength and a fierce temper. In a previous drunken frenzy, he crushed a knight who intervened. The obvious criminal nature of the act surprises Iris. However, another individual interrupts, pointing out that the guild's reliance on his power secured his liberty. Goad, a member of Galliarch, straightforwardly claims that Galliarch's rank as a platinum adventurer effectively grants him immunity from legal consequences. Nonetheless, his fellow teammate, Nerian, urges the team to concentrate on controlling their troublesome leader, particularly as they find themselves on Viren territory, a scenario that could quickly escalate into a diplomatic crisis. Goad argues with his team that since Verdun's group could be on an official mission from Viren, creating a disturbance now would only lead to complications. He opts to manage the situation personally. Galliarch, on the other hand, is far from pleased. He firmly believes he could eliminate them all and attribute it to an unidentified group. Goad, conversely, is prepared to demonstrate to our boy where he stands and triggers his magical pressure ability. Unaffected by the spell, Verdane ranks the guy at mid-third tier at most. As those around struggle with the overwhelming burden of the pressure, our guy stays unfazed. Even with the prominent title, the ability is merely a chaotic outpouring of unrefined mana, and Verdane easily sees Goad's awkward method. In the next instant, Verdane unleashes his magic. The force not only negates Goad's pressure, but also sends him crashing down. Galliarch's attention is instantly drawn to the display of strength. As Verdane presents his made-up name, Galliarch simply smiles, evidently thrilled at the chance to meet someone like him. Once the conflict concludes, the group is assigned to protect the king's safety and provide assistance, which postpones their entry into the Viren territory. Furthermore, Verdun's friends are quite displeased with him for confronting someone like Galliarch. The following day, they find themselves before the Lord of Viren, Farnad van Viren. He is prepared with his Viren Knight forces and a religious faction comprising clerics. All are making their way to the mines to eradicate the undead plague. Prior to sending the troops, the Lord conveys his wish for no casualties. Galliarch's group and our team are both involved in the mission. Galliarch mocks Verdane, implying he could be anxious. As Verdun's companions caution him once more against provoking the butcher, he retorts that he won't engage unless the opposing side initiates conflict. Moreover, they must concentrate, as the battle has commenced. In the next instant, a fierce clash erupts between the human soldiers and the undead skeletons. The leader instructs them to smash the skeleton skulls to prevent regeneration, as striking the center merely allows them to revive. Clerics and mages are expected to remain at the back for assistance. The battlefield transforms as a blood golem appears. Knights caution the clerics to retreat or face being obliterated, since the creature cannot be vanquished by a regular sword. Galliarch, on the other hand, embraces the challenge and leaps into the air, stating that battling this beast is merely a warm-up for him. Initially, he strikes the creature with immense, bone-crushing power. Then, without hesitation, he rips the golem's head completely from its body. Galliarch's demonstration of talent captivates Lord Viren. The man's subsequent action raises doubts about his mental state. In a clear display of dominance, Galliarch hurls the decapitated head into the air, dropping it directly in front of our guy. The behavior is extremely disrespectful, yet the underlying message is unmistakable. This is Galliarch's method of asserting dominance. It's a provocation, a test to demonstrate that Verdun's accomplishments from the previous day were more than mere luck. The technique is effective. Moments later, Verdun engages his terrain manipulation, causing the very earth under the brute's feet to shift. In the blink of an eye, he unleashes a colossal fireball spell. The consecutive casting of powerful magic worries his companions, but our hero shows no signs of hesitation. While he crushes the undead, Galliarch expresses his enthusiasm. Our boy's fierce temper, even with that gentle, modest appearance, brings him joy. He subsequently dares Verdun to a contest. The victor will be the one who defeats the most undead. Following that, the battlefield transforms into a frenzied scene of devastation. As our hero incinerates hordes of undead with accurate spells, Galliarch tears through them using sheer strength. Galliarch's relentless taunts resonate deeply with our protagonist, who takes the opportunity to eliminate the undead during the journey. This unexpected challenge ultimately benefits the entire group, resulting in surprisingly few losses by the time they arrive at the mines. Due to the restricted space within the cave, only a chosen few can enter, such as Verdun, Iris, and Galliarca's team. Galliarca's uncommon commendation of Verdun's abilities is met with complete apathy from our guy. Goad, the mage on Galliarca's team, is certainly not feeling the good vibes. Jealousy gnaws at him after Verdun effortlessly countered his mana pressure. While our boy seems to be a third tier like him, his genuine depth continues to be a dubious enigma. As the chosen group ventures into the mines, the primary garrison remains at the entrance. Nerian, a gold-ranked ranger from Galliarca's team, assumes the front position. She is undoubtedly skilled at her work, identifying dangers and dispatching undead through precise ambushes. Each party member demonstrates effectiveness, functioning seamlessly like a finely tuned machine. Still, a growing sense of dread troubles Verdun. The group's momentum halts as a knight halts them, spotting what appears to be a dead end. Silently, Verdun examines the whole mine using mana detection, looking for any indication of a lich. An ambush would be the worst scenario if they aim to ensure everyone's safety and keep them all intact. Iris notices Verdun's distraction, and she's not alone in this. Galliarc notices the strain and mocks him, inquiring if he senses death. The butcher is also aware of a formidable undead nearby, and this awareness only heightens his eagerness for the impending battle. Verdun consents, softly cautioning Iris to remain close to him as the actual fight commences. When she inquires about the type of monster they confront, but he lacks a definitive response. The group in front unexpectedly notices a light shining at the mine's distant end. A report from rocks reveals a tunnel concluding with an unforeseen illumination. The revelation is startling. There ought to be no alternative exits apart from the one they used. Galliarc stops the team, as they come across what seems to be a tomb. The most notable feature is a skeleton adorned with the royal emblem of Estria. This is unexpected, given that Verdun is presently hiding his identity after fleeing the Bohemian magic tower in the Revant Duchy, which initially became independent from Estria. The appearance of these symbols in Viren is strange. Goat is the most unsettled, assigned with the initial scouting mission. The neglected evidence of Estria is a significant shame. Eager to restore his reputation, he proposes to address the core issue so his peers won't need to deal with such a trivial chore. The clerics initiate their usual purification ceremony, an essential measure should the undead turn out to be a death knight. They may weaken it prior to awakening, potentially defeating it with minimal harm to themselves. Regrettably, the body instantly radiates mana. The clerics respond by casting a stone strike spell, launching a huge boulder at the figure. However, it is already too late. The knight stirs before the stone can even hit. It extends, almost seizing Goad. However, Galliarc steps in, seizing the creature's hand and crushing it in his grasp while lamenting its unexpected swiftness. As the undead takes a fighting position, Galliarc questions its identity as a death knight. A cleric responds with a voice heavy with fear, declaring it to be a wailing knight. Though typically seen as less formidable than a death knight in direct combat, they may be more perilous due to their unique power to control lesser undead. As expected, the remaining skeletons in the tomb start to move. Advancing, our boy asserts that the path ahead is unmistakably evident. They are all present for a singular purpose, and that involves burying the wailing knight permanently. To achieve this, he begins employing his magic to reshape the entire landscape, seeking to counteract the enemy's overwhelming numerical superiority. In the following instant, the earth trembles violently beneath them, causing his companions to doubt his intentions. Galliarca's concern that Verdun seeks to take the boss monster for himself is evident. Verdun assures him that there will be more than enough foes to encounter down there. As if summoned, a horde of the undead rises. Skeletal dark mages float above, while soldiers surge on the ground, poised to rip the party to shreds. In the meantime, our protagonist is solely focused on personally defeating the Wailing Knight. Without squandering another instant, Verdun launches a barrage of fire arrows towards the Wailing Knight. Essentially, fire and sacred elements serve as the natural nemesis of the undead. Thus, he enhances the attack by double casting with Heatwave Arrow, causing a huge explosion upon impact. Noticing a fleeting gap in the smoke, he thrusts a fire spear into the knight's chest, yet the undead boss shows no signs of distress. Apart from a frail gap in its armor, the creature looms large. The knight's swift transition into a counterattack is clear. An effective block is the sole path ahead. A direct strike risks breaking Verdant's mana barrier, and the ensuing kick would expose him completely. He shifts to ice magic, unleashing a chilling wave of winter gust. He casts Breath of Glacier twice, successfully encasing the Wailing Knight in an icy prison. The strategy is straightforward. Overwhelm the icy foe with sheer weight. Concentrating his mind, he readies a triple earth spear throw, conjuring a huge rock spike directed straight at the knight's heart. Surprisingly, the Wailing Knight senses the approaching threat and breaks the ice prison with sheer force. Its form transforms rapidly, dark mana gathering into a suit of armor resembling obsidian enveloping its body. In the next instant, Verdant senses a throbbing pain in his head, signaling that his mana reserves are depleted. If things continue like this, total depletion and defeat are imminent. Before the circumstances escalate, Galliarch bursts onto the scene, delivering a bone-jarring punch to the knight. It appears the butcher has finally decided he won't allow our boy to enjoy the main course alone anymore. In the meantime, the remaining adventurers eliminate the 3 liches without any losses. When Rox attributes the success to Narian, Goad's annoyance is clear. She wasn't the sole one defeating powerful undead. To maintain harmony, Rox compliments him, acknowledging his role in the battle. Iris, nonetheless, stays concentrated on the overall vision. Her colleagues highlight the obvious issue that there is no defined exit strategy. An enormous gap beyond their reach, and their combined firepower fails to breach the sturdy walls. If the roof gives way, all will fall with it, entombed alive. As expected, the walls start to shake. The quake stem directly from Galliarch's confrontation with the altered Wailing Knight. Despite his bone-crushing blows, the creature's new armor remains unscathed. Instead, a powerful strike from the knight knocks Galliarch backward. The creature swiftly counters with a sword attack, making Galliarch duck just in the nick of time. The knight jumps back to reposition while Galliarch prepares his axe. Galliarch's astonishment is clear as he senses our boy behind him. He didn't anticipate Verdun remaining upright. He recommends a break, yet Verdun is more focused on an after-action report regarding the boss undead. Galliarch returns with news that the creature is resilient, yet battling it is sheer fun. Galliarch pushes ahead once more. He jumps into the sky, his axe raised for the next strike. Activating his destruction ability, he strikes down with tremendous power, shattering the ground beneath the knight's feet. Prior to booting the monster aside, as more undead surge from behind, Verdun instantly unleashes a mana explosion, incinerating the minor threats before they disrupt. Galliarch seizes the Wailing Knight using his bare hands and crashes it against the wall with bone-shattering power. Without any prior notice, Verdun instructs him to move aside while he casts a powerful fire spell. A guttural curse escapes the butcher as the heat intensifies. Nevertheless, the knight remains resolute and refuses to fall. The sword thrusts forward, targeting Galliarch, yet he intercepts the blade with his elbow and knee, halting the metal mere inches from his torso. In the following instant, the Wailing Knight redirects its attention solely to Verdun. It charges ahead, moving through the remaining flames as if they were merely a delicate haze. The sight of the flames having no impact on the creature creates noticeable tension on the boy's expression. The necklace of protection is his only defense against the knight's direct blow. The mayor's prior caution regarding the jewelry's significant mana usage, previously dismissed as trivial, now resonates as the reason for his dwindling reserves. In addition to the mystical drain, a piercing, sickening ache from a dislocated shoulder complicates every motion. The primary issue continues to be the foe, whose power has surged dramatically since donning the black armor. Capitalizing on a moment of change, the clerics enter the battle with the 2 fighters, their sacred chains striking out to ensnare the knight from all angles. When asked about the obsidian armor, the clerics provide no explanations. The church records hold no documentation of a Wailing Knight with such an appearance. Galliarch charges at the restrained foe, yelling for the clerics to secure the chains. The Wailing Knight responds with immense physical strength, pulling the chains and almost pulling the holy casters into a crash. Galliarch arrives just in time, rescuing the clerics from a devastating, bone-crushing blow and instructing them to assemble for another effort. Observing from afar, Gode feels his confidence surge. The knight's intense concentration on Galliarch presents an ideal opportunity to demonstrate his value. He prepares to deliver a fatal strike. Yet the creature swats the projectile away like a pesky mosquito, bouncing it directly back to him. Seeing his wounded teammate drives Galliarch into a frenzied fury. He pushes the creature away and commands the clerics to tend to the injured mage. The Wailing Knight charges at him once more, yet Galliarch seizes it using just his hands, slamming the beast into the ground. He looks back at Verdun, insisting on understanding the duration required for mana recovery. Our son responds that just a few seconds are sufficient for him to regain composure. Galliarch signals readiness as he pins down the enemy forces, revealing the exact area he had compromised previously. A sharp elbow to the stomach elicits a loud curse from the butcher. Yet he remains resolute, driving the knight back into the earth again, until a noticeable fracture eventually spreads across the dark armor. Galliarch and Verdun continue to stay highly vigilant, their gaze fixed on the broken plating. The opportunity for a decisive win fades as the knight strikes with a brutal hit, tossing Galliarch over the... He positions himself in the space, standing between the beast and the creature, and proclaims himself the true rival of the Wailing Knight. The exposed gap in the knight's chestplate is the sole route to triumph. A precise, concentrated blast of magic aimed at that location is a risk, yet it's the last option available. He unleashes the spell, but the Wailing Knight's reflexes remain alarmingly keen. Before the flame can reach its target, a swift wave of frost slices through the air, separating them. He turns to find Iris at the source. He understands that her ice magic has entered the battle. The recollection of his past encouragement rushes into his thoughts. He had commended her innate talent for ice magic, even though she was inexperienced with elemental spells. Motivated by those words, she vowed to give her all. Currently, he silently admires her timely action. With the knight temporarily hindered by the frost, the opportunity is greater than ever. Verdun prepares a final, focused flame spell, gearing up to secure a hard-earned triumph. While unconscious, our guy holds onto the vivid memories of Wailing Knight. He believes that regardless of the obstacles he faces, he will return to his homeland. He reiterates this promise in his waning thoughts as it propels him onward. He genuinely believes it. However, destiny is not entirely in his control. He discovers a truth he was never supposed to uncover, and that revelation destroys all his carefully laid plans. Consequently, his son witnessed his father being buried alive right before his eyes. Nevertheless, the longing to return home remains with him always. As he awakens on the ground, confusion washes over him. Iris and the priest experience relief as he finally speaks after his silence. He pushes himself up, concentrating on the fight, eager to see if the subjugation is successful. The priest clarifies that triumph is due to his efforts. Iris notes they defeat the knight, but he unexpectedly collapses afterward. The priest associates his downfall with the necklace he holds. He feels a force within it, akin to the presence of the Wailing Knight. Verdun holds it so firmly that no one can take it away. The priest thinks it should be surrendered due to its menacing aura. Verdun declines and takes full responsibility for it himself, asserts that everything will be fine, despite the priest's caution that anything could happen. Galliarch alters the atmosphere by remarking that the necklace offered as a reward is rather insignificant. The priest concurs. However, it is clear to all that Gode's condition is of greater importance. He endures solely due to their swift actions. Relief washes over them as his survival is confirmed. As Verdun is restored, the team gets ready to go back as cleanup nears completion. The undead warriors, their leader, the vanquished Wailing Knight who invades my territory, are all overcome. Upon hearing of it, Fear compels the Lord to command an immediate thorough cleanup. Fortunately, everyone who enters the mine survives. Verdun feels unsettled after exploring the undead's memories. Simultaneously, he acknowledges a distinct outcome from this event. He becomes more resilient. Real fight challenges his boundaries more rapidly than any study can. Although he still stays at the 3rd level, the enchanted tome that severs links and enhances mana enables him to unleash area spells at the 4th level. This advancement bolsters his determination. Should he persist without quitting, he will eventually attain the rank of the Tower Master. Following the event, the priests of the Lewis Order decide to remain and oversee the mining operations. The explorers get ready to go back to their journeys. Galliarch speculates that Verdun won't settle for a life as just an adventurer or mercenary and questions whether he intends to go to Grey. Verdun is taken aback by this notion. The other clarifies that Grey serves as a hub for information exchange and request coordination, where only the skilled gain entry. Numerous, driven warriors assemble in the city, pursuing glory and riches beyond rigid regulations. Since they battle together, Galliarch freely shares this information. Verdun has spent the majority of his life confined within the magic tower, leaving him without street knowledge. However, he understands that perilous missions in Grey attract tougher foes, and tougher foes offer greater opportunities for growth. Iris from the carriage alerts everyone that departure nears. She questions whether he plans to depart with them. Additionally, she intends to delve deeper into elemental magic upon her return. He observes his separation and understands he has no intention of following. His injuries remain raw, but his resolve is strong. He expresses gratitude for the enhancement magic she shared and reassures her that with consistent practice, she will excel in elemental control. Nevertheless, he affirms that he must depart. The goodbye arrives sooner than anticipated. Iris contemplates all that transpires. She endures the conflict and acquires insights she couldn't grasp at the academy. Their meeting starts abruptly and now concludes in the same manner. She realizes that restraining him achieves nothing. They greet each other and separate with plans to reunite. She silently resolves that when that moment arrives, she will stand confidently as someone he can recognize. Simultaneously, Rovalin faces the imprisoned man, insisting he explain why the Black Hour is targeting the magic tower of Bohemern. Essentially, the Black Hour consists of mages who reject conventional magic to pursue a distorted journey. For Rovalin, the reality of the assault on the magic tower of Bohemern remains concealed in darkness. She never learns who issued the command or the reasons behind the assault. She suspects that the individuals she was probing are of lower status, as such significant secrets are likely held by those much higher in rank. Following instant, she confronts a man who values Rovalin for the immense devastation caused by merely a fundamental second-rank spell. This individual is Lucid, the 3rd disciple of Valdek, who holds the belief that those endowed with innate abilities exist in a realm distinct from that of ordinary mages. Rovalin, on the other hand, is displeased with his presence. The concerns arise regarding her solo investigation into perilous issues, suggesting she could become their master's 4th student. To divert him from these dangers, Ravelin advises him to focus on his own projects. It has been 7 years since his renowned theory of multi-continuity made waves, and numerous individuals are still eager to find out if he can achieve success again. Lucid perceives Ravelin's doubt regarding the ancient tales. Although the Tower Master has officially acknowledged the thesis as his own, Ravelin considers the timeline questionable. She observes that a man with such an impeccable intellect has only reached the 4th rank in 7 years. Her keen reasoning resonates deeply with Lucid, who believes she is dishonoring a man he deeply respects. He perceives her as a persistent irritant in his life, particularly since she is exploring the past. Believing Verdun to be deceased, Lucid thinks the reality of the stolen research is lost for good. This quietude protects certain influential individuals, but Ravelin grows increasingly audacious with each passing day. Lucid understands that displaying anger would reflect poorly before the Tower Master, so he maintains control over his feelings. He prioritizes safeguarding his reputation while discreetly striving for the 5th rank. He is convinced that upon reaching that summit, he will gain the ability to eliminate Ravelin's disruptions once and for all. Before departing Viren, Verdun visits the village of Grey on Galiarka's recommendation. Ultimately, he arrives at Cohen, the industrial hub of Pale's lands. The city features enormous factories and strict order. Individuals relocate here in pursuit of stability, yet the severe conditions widen the divide between the affluent and the impoverished. The slums of Cohen are notorious for their suffering. However, Verdun understands that the most insightful answers are frequently located where society avoids searching. He strides directly into the core of the district. The disparity between the affluent sections and the impoverished areas is shocking. Even the toughest parts of Martez appear vibrant in comparison. At least, he considers the odor here tolerable. He discovers a discreet establishment that acts as a cover for information. The store is vacant apart from a man at the counter who informs him they are closed. Verdun casually states that the butcher referred him. The proprietor inquires about his name, to which he replies Asher. Once the man verifies he fits the provided description, he bypasses the pleasantries, directing him to a concealed door while issuing a serious caution. Avoid causing issues or everyone connected will face the consequences. Verdun walks down the stairs into a warehouse that opens to an underground tavern. A bandaged man guides him indoors. Verdun quickly surveys the area, observing 2 mages, an archer, and a pair of swordsmen. All present in the room are involved in high-stakes tasks or confidential matters. He is taken to a different room. A man comes up to him, introducing himself as Pale, a renowned information broker from the south. Pale acknowledges his admiration for how swiftly our boy has established his reputation since coming to PYTH. Pale is straightforward, providing both job opportunities and insights. Verdun shows interest in both. Pale clarifies the rules. Everything is structured in tiers. The greater the secret's value, the higher the risk and responsibility. Dealing in confidential data can lead to fatal consequences, making trust and reputation the only valuable currencies. This system does not allow for shortcuts. Verdun is aware of the circumstances. Details about the Magic Tower's riches remain elusive. Nevertheless, he lacks sufficient funds. He knows that by taking on tasks and enhancing his reputation, he will ultimately obtain the access he seeks. He requests the liberty to choose his own assignments. Pale consents but requires him to complete a questionnaire beforehand. During their conversation, Pale observes that the young man resembles an adventurer rather than an ordinary mercenary. He subsequently presents a job that aligns with his background. A quest for a perilous beast. Verdun reviews the contract and inquires whether the mission entails tracking a demi-human. But Pale tells him that the target is a roarwolf. Monster hunting usually starts when a local lord or government issues a formal request to the guild. This arrangement emphasizes the close relationship between the governing authority and the guild, enabling a nation to address dangers without carelessly sacrificing its soldiers. Occasionally, a lord opts to deploy his own forces to confront monsters directly. In such cases, any trophies and resources collected from the battlefield are owned by that lord. Nevertheless, the guild typically intervenes to oversee the distribution of those monster materials. When a region depends exclusively on its military, the equilibrium frequently changes. In the absence of steady professional oversight, monster populations surge. If the troops fall behind, the area gradually evolves into a perilous habitat for creatures. Due to this threat, the guild reserves the authority to intervene initially unless an emergency arises. Even so, clients consistently rush to secure the most valuable elements for themselves. The vocal cords of a low-level wolf serve as an excellent illustration. Nobles desire these resources, and traders from Grey earn their livelihood by fulfilling that need. Verdun undertakes tasks via these information brokers and completes them with precision. Currently, he is finalizing a contract. The following morning in this woodland, a large wolf's carcass is found drenched in blood. Pale and Meyer survey the site, observing that the workmanship is flawless. Not only one wolf has perished, the whole pack has been completely eradicated. The extent of devastation indicates that this was not a typical hunt. The smaller wolves fell victim to extensive assaults, resulting in their devastation. The main target, the roar wolf, was managed with greater accuracy. It was dispatched meticulously to ensure its vocal cords remained unharmed. The hunt concluded 2 days early, and the materials are in perfect condition. He verifies that all is precisely as requested and indicates the task is complete. Pale discovers a pointed arrowhead abandoned at the location. Subsequently, Verdun goes to see a workshop master. The artisan inquires whether he is satisfied with the custom staff. Verdun inspects the equipment and concludes it aligns with his expectations, feeling pleased with his selection of workshop. Upon arriving at Cohen, he commanded a complete suit of armor crafted from Mabat's hide, encompassing his entire upper and lower body. Simultaneously, he requests the smith to repair a ring he discovered in Martes. The artisan inspects the ring and clarifies that it is a sophisticated magical object. Repairing it will be challenging. As Verdun examines it with appraisal, he realizes that the damage is significant. While he cannot discern its original power, he is convinced it is a magical object. Thus, he consents to cover the costs for its restoration as a magic artifact. Subsequently, he remained in Cohen for some time, consistently working for Pale. The tasks arrive in a constant flow. He completes each task and receives his payment, engaging in tasks ranging from tracking down criminals and bandits to dismantling illegal slave operations. A month flies by in a whirlwind of action. Ultimately, the ring is repaired, yet its genuine power remains sealed. Verdun understands that the workshop lacks the necessary skills to unravel the mystery, prompting him to attempt the magic repair on his own. As he strolls through the city streets, a young girl dashes by him, holding an ice cream cone. She stumbles and almost falls, but he grabs her just in time. Her grandmother hurries over, anxious that the child misbehaved. Verdun reassures the woman that all is well and the girl is unharmed. The elderly lady appreciates his swift actions and insists on offering him something as gratitude. She mentions that although she has little to offer, she may assist him. The young girl proudly states that her grandmother is renowned for her fortune-telling. Despite Verdun's skepticism about fortune-telling, he consents to sit with her. He hears quietly, as she spreads her cards to foresee his future. She advises him to continue living just as he currently does. He expresses his gratitude and continues on his path. Once he's out of hearing range, the granddaughter inquires about the significance of the cards. The elderly woman interprets the ominous reading. The man card symbolizes life, the reaper denotes death, and the god card indicates birth. All three were presented upside down. It represents utter disorder, depicting an individual who has entirely strayed from his initial fate. Verdun is unaware of the elderly woman's grim perspective. His thoughts are solely on the ring. He persists in attempting to repair it on his own, despite low expectations for progress. For him, the disorder in his life signifies the absence of barriers. He intends to continue experimenting for several more days, and if unsuccessful, he will seek the guidance of a professional, an individual possessing boundless potential that does not introduce negativity into the world. At that moment, a massive map projection emerges before him, leaving him bewildered. Elsewhere, an elderly man gazes at the sky, and one particular star draws his attention. After years of studying astrology, he has never encountered this star previously and is puzzled by its significance. It appears to resist fading, pushing against the surrounding stars. It is a star that was expected to extinguish long ago, yet it continues to shine. It seems like a destiny meant to fade away continues to persist in the world. He begins to cough up blood. With the ring adorning his finger, he gazes at the sky, silently wishing that this star-defying heaven won't take his life. The man possesses the same ring that our boy has today. Examining the map concealed within the ring, Verdun departs from Cohen and moves toward the Bard Mountains. He keeps pale in the dark about this trip, as he himself is uncertain of the ring's destination. With no clear endpoint, he seeks to remain unnoticed. To avoid being tracked, he moves stealthily, occasionally by carriage and primarily on foot, refraining from using magic. Emerging from the forest after 3 weeks, he spots a quaint village nestled in the mountains. His true objective is in the adjacent forest. He concludes that employing a local hunter as a guide would enhance his likelihood of success. he encounters several hooded figures along the way. Among them is a girl who observes him and conveys that he meets her preference, and requests Carden, the man next to her, for a moment away. Her partner responds with annoyance, as this is a frequent occurrence. Carden previously instructed Ferris to stay quiet. No personal actions are permitted until their task is complete. Ferris presses again, but Carden firmly states that she can act freely only once the mission concludes. The main focus is to find and swiftly eliminate the traitor. An onlooker hears their talk of destruction and angrily confronts them. Due to his excessive hearing, Carden concludes that he too must be eliminated. For days later, in the heart of the forest close to the Bard Mountains, Verdun rests by a fire. Frustration mounts as he understands he has been lost for days without success. The hunter leading him is already fatigued. Even after scanning the surroundings with his magical senses, he finds nothing out of the ordinary. This setback compels him to rethink his strategy, leading him to focus on subtle details rather than solely on detection magic. Beyond a specific distance, he observes trees featuring various bark hues. In the past, he frequently flew over this forest, overlooking such distinctions. He now examines everything closely. This change in viewpoint uncovers the truth. The whole woodland operates as a vast enchanted shield. A barrier of remarkable strength has been created. The central tree probably acts as its core. Verdun chooses to shatter it in 1 hour. In truth, he requires 4 hours to fully take apart the magic circle. Inside, Harkin comes to. He understands he has fainted once more. He drinks a red potion, but its effect diminishes. Nevertheless, he perseveres. His thoughts wander to an imminent event that will transform the world. Harkin abruptly perceives something and responds, with trepidation and curiosity about whether the guest emerges from the blackout. Verdun advances and clarifies that his assumption is wrong. He states that the ring led him to this place. As Harkon spots the ring, he recognizes it as Crescent and starts coughing up blood forcefully. Once he has regained some composure, he insists on finding out how Verdun came into possession of it. Verdun realizes that this individual is not just any hermit. Only a formidable person could establish such a vast concealment barrier. The ring and this elderly man are evidently linked. Consequently, he stays vigilant and inquires about Harkin's reasons for hiding here. The man values his cautiousness and consents to clarify. Prior to that, he shows astonishment that Verdun succeeded in evading the barrier. Many of the numerous entrances are lethal traps. Verdun discloses that he took apart the whole circle in 4 hours. Harkon is truly astonished. A person so young shouldn't have such an impressive level of expertise. When questioned about the ring, Harkon states it symbolizes destiny. Although they haven't encountered each other, destiny has brought them together. He acknowledges that he misplaced the ring 15 years prior. He presents himself as Harkon Dazist, a 5th-level mage acknowledged as a sage in alchemy, magical circles, and astrology. Harkon previously had a close companion who attained the 6th level. They established a society focused on the study of magic. That community eventually came to be called the Black Hour. Starting with 8 individuals, it expanded to more than 100 in just a few years. The world both revered and dreaded them, due to their capability to annihilate a small nation during total warfare. Despite their power, Harkon maintains they never pursued control. Even as their skills expanded, they stayed true to their scholarly roots. That stability shatters when a student they both nurtured takes the life of his friend. The student's name was Dahit Westel. Overwhelmed by the child's remarkable skill and promise to attain the 7th level, they overlook his real character. Dahit proclaims that the Black Hour is now his domain. When the founder's age, he has already attained the 6th level. Under his command, many members suffer fatal or serious injuries. Harkon escapes, but his mana channels are cut, rendering him powerless. After 15 years of solitude, he unexpectedly faces our hero, who is led by the Lost Ring. Verdun confronts Harkon about the offenses of the present Black Hour, insisting on whether those deeds are linked to him. Harkon, an astrologer used to seeing glimpses of the future, confesses that this specific corruption did not emerge in his foresight. This shortcoming leaves him with just one choice. He remains patient. Crescent, the ring held by Verdun, is the second of a pair lost in the past, created to lead the one chosen to confront a significant evil. Harkon believes the ring has now accomplished its mission. Pragmatism drives Verdun. A task of this magnitude necessitates fair compensation. He insists on understanding what Harkon can provide. Harkon replies promptly. In return for fulfilling his desires, he will bestow a lifetime of success, wisdom, and expertise. The proposal is a significant one to accept literally. Harkon refers to relinquishing years of knowledge. At the same time, Verdun's heart still burns with personal anger toward Balrog Bessos of the Magic Tower of Bohemern. Revenge persists, but the current issue holds greater significance than personal animosities. Harmony surpasses retribution. An unusual sound reverberates outside, and an intrusion instantly registers in Verdun's mind. The earlier trio rushes into the room, announcing their achievement in finding Harkon. Harkon insists on knowing their identities. Carden, the leader, verifies that the target is Harkon Dazist, marked as a traitor of the Black Hour. Harkon's expression darkens with anger upon hearing Dahit's name. The cloaked figure demands respect for that name. Harkon dismisses the allegation. The bitter irony of his ex-student now leading assassins is evident in his tone. He probes the violation of his barrier, scanning the surroundings for any indication of Dahit's presence. The intruders disclose a mana-tracking artifact as the key to their success, then clarify their intentions. The Bohemern Magic Tower stands in ruins, marking an unparalleled disaster in magical history. The Black Hour is blamed for the destruction. The tower's assassins relentlessly pursue them. The true culprit is suspected to be the sage. Harkon chuckles icily. If he had the power to destroy a whole magic tower, his foes would have been eliminated by now. As they converse, Verdun silently triggers a triple casting. Flame current arrows rush ahead as the gale and ice spikes activate simultaneously. The political strife is less important than one undeniable truth. The Magic Tower and the Black Hour are in conflict. If the tower pursues the Black Hour, it benefits his agenda. The assailants pull back. A young sorcerer able to link advanced elemental spells is an oversight they didn't anticipate. Carden wonders if Harkon has trained an apprentice, a notion his ally dismisses. In any case, the directive is to remove all individuals present. Ferris scrutinizes Verdun with a disquieting fascination, asserting her claim over him. Suddenly, a wall of flames bursts forth before her. His fourth-level magic designates him as a deadly danger. Verdun monitors their actions, observing their manipulation of wind and telekinesis. The leader's presence indicates the third circle, but his spellcasting holds significantly greater importance. Ferris tries to suppress it, but fails entirely. Verdun's counterspells compel her to evade urgently. With a swift motion, he lunges ahead and grips her by the throat, employing her as a shield. Carden reels. Third-level magic shouldn't penetrate fourth-level defense so effortlessly. Outnumbered, Verdun changes strategy. A stonewall enchantment emerges, intercepting incoming strikes. The alteration of the terrain unleashes power that exceeds conventional limits. Furious, Ferris insists on the opportunity to eliminate Verdun herself. Verdun commands Harkon to withdraw. Safeguarding the Elder complicates the conflict. Harkon recognizes Verdun's remarkable management of the situation and probes his expertise in flight magic. A blast erupts, engulfing the vicinity in smoke. Amidst the fog, Harkon and Verdun retreat, led by Harkon's guidance to a tiny cave. Within, Harkon hurries to a hidden cabinet. He articulates that a genuine magician restricts and shapes a unique journey that transcends traditional limits. From the cabinet, he takes a bottle of liquid. Verdun doubts the potion. Harkon refers to it as a masterpiece made from an uncommon herb, refined for 5,000 days beneath moonlight and starlight. This elixir symbolizes the pinnacle of his strength. Consuming it grants entry to a realm unexplored by typical mages. Harkon guarantees him the liquid is safe unless fate decides differently. As time dwindles, he declines to plead. His sole desire is to see the journey fate has planned for the boy. Strange mana emanates from the bottle. Verdun assesses the circumstances. Harkin lacks any motive for harm. Trust transforms into a deliberate decision. He sips. As the fluid disperses, peculiar energy stirs inside him. Harkin gazes up, whispering about starlight. At that instant, fate's unchanging essence fades away. The boy in front of him is not solely directed by the stars. He is the luminary of the defying skies. Following the transformation, the elderly man observes that our boy appeared to him as a reaper, a figure who dismisses the notion of fate. That encounter transformed everything. Harkin gives his all, having vowed his legacy to the boy. He firmly grips Verdun's shoulder, starting the process of memory transfer. In that instant, Verdun's mind transforms into a vessel. Information streams into him like data onto a drive. Upon opening his eyes, he experiences the feeling of a brief blackout lasting 1 second. Yet the man who awakens is inherently transformed. A potent, unusual flow of mana surges through his bloodstream. His whole awareness has been reset. The newfound strength within him is unmistakable. Harkin, now utterly fatigued, acknowledges that his task is complete. It is only then he notices the young mage's name was never mentioned. He attempts the name Asher until Verdun corrects him. Harkin issues a last request for his body to be cremated. He then falls, carrying decades of knowledge and insight within Verdun. With his last breath, Harkin urges him to halt the black hour to maintain peace. Verdun places Harkin's ring on his finger, embracing the weight. He now possesses the integrated knowledge and mastery of 4th-level elemental magic, Earthquake. In the meantime, the trio of partners persists in their search, yet the old man is gone. Their tracking compass has also ceased functioning. Harkin remains determined to locate a body, despite trap suspicions. Ferris proposes that falling debris led to the death, yet Harden is doubtful. A person of Harkin's quality does not perish so simply. Doubt intensifies until a tremendous wave of magical energy bursts forth from below. Initially, the feeling resembles an earthquake. Harden commands a withdrawal. This isn't a natural quake. It's 4th-level sorcery. The ground erupts. Verdun emerges from the earth and begins his attack. Harden identifies him as the mage from before. Growth occupies Verdun's soul. The boundaries of his magic have expanded significantly. His mana is now as vast and infinite as the sea. With the help of the elixir, his strength has surged to the mid-4th circle in a moment. Following moment, Harden unleashes a storm. Verdun responds with a storm. He proclaims his aim to eradicate them from the earth, cautioning them about their impending demise. Ferris, furious, lunges forward, eager to turn him to ashes, while Verdun stays composed. Confident in her 4th-level rank, Ferris attempts to overwhelm him with fire to showcase their status disparity. Verdun analyzes her actions. She isn't stretching her boundaries, but her strength remains inadequate. He responds with his own fire. The surprise of being pushed back by a mage she thought was merely 3rd-level shatters her composure. Verdun ignites the flare, causing Ferris to fall. One foe is eliminated. Carden attempts to request assistance. However, Verdun engages multi-telekinesis manipulation, seizing complete command of the battlefield and directing mana with flawless accuracy. One of the surviving assailants suffers a severe blow to the hand. In the turmoil, the tracking compass falls to the ground. Verdun observes the intricate design for future analysis. Just one foe remains. The man opts for escape instead of death. Verdun understands that capturing a 4th-level mage solely dedicated to fleeing is quite challenging. Rather than a reckless pursuit, he relies on Harkin's legacy and initiates the new spell to meanwhile. As Carden withdraws, he realizes he can't win the battle solo. Ferris and Chun are both deceased. His sole choice now is to seek allies. While he flees, he understands that our protagonist might eventually pose a real danger to the entire Black Hour organization. While traversing the mountain ranges, he feels a talent honing in on him. A mana detection spell tracks him relentlessly, regardless of how far he flees, indicating that distance can no longer shield him. Despite crossing numerous mountain ranges, The enchanting presence remains anchored at his precise spot, prompting him to accelerate even more. Suddenly, an unusual light emerges behind him. Though dawn has not arrived, a bright light glimmers in the dark sky. As he looks back, it resembles a star, but the issue is that the star is in motion. With each second that ticks by, it inches nearer to him. The threat is clear. The occurrence feels utterly unnatural. He focuses on fleeing this mysterious entity to relay the truth about the young mage back to headquarters. Yet, his body starts to decelerate. It seems like an unseen force is pulling him backward. He has never experienced magic of this kind previously. He attempts to persuade himself it has to be an illusion, thinking a fourth-level mage ought not to wield such power. At the same time, Verdun halts after spellcasting. He touches down and regains his balance, as the magic's toll is immense. As soon as he triggers it, half of his mana disappears immediately. This is exceptional magic. It is among the 5 stars formed by the moving star referred to as meteor. The distant explosion verifies it has struck its target. The impact is tremendous, and the mana usage is severe. Verdun realizes he requires further training to manage such power effectively. Meanwhile, Dahit Westrel becomes increasingly uneasy. The ongoing struggle with the magic tower is wearing on him, and now the 3 assassins targeting Harkin have disappeared. An aide brings in a captive taken close to the Bard Mountains, and the man's recollections are scrutinized. Dahit employs his distinctive ability to draw out recent thoughts from the prisoner's mind. From those fragments, the circumstances become more apparent. A mystical residue lingers in the mountains where sections of the landscape have crumbled beneath the force of a potent enchantment. A powerful magical fire emerged there, capable of incinerating an entire forest. This devastation clarifies why the team was completely eliminated despite their size. Harkin is the prime suspect, yet uncertainty lingers. Years ago, Harkin's mana channels were shattered, and an individual in that state shouldn't possess such power. The thought that a prominent individual may have aided him crosses their minds, yet Dahit rejects the idea of continuing the search. He is convinced that Harkin has perished, and that the absent assassins are merely accompanying him in the afterlife. From his viewpoint, the departure of those 3 does not notably diminish the Black Hour. He believes they got what was coming to them. At that moment, another urgent report comes from a subordinate. A branch close to the Empire has been obliterated by an extermination unit from Bohemern. The conflict's front line has moved. Dahit endures the shame of being held responsible for occurrences he did not directly instigate. Moreover, the operative dispatch to the magic tower has vanished, provoking a furious response from the tower's leader. He is now resolved to eliminate everyone. Meanwhile, Verdun relaxes with a cup of tea, savoring its delightful fragrance. At present, he thinks he has evaded his rivals successfully. Brient makes Verdun his next destination as trouble trails him following the confrontation with the Black Hour at Harkin's hideout. To escape being pursued once more, he departs and takes refuge in this resort town. At this point, he attains the 4th circle of magic. The initial 2 circles establish the foundation, while the 3rd emphasizes basic spells, and the 4th reveals vast and devastating magic. He ascends much quicker than anticipated due to potions and Harkin's mentorship. Despite extensive learning at the magic tower, he remains awestruck by Harkin's strength. Harkin conjures enchantment without any quality, an entity that ought not to be present for a mage adhering to strict guidelines. Such outcomes arise solely from pushing boundaries, not from rote learning or accumulating additional mana. Rather than feeling disheartened, our guy acknowledges that he has not yet embarked on the journey of a true great mage. This idea drives him to concentrate on enhancing Harkin's magic instead of self-doubt. Among the 5 stars Harkin engraves, Verdun can manage just the initial one. Even that lone star consumes excessive mana. The weapon possesses immense power, yet its application in actual combat seems implausible. Due to this limitation, he contemplates dividing one large star into multiple smaller ones. Concurrently, he intends to dismantle the Black Hour compass for examination. As his list of tasks expands, he resolves to begin with a more straightforward task. Fixing his staff is priority. He goes to the city in search of a talented smith. As he travels, he notices the Khan Merchant Guild building and thinks they could assist. Inside, he is warmly treated and welcomed due to the reference he provides. Tea and beverages are served, and the conversation swiftly shifts to business. He shares his desire to purchase magical items. The merchant verifies they stock gear and accessories for nobles and adventurers. The merchant secretly believes Verdun is attending an academy due to his choice of words, but his age contradicts that assumption. Verdun specifies that he requires a bespoke item. The merchant acknowledges they have a skilled craftsman for such work, but the man struggles with alcoholism and gambling. His debts accumulate, and creditors pursue him relentlessly. In the meantime, the mentioned artisan is ultimately apprehended by the lenders. He states that he is unable to repay 8 million elk, and the lender urges him to take action, as money won't just appear out of nowhere. Tension escalates as the creditor journeys a long distance to retrieve the debt. At that moment, money unexpectedly falls to the ground. Verdun intervenes and takes care of the 8 million. The lender responds with fury, treating him as a child meddling in grown-up issues. He instructs his men to take the money and punish the boy. Then, all shifts occur when their boss intervenes. The lender halts upon recognizing who is before him. The manager recounts that years back, in a crime-ridden Brient, a seemingly frail magician emerges, eliminating anyone who challenges him. That recollection now intertwines with our boy standing before him. Fear takes over arrogance. As he kneels and confesses, he only arrives for debt recovery. He retreats with his companions and departs without additional issues, wishing Verdun a prosperous future. Subsequently, the unsettled artisan inquires about Verdun's identity. He states that the Condor of the Khan Merchant Guild endorses him and verifies his intention to place an order. The artisan consents, although the commission will be reduced by 8 million elk. Several days later, Verdun examines the Black Hour compass with greater attention. He discovers it operates by utilizing mana's inherent ability to return to its owner. By channeling the target's mana into the central crystal and enhancing it, the device accurately tracks them. The design resembles an artifact closely. Time moves slowly, and he faces no assaults. This tranquility implies he evades capture for the moment. He designates Harkins' new trait as Starlight since it suits. The power interlinks mana like stars in a constellation, enhancing and uniting energy in previously unimaginable ways. Nonetheless, managing it continues to be challenging. His mana pattern is distinct from Harkins, leading to unpredictable spell reactions. As a result, he opts for patience. The artifact is almost finished, making departure from Brient feasible. As he remains outdoors, a man comes forward and states that he has been looking for him everywhere. Verdun does not perceive his arrival, surprising him. The unfamiliar person quietly expresses regret for the delay. He discloses that his name is Risner and hails from the Ark. Upon the man's introduction as Risner from the Ark, Verdun's entire world is turned upside down. Since the Ark represents the total contrast to gluttony, he struggles to comprehend why someone like that seeks him out. Risner alleviates the stress by stating he has no plans to cause him any harm. Verdun believes there is an alternative explanation. Risner states that gluttony's defeat aids the Ark. As Verdun removes the professor, the Ark benefits too. Thus, they discreetly eliminate his traces while monitoring his actions, ensuring gluttony cannot find any valuable information. He frames it as appreciation, although he acknowledges that they occasionally lose sight of Verdun because of his erratic behavior. Learning he has been unknowingly followed drives Verdun to his breaking point. This is why his mana disperses throughout the region, constricting the environment with intensity. The alert is evident in his behavior, as he indicates that being observed without consent is a violation and that it won't occur again. The fury in his voice allows for no discussion. Risner quickly retreats. He acknowledges the warning and assures that secret surveillance will cease from now on. As soon as the pressure eases, he transitions to the actual motive for the visit. The Ark honors actions such as Verdun's, including the professor's removal. This incident makes a significant impact on them. Verdun, fails to understand the significance of his actions to an organization such as the Ark. To clarify this uncertainty, Risner articulates their fundamental belief that gluttony advocates for dismantling the old to create something new. Conversely, Ark holds that resilience develops through challenges, adjustment, and enduring stressful situations. Due to Verdun's consistent demonstration of his abilities, they regard him as an ideal match for their values. This congruence results in a straightforward recruitment proposal. Verdun declines immediately, believing that ideology alone shouldn't justify such an approach. Risner consents and discloses an additional motive. He offers a small box as a gesture of gratitude for the professor's incident. Within lies a premium recovery bracelet. The item enhances mana recovery, boosts stamina restoration, and accelerates healing of minor wounds. The worth easily amounts to tens of millions of elk. This generosity indicates that the Ark seeks more than mere gratitude. They desire a lasting and amicable relationship. Risner clarifies that the underlying conflict between the Ark and gluttony arises from their fundamentally opposing beliefs. One faction dismisses history to make way for new ideas. The other aims to support those who can lead humanity through adversity. That divergence maintains their ongoing discord. Having achieved his goal, Risner gets ready to depart. As he leaves, he offers a last instruction that if Verdun reconsiders, he can travel to the northwestern region, the city close to the Forest of Demons. Essentially, runes function distinctively from contemporary magic. These old carved symbols produce effects depending on their configuration. This method exceeds modern science, but a single issue hinders true advancement. Currently, no one is capable of accurately engraving new rune symbols. They can only reactivate ancient ones. Our boy now possesses an unsealed ring engraved with rune magic. Having now reached the 4th circle, the following phase requires improved tools. His blue mithril staff enhances mana recovery, casting speed, charging, and amplification. His mage's cape manages body temperature and provides resistance to physical damage, fire, and frost. Despite having those tools, one treasure stays sealed. The rune-engraved ring has become his main focus now. That's why he stands before the bespectacled man. Pale possesses information and is aware of someone linked to a rune expert. Nonetheless, these experts are uncommon. Rune engraving yields minimal profit, leading most to consider it more of a pastime than a profession. At that moment, Pale tells him of a specific request that mentions Verdun. Typically, he could refuse. Yet, fate aligns with him, as the client who made the request is aware of the rune specialist's whereabouts. If Verdun agrees and fulfills the task, the client will share the details. The payment for the mission is distinct, and no additional information fee will be charged. Given that the opportunity aligns seamlessly with his objective, the decision is clear. Later, Verdun reaches an esteemed manor. A knight halts him at the doorway and requests ID. After Verdun verifies his identity and, for this reason, he is guided inside. The estate seems unassuming for a count's home. The knight's armor emphasizes functionality over embellishment, mirroring the owner's values. Pale characterized the client as prioritizing functionality over aesthetics, a perception that aligns with the environment. He is taken upstairs and introduced to the estate's lord. The knight declares the mage's presence. The man in front verifies if Pale dispatched him. Verdun accepts it with composure. The Count Rodenmeyer's face belongs to the man responsible for multiple prior commissions. Count Rodenmeyer greets Verdant with a cup of Furygold Buzz. Due to its rarity and complex preparation, the Count considers the tea a luxury meant for exceptional occasions. He emphasizes that this beverage is unsuitable for typical mercenaries, suggesting that Verdant lacks the sophistication to appreciate its worth. Verdant demonstrates the contrary through deeds. Having frequently shared his brew with the Tower Master in his group, he grips the cup with skillful ease, calmly adding a sprinkle of sugar to adjust the sweetness before sampling. That minor detail alters the Count's demeanor. A brief moment of true astonishment appears on his face. Acknowledging unforeseen refinement, the Count reevaluates the individual in front of him. Verdant's calm reply and absence of arrogance strengthen this fresh perception. The Count sets aside his subtle mockery and gets straight to business. He states that his assistant, Baron Ballon, has recently finished a mission. A success confirmation came, though. Ballon and his accompanying knights never came back. First, the search unit is already deployed, but a lingering sense of unease remains. Trusting his instincts, the Count chooses not to dismiss the discomfort. Although it may appear excessive, he organizes a second search team. Numbers and tracking skills are crucial, prompting Verdant's call. The Count takes pride in his flawless record with Pale's tasks. The job seems simple. Monodirection alone should simplify the process of finding the missing group. Count places him in the second search unit led by Knight Captain Balkan, set to depart that night. When allowed to speak, Verdant asks for permission to act independently if needed. The Count permits it with a stipulation. Payment is based on results. Thus, coming back empty-handed equates to receiving nothing. Verdant agrees. As he departs, he mentions his real interest, the rune specialist. The Count discloses that the specialist is here. Nearby stands Ronander, who was a rune researcher in his youth. After introductions, the Count takes his leave. Ronander provides an in-depth overview of rune theory. However, Verdant halts him, causing Ronander's calm demeanor to shatter. Our boy proposes a substantial sum to trigger it, yet the man clarifies that reactivating the rune is straightforward, meaning no extra materials or payment are necessary. He identifies the Ring of Runes, an item called Exceed. The ring amplifies all 5 senses simultaneously and stays perpetually activated once initiated. Due to the constant overlap of effects, the strain intensifies significantly. For the extremely sensitive, even a third circle mage like our character could descend into cycles of torment and sensory overload. In extreme instances, the pressure might result in the loss of a hand. Nonetheless, Verdant opts for an alternative route. Rather than donning it, he insists that the rune be etched straight into his mana circuit. This suggestion astonishes Ronander. The danger extends well beyond amputation. It could obliterate his entire mana circuit. Verdant's steadfast stare reveals his choice unmistakably. Ronander's hands shake as he takes on the challenge. A blend of fear and exhilaration fills him. The idea of etching a rune into a living being entices him, despite the risks. He consents, delivering a last caution. Verdant dons the ring and allows mana to flow. He indicates his progression to the 4th circle, granting him the resilience needed to endure the transformation. As activation commences, his senses expand dramatically, with every sound, motion, and mana shift overwhelming his perception. The burden drives him to the brink of insanity, but he remains firm. Once the turmoil settles, he regains control. The intense influx transforms into a precise, useful instrument. On that same day, the second search team leaves. On the outskirts of a village, a knight indicates the deserted horses of the initial search unit. The fact that the animals were not collected suggests the first team did not return this way. At that instant, an elderly villager cautions them about the forest. Having resided there for years, he mentions unusual disturbances. Creatures and demi-humans escape in terror. The forest seems to devour all living beings. Captain Balkan acts decisively. He commands the advance, guiding Verdant towards the last known position of the unit. A few knights quietly express doubts about Verdant's state. He appears preoccupied and fatigued. Captain Balkan brushes off the worries, counting on Verdant for tracking aid. Within the woods, they uncover the Viscount's carriage, which is severed in 2, but the reason for the devastation remains unclear. The eerie destruction disturbs the group. Balkan tells Verdant that it's their turn to work. A knight expresses concern once more, highlighting Verdant's distraction. At that instant, the last remnants of sensory instability find their equilibrium. Verdant's enhanced awareness operates entirely under his command. He initiates mana direction. His mana extends far beyond the usual range, enveloping the whole vicinity. A knight fears becoming weary, but Verdant abruptly focuses on a target. He swiftly indicates the direction and proceeds. As soon as Verdant indicates the path, everyone rushes after him. He leads with keen precision at the forefront, Captain Balkan swiftly observes the disparity in skill. When compared to the mages of the Knight Order, Verdant's reflexes and casting speeds are exceptional. His speed alone indicates that he is far from a typical support mage. Clark seeks to verify the Viscount's whereabouts, but Verdant clarifies that the target isn't him. Instead, he detects a strong and unknown life force in the distance. Since the forest already seems off, the conclusion arises effortlessly in his thoughts. Whatever damaged the carriage probably lies deeper within. Without pause, Captain Balkan charges ahead and fells a giant tree, indeed a trant obstructing their way. Something. It feels out of place as trends typically reside in dark, moist areas, not here. Captain Balkan theorizes it might have floated in from a nearby location. As Verdun seeks clarity, Balkan reveals the presence of a prohibited area within the dukedom. The Forest of the Demons. By order of the guild and the dukedom, entry is forbidden. Sunlight scarcely reaches the ground even at noon, and peculiar trends flourish within. Verdun instantly brings to mind Risner's previous reference to traveling northwest to Lorien in a month. Everything aligns. That forest has to be the same one. At that moment, Clark cannot accept that trends alone can overcome the Viscount's elite squad. There must be more concealed here. Verdun abruptly detects motion and lifts his weapon towards the trees, demanding the concealed entity to show itself. Man exits. The knights identify him at once as he Brennan, one of the lost. Relief seems to surface, yet it disappears just as fast. His physique appears off. His stance shows unawareness. Our boy instantly identifies him as one of the undead. As anyone fully responds, Brennan's body contorts and changes. He lunges forward like a zombie. Captain Balkan confronts him directly and pushes him away. Yet Brennan still has a pulse, indicating he is not completely deceased. Balkan considers the chance of possession or a sinister spell. He restrains Brennan and commands for bindings. Suddenly, a shout bursts forth from behind. The group is encircled by both humans and monsters approach from all sides. Captain Balkan comes to the harsh realization that these individuals are in the same condition as Brennan. He quickly commands a withdrawal as the focus changes to ensuring an escape route. Clark unveils his aura to penetrate. Balkan hoists Brennan onto his shoulder and starts to retreat with the unit. An undead fighter shoots several arrows at Captain Balkan's back. Balkan blocks arrive right on schedule. A small cabin emerges through the trees ahead. He guides everyone toward it, but a troll suddenly blocks their way, dispersing knights through sheer strength. The situation deteriorates rapidly as they brace for potential losses. Before the troll attacks again, a magical strike cuts through effortlessly. The unexpected spell leaves everyone astonished. Simultaneously, the undead fighter makes another attack from the rear, yet the assault falters. Verdun advances, disclosing himself as the caster and commands him to shield them as they relocate. In the next instant, he spots a disposable item on the ground. It triggers a barrier imbued with spells for concealment and defense. Yet, this barrier won't endure for long against so many foes. Thus, Verdun continues on as he extends his hand and starts to change the magic circle itself. Typically, it would be unfeasible to adjust an active spell while simultaneously broadening its formula. In his heightened sensory state, every mana flow becomes visible and manageable. He reinforces the formula and seamlessly fills its structural voids, as effortlessly as he breathes. The knight observes in shock, as our actively shapes and strengthens a pre-established magic circle in real time. Combined, given the vast mana detection range they observed previously and the strength of his spells, a single conclusion is clear. Clark understands he greatly exceeds the third circle. As Verdun declares the barrier finished, the atmosphere changes. The knights realize he has been hiding his real power all along. At this moment, a knight urgently summons Captain Balkan and Knight Clark to inform them that Viscount Ballon has been found. Inside the cabin, Captain Balkan confronts Viscount Ballon, who is seated upright. Captain Balkan was surprised to see him, particularly after noticing the wrecked carriage outside. Verdun observes the magical circles etched into the building. Their intricate layers of concealment and protection prevent his earlier mana detection from sensing anything. This clarifies why nothing showed up on his radar previously. Clark advances and prompts the Viscount to clarify the situation. Balon shares that he is coming back. During discussions close to Khazardan Ridge village when a scream reverberates through the demon's forest. As safeguarding local residents is part of his responsibility, he directs his team toward the origin of the noise. Within the woods, they find an unusual tree. At first sight, it appears normal, yet a haunting presence emanates from it. He becomes anxious and directs his companion to examine the area. Before he can respond, that same companion transforms into an undead. At that moment, a blend of humans and demi-humans ambushes them in a trance. Rather than executing them immediately, the assailants bring the captured knights to the tree. The tree subsequently attacks with its limbs, piercing and slaying numerous individuals instantly. Brennan, hit by the tree, morphs into an undead creature, compelling Balon to escape. Roots emerge from the earth, penetrating their bodies and siphoning their life energy. The memory burdens Balon as he mentions that due to Brennan and the others, time is bought. Just 2 remain. Captain Balkan gazes at Brennan's lifeless, undead form on the ground. The truth becomes clear. When questioned about the possibility of recovery, Balon admits there is no chance. The fallen have transformed from comrades into mere puppets of that tree. Balkan bows his head momentarily, then concludes Brennan's agony. With that action transforms the search mission's essence. It shifts from a rescue operation to one of subjugation as he proclaims that any danger in the Count's domain will be entirely eradicated. House Rodenmeyer has earned its reputation for a reason. Beneath his serene facade, the Count stands as one of the most powerful individuals in the Duchy of Bundan. His power lies not solely in a title, but in the might of the Knight Order he chooses. The conflict continues outside. The undead archer challenges Captain Balkan, yet he counters with unwavering strength. In the meantime, Verdun functions independently as previously agreed. Their coordination is yet to be tested. Balkan advises him to find the gray tree on his own and shoot a signal flare upon discovery, allowing the knights to gather swiftly. Verdun ascends into the sky, activating his complete mana detection range for the first time. The intense energy drains him, inducing dizziness, yet his heightened senses perceive every shift within the forest. Nothing slips past his awareness. He arrives and verifies the sight. However, numerous monsters obstruct his path to the target. While the strategy includes launching the signal flare, he believes that taking them out personally will be quicker. Next, in an instant, chain lightning erupts from his hand, slashing through the creatures and clouding the air with smoke. He quickly closes the gap and examines the gray tree. Besides its capacity to manage intelligent entities, it functions like a typical trent, since, at its essence, it remains wood, and its vulnerability is clear. He unleashes a triple blasting flare as the enormous fire wave envelopes the tree, utterly devouring it. On the opposite side of the woods, the undead archer readies. To hit abruptly shatters. Clark observes that the nearby foes disappear one after another. The vanishing is perplexing, until the flames soar into the sky. Balkan realizes instantly that Verdun prevails. At the fiery location, Verdun watches the tree fall. The conflict concludes far sooner than anticipated. As he gets ready to finish the mission, a radiant magical sphere emerges from the fire. Rather than disappearing, it shifts. The orb separates from the tree and moves further into the forest. Verdun proceeds without doubt, inferring that the pattern indicates the tree is simply a host with something else feeding off it. Eventually, he halts upon feeling a surge of fear, far more potent than the sensation from the gray tree. The malevolent aura intensifies, choking the very atmosphere. He understands right away that the immense source of corruption must originate from one location: the demon's forest. Returned to the castle, Count Rodenmeyer surveys the scene outside, noting that the state of the Knight Order reveals the intensity of the recent conflict. Upon assessing the damage, he thoroughly reviews the mission's outcomes. He recognizes that Verdun exceeds expectations, leading to an efficient conclusion as Verdun swiftly neutralizes the primary threat. Nevertheless, the Count conveys his displeasure that Verdun conceals his fourth circle level. As Verdun appears weaker from the outset, the concealment seems intentional. Verdun stays quiet. The Count chooses not to investigate further and concludes that he is merely hiring skilled workers at a low price this time. However, the commission concludes without apparent problems. Yet unease remains in Verdun's thoughts. The location where he halts the pursuit and retreats continues to trouble him, because the atmosphere he perceives there seems eerie, prompting him to return. The threat associated with that forest is familiar. Previously, the Adventurers Guild and the Magic Tower carried out a collaborative inquiry. Adventurers have gone missing close to the demon forest. A lone man roams the woods in search of his friends, Dean and Billy. Earlier that day, their pursuit yielded unexpected success. This strange fortune took them further into the forest than planned. The man recognizes Billy's voice and hurries forward with relief. His relief swiftly transforms into terror as Billy ascends from the earth in an eerie manner. His body changes based on how he died. The inquiry later verifies the reason. Following sample collection, the Magic Tower publicly discloses its results. Among the frequent causes of demise for adventurers, factors such as skill deficits, negligence, and natural calamities contribute. But the primary cause is still unexpected events. The city, Lorien, located at the boundary of the demon's forbidden forest, once more encounters indications of yet another unforeseen catastrophe brewing. The next day, Verdun heads there. Upon finishing the Count's task, he flies straight to Lorien. The substantial reward enables him to upgrade one of his grimoires throughout the journey. The city serves as a focal point for adventurers, with a palpable sense of tension. The recent mobilization of the Platinum Rank team suggests the emergence of a perilous special entity. Due to the forest's closeness, suspicion naturally arises. Nonetheless, Verdun refrains from making conclusions without verification. His primary objective is to find Risner. He then goes into a restaurant, ordering a steak along with a glass of red wine. As they haven't designated a meeting spot in advance, he presumes Risner will find him instead. That assumption turns out to be accurate. A woman comes over and asks to join him. Her actions seem overdone and disagreeable. Verdun observes her intently and quickly perceives her true nature. He commands her to cease the pretense and discard it. Risner shifts back to her earlier tone, acknowledging that the disguise employs an artifact that solely changes appearance. She quips that if he likes men, she can revert to her former disguise. Verdun momentarily emits his mana as a warning. She responds anxiously and tells him to relax. A moment later, she sets a sound-blocking device from the Artisan Magic Tower onto the table. Due to the device, their discussion stays confined to the area. She transitions to the main subject. The arc assesses Verdun as a significant asset. Noticing his interest, she encourages him to inquire about anything he wishes to learn. Verdun admits that the foreboding sensation he encounters in the forest of the demons go beyond mere anxiety. His instincts suggest that something important lies within the forest. Risner's response indicates that his intuition is accurate. Prior to disclosing further, she articulates the arc's belief that humans gain strength from challenges. Minor trials impact individuals, while major trials can influence entire cities, countries, or even globally. Those who triumph over such challenges earn recognition and ultimately hold roles that advance humanity. From that clarification, Verdun determines that anything found in the forest is considered one of those trials. She affirms this, noting that failure in such situations can have severe repercussions, potentially resulting in widespread devastation. Risner emphasizes that the Ark isn't meant to safeguard every person. Rather, the organization selects appropriate candidates and directs them to trials. It examines concealed threats throughout the continent and guides candidates to tackle them. Verdun understands that this indicates the Ark has a vast information network capable of monitoring the whole continent without being detected. He recognizes that the potential of such power could be more perilous than the dark forces if it falls into the wrong hands. When he demands specific information regarding the trial in the demon's forest, but Rissner declines to share. Instead, she suggests he take part. Typically, this preparation is designated for official ARC candidates only. She believes an exception might be feasible because of his attitude. She presents the proposal as a commission instead of recruitment. She sets a box on the table as a prepayment. Verdun pauses, as accepting another gift from the ARC holds significance. Rissner discloses the box's contents: a dimensional bag and mandrake extract. The reference to mandrake astonishes him. He gazes at the bottle in shock. When Rissner unveils the item, Verdun instantly recognizes its tremendous worth. Mandrake extract operates differently for each individual, as its effectiveness is significantly influenced by inherent ability. Additionally, its efficiency declines markedly with frequent use. The initial dose is essential for enhancing mana circuits without discomfort, stress, or adverse effects. Its scarcity renders the extract a vital ingredient in premium elixirs, such as the magic core. Gazing at the tiny bottle, Verdun wonders about its unexpected arrival. For any mage seeking advancement, this substance is incredibly valuable. Due to the extreme rarity of mandrakes, with merely 14 growing in nature annually, their availability is tightly regulated. Attempts at artificial farming have proven ineffective, resulting in 10 magic towers controlling most of the supply, while the remainder is claimed by influential individuals. He has never before seen the actual object before him. Given the extreme scarcity of the extract, the ARC's proposal seems extravagant. Rissner explained that the main goal is to build credit. While the ARC aims to promote goodwill, she perceives that our boy remains defensive. Trust is hard to establish, so the party without it must take the initial step. Taking off her disguise, Rissner reverts to her male identity to present a final ultimatum. The reward can be claimed before Verdun vanishes, or one can face and conquer the trial. The ARC offers direction but never uses coercion. If power is the aim, the trial presents the quickest route. However, departing the city at once is the sole method to escape the impending turmoil. Remaining in Lorien guarantees entanglement in the conflict. With those final remarks, the figure disappears. Verdun resumes eating calmly, yet the idea of fleeing seems cowardly. This choice is unsuitable for a man seeking power who has already developed a theory of challenging heaven itself, leading to a clear decision. At the same moment, unease envelopes the castle's rooftop. Two soldiers on watch notice that the demon forest seems noticeably darker than it typically does. Despite the circulating rumors about absent adventurers, the arrival of the platinum-ranked warrior Bardel provides some solace. That sense of security crumbles abruptly. In the distance, a solitary figure races toward the gate. The man, part of Bardel's group, struggles to breathe as he urgently requests the gates be opened. Subsequently, within the castle walls, an urgent meeting begins. The announcement of a Trent breaching the forest boundary creates an immediate hush in the room. Given that a platinum-ranked warrior like Bardel was expected to avert such an event, the messenger promptly explains the grave circumstances. Bardel stays back to delay both a Trent and its variant species, compelling his allies to escape so that one message could be sent. The man announces that the soul tree has now emerged. The word brings a profound silence to envelop the gathering. Essentially, the soul trees are beings that consume life to sustain their development. This is why they are often eliminated in their early stages. When an entity matures, the threat level changes completely. The Adventurers Guild categorizes this as a unique entity, representing the utmost level of danger. The burden of that classification disturbs every individual present. If the recent vanishings relate to the soul tree, it indicates that the whole city of Lorien is on the brink of devastation. Evacuation is now the top priority. Cannot be overlooked that Bardel is still trapped in the forest. Before a standard plan can be established, a young female commander advances to announce her intention to save Bardel and personally destroy the tree. Shortly thereafter, sirens wail throughout the city. Fear seizes the populace upon hearing of the creature arising from the demon-infested woods. Even as the primary force leaves, calls for volunteers resonate throughout the streets to strengthen the city's defense. Citizens remain assured in the face of terror, mainly due to the Crimson Sword. Rara commands the subjugation force as its leader. At the edge of the forest, Rara tells our boy that she won't be taking on a nanny role. If he becomes a liability, he will be taken off the field. Verdun observes the group, identifying her as the ARC candidate referred to by Risner. The suggestion that he could be an obstacle sparks a moment of annoyance. Suddenly, a Trent charges at a soldier nearby. With incredible speed, Rara swiftly dispatches the creature, her blade dismantling solely the central core through a sequence of accurate cuts. Even proficient combatants would find it challenging to perform such a maneuver, prompting the nearby soldiers to quickly recognize the significant disparity in their skills. She subsequently paves the way for them. Others are astonished to witness her battle with the elegance of someone well beyond the mithril rank. As Verdun advances, Rara cautions him to avoid her trial, yet he chooses to disregard her warning. At that instant, a tremendous surge of mana bursts from him, as clearing the way personally will be quicker. He summons a double-casting flare. In an instant, a tremendous wave of energy engulfs the clearing as fire erupts through the trees. At the same time, his mana perception broadens to scan the dense forest, considering the chance that Bardell may still be lurking in the shadows. The volunteers are left astonished by the display. Observing him, Rara assesses his strength to be no less than the fourth circle. Achieving such a level at his age is hard to comprehend, raising doubts that he might also be an ARC candidate. Noticing her response, Verdun reaches the same conclusion. Their mutual connection with the global trial validates the reality for each of them. Without any more debate, she quickens her stride. Those able to keep pace are allowed to advance, while others are assigned to support at the back. The regular troops readily accept this. The awareness that they cannot compete with these two titans is undeniable. Verdun and Rara race forward at maximum speed, outpacing the rest. As she watches her fighting technique, Verdun quietly recognizes the complexity of her ability. Due to her motions lacking the raw force of galley arc and emphasizing precise execution, he validates his belief that she is an ARC candidate. Reflecting upon the ARC's extent, he understands its impact goes much deeper than he first thought. That thought eventually diminishes as he directs his attention to the present danger. Given that the Soul Tree's description aligns with the gray entity from an earlier commission, Bardell's vanishing is likely linked to the same origin. As he looks for any indication of the entity, he first perceives nothing nearby. Bardell shows no signs as well. As standard detection yields no outcomes, our guy chooses to extend his mana footprint even more. As his senses extend toward the north, a particular region seems eerily vacant, as though something has hollowed out the space entirely. Due to that particular disruption, he alters his path and moves toward that area. Despite someone calling out from behind, he dismisses the voice and moves ahead. Before long, enormous branches extended overhead like a choking canopy. By activating Flame Veil, he effortlessly incinerates the advancing wood. Yet, despite increased detection efforts, finding the core is still nearly unattainable. This understanding drives him to a straightforward, though brutal, answer. Should accuracy falter, immense devastation will compel the target to constrict. Upon arrival, he unleashes Flame Plague. Flames erupt and consume the nearby forest in a flash. By eliminating all lesser dangers around, he compels the Soul Tree to disclose its genuine appearance. Inside, in the core of the fire, a presence stirs. Entwined in robust, throbbing branches, a man dangles in midair, straddling awareness and hopelessness. His thoughts wander without direction. When he had regained consciousness sooner, resistance had already turned impossible. As numerous trance encircled him, their pale eyes gazing, his limbs stayed trapped by the constricting wood. While survival is his ultimate strength, even he senses fatigued by the perpetual presence of death. The Soul Tree gradually saps his life energy, forcing him to anticipate the unavoidable conclusion. With a wave of mana, Verdun slices the branches and liberates the prisoner. The man falls down, clearly astonished to discover himself freed from the tree's hold. Verdun verifies that this individual is indeed Bardel, the famous platinum rank adventurer and fighter. While Bardel conveys his deep appreciation for the rescue, while Verdun alerts him that a suppression squad is trailing closely and recommends regrouping. Bardel soon understands that Verdun is not planning to withdraw with him. Confronting the Soul Tree solo seems utterly foolhardy, so he argues that assembling support for a unified strike is more logical. Before the statement can be completed, the earth shakes violently beneath them. He discloses the harsh reality that the tree's core is concealed below the surface. At that precise instant, massive roots surge upward from the ground like erupting geysers. Verdun inquires if Rera is part of the forces advancing from behind. Bardel verifies that she is expected to arrive soon. He instructs him to stall until she gets there before advancing the others. His response suggests that Verdun cannot face the impending terror on his own. That belief greatly frustrates Verdun, yet he decides to drop the issue for the time being. With the main body concealed underground, restraining his power has become practically pointless. Meanwhile, Bardel races towards the oncoming soldiers. A surge of relief washes over the troops upon spotting him alive. Before any festivities can commence, the ground trembles with fresh fury. Perceiving the significant upheaval, Rera understands that the main origin of the danger lies straight ahead. Returning to the heart of devastation, Verdun confronts the actual horrifying magnitude of the beast. What he had seen above ground earlier was just a small part of one branch. Emerging from below, the enormous edifice now overshadows everything around it. Should a creature of this size arrive in the city, it will bring total destruction. It must be the exact trial Risner mentioned. Firing another flare, he sets fire to the bare branches. Nevertheless, striking the surface alone won't eliminate such a creature. With the core still hidden underground, typical earthquakes won't suffice to dislodge it. Yet, having enhanced his spell book and attained the fourth circle following his last commission, he is now able to achieve a greater accomplishment. Lifting his firearm, he enables terrain alteration. Simultaneously advancing onward, Rera asserts that managing the boss monster is solely her responsibility. Before them, a vast expanse of trees and roots bursts into sight, obscuring the horizon completely. The nights become still as the full, awe-inspiring scale of the Soul Tree is revealed at last. As none had envisioned a creature could reach such vastness, a profound sense of despair quickly envelopes them. Dense limbs intertwine overhead, resembling a skeletal canopy across the sky, and the remains of deceased individuals dangle from them like motionless decorations. Witnessing the vastness of the being, no one comprehends how they can possibly dominate such a cosmic terror. Abruptly, the tree emits a thunderous roar. The sound cuts through the air with such force that everyone screams and frantically covers their ears with their hands. Responding swiftly to the turmoil, a knight urges their lord to evacuate the vicinity at once. The lord consents, observing that if this creature persists in its destruction, the whole city will be wiped off the map. At that instant, a fiery column ascends into the sky in the distance, leaving the knights gazing in complete astonishment. The Soul Tree has endured for ages mainly by concealing its genuine nature beneath the earth. Despite numerous quests by adventurers throughout the years, they never revealed its main structure. While hidden beneath the ground, the tree extended its roots silently to conquer the earth and nourish numerous living organisms. As the century unfolds, the area ultimately acquires its ominous title, becoming known as the Forest of the Demons. At the brink of its ultimate growth, the tree must consume thousands more lives to fulfill its evolution. This is the intended conclusion of the tale. Instead, Verdun faces the Titan. Aware that a spell of this scale demands an immense mana expenditure, he nonetheless readies himself. Suddenly, a horde of undead creatures, featuring dragons and eagles, swoops down upon him from the treetops. From beyond the tree line, the undead launch arrows in volleys. Muffling the sounds of the battlefield, Verdun ignites a firestorm, unleashing a torrent of flames engulfing the advancing horde. The Soul Tree remains unfazed by the intense heat. The absence of response compels Verdun to rethink his approach, because the roots that constitute the actual body need to possess a high resistance to fire. His current method falls short. Before he can adapt, a voice starts resonating in his head. It compels him to flee and ridicules his urgent need to validate his value. Reminds him that his present strength was acquired through the death of another mage, and entices him with the tempting notion of forsaking the fight for a comfortable life. He breathes out gently, recognizing the assault as a mental invasion. In contrast to the pain he experienced at the magic tower, this hallucination seems merely a sliver. Steeling himself, he unleashes a tremendous earth strike. The ground fractures with a thunderous sound, sending enormous roots tearing and bursting upward into the light. Just then, Rara shows up and yells at him, even while she recognizes that pulling the soul tree above ground is beneficial. She reminds him that she has taken ownership of this trial. She is determined to conquer the beast alone. Her sword gleams as she slices through the enormous trunk. She will not concede the honor or the trial to anyone. As he observes her progress, Verdun realizes she isn't the kind to be easily overwhelmed and perish. Acknowledging their shared resilience, he proposes they join forces and confront the entity together. Confronted by two adversaries with such dreadful elemental compatibility, the soul tree starts to feel anxious. Primal instinct detects a life-threatening peril it hasn't experienced in 100 years. To endure, it expels all the energy it has accumulated over the last century. Even if it takes centuries of sleep to heal afterward, addressing both threats has now become its sole focus. The ensuing power surge startles everyone nearby. The battlefield transforms into a vivid nightmare as an overwhelming force envelopes the area. As the light ultimately diminishes, Verdun discovers himself in an entirely new environment. He attempts to comprehend what has just occurred in his reality. Only, just a moment ago he stood in the center of the forest, but now a recognizable figure stands in front of him. The master of the magic tower, Balrog Besius, gazes at him with a look of icy amusement. He remarks that even a first circle mage who surpasses his innate boundaries is still insignificant in the broader context of power. Fury surges within Verdun. He attempts to rise and confront, but his legs buckle and he falls. Despite all he has faced to arrive at this point, he still cannot attain the stature of that man. He has endured numerous trials, yet he still cannot inflict even the slightest damage on the magic tower master. Balrog lifts his hand and starts to accumulate an immense quantity of mana. He ridicules our boy for the pointlessness of exceeding his boundaries. Verdun compels himself to reason with detached logic. This situation seems unreal in its coherence. Balrog taunts him once more, viewing his silence as a sign of complete hopelessness. Rather than conceding to loss, Verdun extends contact, clutches Balrog's face, and asserts that this whole vision is merely a dream. He cannot accept that his future self would be utterly defeated by a memory. Blood begins to flow from Balrog's eyes as rage alters his flawless visage. Verdun commands the apparition to cease. In the following moment, Balrog's form vanishes into thin air. Verdun stands solitary, reassuring himself that the illusion will soon come to an end, and he will rejoin the battle. Once the soul tree unleashes its complete, unrestrained strength, each spirit on the battlefield succumbs to its curse. The psychological burden of the magic makes blood appear to stain both the earth and the heavens alike. Deep inside her thoughts, Rara's awareness plunges into a waking horror. She perceives herself as a young girl again, her tiny hands marked with a dark, vivid red. As she surveys the bodies scattered across the terrain, a gripping terror enveloping her. There are no survivors. She finds herself utterly isolated in a realm drenched in blood. As she screams into the void, a set of claws unexpectedly seizes her face from behind. A sinister voice murmurs that humanity is just a hindrance to progress, asserting it has bided its time only to have its opportunity squandered because of her. By imposing its own anguish upon her, the being effectively ensnares her within the cycle of the curse. In the tangible realm, Rara shakes uncontrollably, immobilized by the sight before her. the horde of the undead advances for the final strike. Haunted by her traumatic history, she fights to establish a defense while the creatures encircle her. Just before any undead may approach her, a shower of spells descends from above. Remaining serene in the turmoil, Verdant notes that although the tree performed adequately, the illusion hardly compares to the standard of a mediocre novel. Ascending into the sky, Verdant scrutinizes the soul tree with a discerning gaze, since its motions are considerably slower than earlier, confirming his suspicion. The nightmare wasn't a side effect. It was the ultimate, desperate blow. This is the precise opportunity he has been anticipating. While defeating the entity with pure earth is still a possibility, the duration required would be excessively lengthy. Utilizing starlight would ensure a swift triumph, but the danger of being spotted by black hours and the complete devastation of the nearby area renders the price excessively steep. Thus, rather than following those routes, he starts to collect thunderclouds. Above the treetops, mana condenses into focused lightning. Testing his utmost boundaries, he restrains the energy. Not just yet. A bit more. With one last burst of determination, he triggers triple casting. The lightning compresses to its utmost theoretical capacity. It then unleashes triple lightning destruction straight at the core of the soul tree. The blow entirely engulfs the creature. All onlookers stand in deep astonishment. Rara blinks in the dimming light as the enormous shape in front of her starts to crumble into ashes. The intense, oppressive presence that engulfed the forest moments ago suddenly disappears. As the fire engulfs the remnants of the trunk, she understands that the ordeal has come to a close. Verdant acknowledges the truth that he solely dominated the soul tree. Unable to easily flee the nightmare, she questions whether he has a high-level mental protection item. His denial leads her to struggle with accepting his response as the truth. Verdant acknowledges that he recognized the illusion. There is no cause for him to worry about a situation that won't occur. That icy rationale brings her satisfaction, at least temporarily. Shortly thereafter, an extraordinary event takes place as an unusual sight ascends into the night sky. Numerous dim lights float upward like wandering spirits. Ancient texts state that a dying soul tree expels the essence of the souls it had absorbed for sustenance. Once liberated, these lights revert to the cycle they belong in. Rara ponders if this tranquil scene signifies the trial's official conclusion. Verdant thinks it does, since trials seldom happen in successive waves. Thus, the outcome seems nearly anticlimactic when weighed against the seriousness of Rissner's initial warning. It seems that way solely because this specific stage was not initially intended for someone of his level. At last, the two warriors share their names. He begins his introduction. She contemplates that a man of such strength ought not to stay an unseen figure in the world. His actions have granted the city of Lorien a significant blessing this evening. In the distance, Rissner sits atop a tall cliff, surveying the entire aftermath. The result has greatly surpassed his original estimates. Soul Tree transformed into a beast with bark tougher than steel, leading a legion of Treyants alongside an army of the undead. The most perilous threat was the nightmare, an assault so formidable that even Rara, one of the top 3 contenders, couldn't escape by herself. According to his earlier assessment, the uncontrolled trial might have led to the complete annihilation of 4 neighboring cities. However, a lone 4th Circle mage managed to avert the disaster in just one night. The next day, the citizens of Lorien greet the returning heroes with jubilant cheers as they pass through the city gates. While the crowd rejoices in their survival, Rissner observes Verdun from a distance, pondering the real identity of the individual. Several days go by after the Soul Tree's defeat, but Verdun stays in Lorien as the guild's reward evaluation takes more time than anticipated. In the meantime, tales of the battle circulate rapidly. Once, as the public discovers that the ash-haired mage was pivotal in rescuing their city, they start to gather around him wherever he goes. Their gratitude compels the townsfolk to offer him food and gifts, insisting he accept them as symbols of their appreciation, because they assert that their safety relies solely on his intervention, and the attention quickly becomes excessive. Standing in the crowd, he understands that concealing his real power might not be a feasible issue anymore. The overwhelming number of offerings greatly surpasses what he can actually take in. As he maneuvers through the crowd of supporters, he spots a substantial building nearby and chooses to redirect his attention. Within that structure, Rara rises and pulls the curtains aside to discover the afternoon sun already elevated. After someone tells her the time, a young girl named Vina arrives at the door to say that lunch is ready. Grateful to the child for the wake-up call, Rara walks to the dining hall as Vina grumbles about fish bones during their journey. They move by a window. Verdant shows up outside, stating he has arrived to bring supplies to the orphanage. Their eyes meet, and Rara instantly identifies the mage. Later, as they enjoy a meal together, Rara suggests reimbursing him for the supplies. He clarifies that the contribution was deliberate, encouraging her to maintain her veil while humorously noting that beauty frequently comes with its own challenges. She promptly confesses she is merely joking. The discussion ultimately turns to the Arkansas. She verifies that confronting the soul tree was truly his initial challenge. Although an initial trial is typically manageable, his included a disastrous entity that compels her to consider his abilities. With his extensive mana reservoir, swift spellcasting, and mental fortitude that the nightmare couldn't penetrate, he has a degree of the reason for his joining the Ark. He articulates his pragmatism, as he sees the organization as beneficial. Rara connects with this, confessing her motivation wasn't ideological but rather focused on achieving a specific objective, lifting the curse concealed by her veil. The reference to a curse instantly captures Verdant's analytical focus. In general, curses fall into two main types. The first impacts the mind via black magic or repression. The second type comes from demons, strange entities that resist divine power. These curses are significantly more perilous, frequently decaying the body or siphoning life force. From his perspective, her condition is similar to the latter. She recognizes that her position as a candidate serves as a way to leverage the Ark's power and information network. The primary goal is to find the demon accountable for her family's demise and her suffering. Driven by revenge, it becomes evident that the Ark allows its members to pursue motives that are neither pure nor selfless. Then, a proposal is made. Should Verdant uncover any details about demons, he must relay this to her via the guild because he concurs that the arrangement has no drawbacks. She promises him that she will evaluate the worth of his information impartially before departing. Characterizes their encounter as significant. Prior to her leaving, he asks about the timeline for the upcoming trial. She states that trials have no fixed schedule and arise unexpectedly. The Ark does not compel participation. Each decision and its consequences are solely the candidate's responsibility. Subsequently, Verdant goes to the Adventurers Guild to meet with Favaltz. The guild assesses that his input to the city's defense totals 570 million elk, with the payment set to be transferred in a few days. Additionally, there is a concrete reward. Fragments of the trunk were retrieved and evaluated near the soul tree's core, as the material is more durable than metal, possessing a self-repair capability and mana conductivity that surpasses mithril. It is categorized as an ultra-rare substance. Based on rare statement, he receives one piece, she gets another, and the last portion is kept by the after signing the papers, he agrees to his share. As he departs, he assesses his existing assets, the breath of element, a mana crystal, the soul tree trunk, and the mandrake extract. He assesses which of these will yield the quickest growth. While it is feasible to form an orb using the breath of element along with the crystal, while the trunk may act as a robust staff structure, the expenses for crafting would surpass 1 billion elk. As he is still lacking funds, he sees only one viable option for swift progress. The mandrake extract serves as the essential component needed to produce a magic core. Having made his choice, he heads to meet Pale. A bald man greets him and leads him indoors. Verdane observes that he is no longer overlooked as he was during his initial day. As he inquires about the change in treatment, the guide clarifies that this new setup will be the norm from now on. They reach a reception area that is significantly more opulent than any he has previously encountered, leaving him bewildered by the abrupt elevation in status. A recognizable voice speaks to him, expressing regret if the shift in environment is unsettling. The voice clarifies that only 3 kinds of individuals gather here. The first group consists of individuals who are reliable. The second group includes those who cannot be contained by basic obstacles such as glass or metal. The third group encompasses those who fit into both classifications. Pale then shows up, indicating he had been anticipating him. Pale serves as an informant for the Riviant Duchy, overseeing Grey's southern branch. Since his influence spans the whole duchy, he regards his operatives as mere instruments, assessing their worth. He seldom makes mistakes, yet he clearly recalls one significant error involving our hero. When Gale Arch initially introduces Verdane, Pale anticipates a basic sharp instrument, but that perception disintegrates within months. Verdane ascends from the 3rd to the 4th circle, rescues a city amidst the Soul Tree crisis, and additionally acquires the Soul Tree class. Consequently, his potential is now likened to that of the Mithril-ranked Rara. In their meeting, Pale reveals that Verdane's rank is rising by 2 levels. This advancement results in increased pay and the ability to select his own assignments. Verdane understands the reasoning right away. A higher position brings increased wealth and greater authority. As Verdane requires a top-tier alchemist and a representative for costly resources, Pale presents him with an invoice for the service. The expense is enormous. Understanding that his savings will disappear at this pace, Verdane requests a position to stabilize the finances. The timing is ideal. Pale references a rank 2 commission related to the Heart of Salamander, a unique item taken from the Kingdom of Estria. The thief is Locus, a rogue informant hailing from Northern Grey who employs illicit tactics and surrounds himself with criminals. Due to Locus' actions, Northern Grey is close to disintegrating. Although the heart holds significance, Pale emphasizes that he specifically seeks Locus information. Tuin, the informant knows secrets are vital, and Locus will fiercely protect them. With various groups pursuing him, the scenario is highly volatile. Pale guarantees a substantial reward if Verdane retrieves that information. A handful. Days later, Verdane hovers in the sky above Northern Grey. He has already extracted the whereabouts of a hidden base from one of Locus' operatives. But Pale cautioned him that tracking becomes more difficult from here because of antimana detection. Despite the disruption, Verdane senses he's heading in the correct direction. He notices life signs detected: 2 mages, 1 mace wielder, and 1 swordsman. They resemble trackers converging on Locus. In the distance, a silhouette hovers in the sky with a structure that evokes memories of Galliarch. Since that mysterious entity might complicate the battle, Verdane chooses to attack initially, utilizing double casting to move past the group. His wind cutter cleaves through 2 of the men before they even blink. As blood spills onto the ground, Verdane concentrates on eliminating the remaining rivals prior to the main event. In a shadowy refuge, Locus limps quietly, gripping a pouch and papers. He feels a profound sense of confusion. Despite having eliminated everyone linked to the Estria theft and crossing the border unlawfully, hunters have still tracked him down. Abruptly, a blast tosses him onto the floor. A woman enters the room with her masked companion beside her. She highlights his fractured leg and informs him that it's over. His partner remarks that Locus ought to have handed over the heart and information sooner, promising a painless death for compliance. Locus declines since, without his intel, his role as an informant ceases to exist. Patience, her companion, wields telekinesis to snatch the objects from his grasp. Her companion inspects the bag and verifies that both the heart and the papers are authentic. Staying true to her promise, she swings her axe and concludes Locus's existence, becoming splattered with blood during it. The 2 mercenaries intend to regroup with their team and rest, yet a sound at the door halts them. Grasping the frame succeeded by a set of luminous eyes, a man enters the room. She recognizes him as an opponent and rushes in with her axe to defeat him swiftly. But she never succeeds. The man takes her life immediately. Her companion stands still in fear as the creature approaches him, insisting on the heart. Upon arriving at the site he mapped earlier, Verdane stops before the entrance. Since the layout aligns with his exact expectations, he identifies this as Locus's hideout. The space feels filled with remnants of others, clearly explaining why his arrival was delayed beyond the initial schedule. As he remains still, his instincts respond with a sudden, acute alert. Without warning, a fierce explosion rips through the hideout. From the debris, the man appears. An axe is drawn, through the figure of a man who seeks assistance. However, the other man takes his life immediately. The body is discarded, hurtling straight toward Verdun. Raising his shield, he deflects the blow just before the body collides with him. From what he sees makes the situation painfully evident. Since Locus is already deceased, the woman and her companion must have obtained the information and Salamander's heart first. Then, this man took everything from their chilled hold. Its lingering presence suggests a lack of comprehension regarding the secret's significance. It simply aims to eliminate all witnesses, him included. The man chuckles and advances, evidently challenging the situation. Verdun triggers Earthbone. Even as the ground erupts under the creature, it strides through the explosion unscathed, appearing almost entertained. The reaction briefly destabilizes Verdun for a moment. Tearing apart his garments, the man exposes a physique that grotesquely bulges as layers of muscle accumulate. He approaches the battle as if it were simple amusement, indicating that defeating someone employed by an information broker will be a delightful distraction. A warped visage emerges from its shoulder, evoking a known feeling in Verdun, reminiscent of something he has seen previously. The being moves its hand to its abdomen, where a mouth appears and chomps down. Simultaneously, a symbol on its chest starts to emit a strange, glowing light. In that moment, everything aligns. Due to the consuming nature and distorted physiology, the identity is verified. This object represents gluttony and is one of the professor's experiments. The being showcases the multiple faces integrated into its torso, flaunting the blend of magical and physical energy. Verdun remains attentive. Even though he is unsure why another gluttony manifests here, he perceives this iteration as considerably less powerful than the one he faced previously. A mana strike hurtles toward him, but Verdun ascends to evade the attack. The creature shows clear signs of fury and advances. Observing its unpredictable actions, Verdun concludes it is not part of the arc, dispelling any remaining doubts. Concluding it now is the optimal choice. He unleashes Earth Strike and Flame Ball in a joint attack. During the assault, he realizes the truth. The creature's magic extends only to the second circle and lacks precision. Before he can leverage his advantage, the creature rapidly closes the gap, suddenly materializing directly in front of him before, receding at the same speed. It is only then that Verdun discovers a troubling truth. The creature takes to the skies, altering its tone as it starts to commend him. It unexpectedly proposes collaboration and alludes to a significant individual who would value a person with his skills. Verdun ponders the implications, but he ridicules the proposal by inquiring if becoming a member includes a collection of additional faces. The being guarantees metamorphosis, asserting he can shed his human constraints to evolve into a neo-human. Verdun responds by completely dismissing the proposal, unleashing a huge fire burst. Fire rips through the creature's visage, searing deeply into its skin. Rage contorts its form, vowing to consume him as it has done to others. The struggle persists for over 20 minutes. Throughout the confrontation, Verdun gains deeper insights into his adversary. Even as a lesser version, the man heals by consuming his own flesh, and his physical power stays formidable. The details of the transplant process are uncertain. The various faces seem linked to distinct mana circuits. Due to this imperfection, Verdun has an advantage as the battle continues, but achieving victory remains a challenge. Fatigue accumulates from the relentless casting. A powerful strike sends the staff flying from his hold. The creature lunges once more, perceiving this as a conclusive loss. Verdun merely lifts a shield to deflect the blow. The creature believes the fight is over. It is mistaken. Verdun raises his hand, collecting mana straight into his palm. A staff serves merely as a support tool. The essence of magic is independent of it. He generates a psychokinetic rebound and unleashes the spell. The collision shatters the creature's weapon and rends its body, causing blood to erupt as the force strikes. Verdun realizes the reason for the shift in momentum. The creature continuously confronts his magic without adjusting to his strategies, leading to an unavoidable outcome. Finally perceiving imminent threat, the creature's form starts to deteriorate. There are no limbs remaining to rip apart and consume for energy. It attempts to flee. Verdun prevents it from doing so. He lifts 2 fingers to summon a thunder strike. Lightning strikes the creature and causes a huge explosion that engulfs it completely. At this moment, Verdun surveys the devastation caused by the spell's aftermath. A single idea occupies his mind. Regardless of his location, the professor's test subjects consistently manage to track him down. Grasping his staff, Verdun pivots to confront the creature again. Despite its body being shredded, the monster remains unwilling to acknowledge its defeat, believing a neo-human of its caliber should not succumb. Verdun clarifies that the creature's attempt to regenerate by consuming its own flesh ultimately fails to genuinely recover what has been lost. With each act of self-consumption, its biology grows increasingly disjointed and lacking. This inherent defect made its downfall unavoidable. He picks up the pouch and retrieves the information document about locusts from the ground. In his grasp, he emphasizes that the being is a paradox. By attempting to preserve its existence through the very ruin of its own basis, it has guaranteed its inevitable downfall. Verdun holds his staff tightly and propels directly into the creature's gaping mouth. Prior to concluding the conflict, he tells the creature that the professor it refers to has already perished at his hands. With that last disclosure, the request concludes. A tremendous burst of flames ignites, consuming the creature wholly and turning the experiment to ashes. On the borders of Kambili town in the Riviant Dusher, Verdun meets the famous alchemist, Rito Varslan. The alchemist meticulously examines the materials Verdun offers for review. After learning from Pale that Verdun is a powerful mage, he verifies that the materials are meant for creating a magic core. Verdun confirms this is his objective. Upon inspecting the components, the alchemist acknowledges their outstanding quality. Having not crafted a magic core in quite a while, the intricacy of the task ignites his professional curiosity. Then, Verdun unveils the core of Salamander. The alchemist appears visibly astonished by the scene. Recognizing the item's rarity, he wonders about Verdun's true intentions with such a powerful catalyst. Verdun contemplates his circumstances quietly, since Pale's request solely necessitated retrieving Locus's information. The heart is not part of that legal requirement. Given the being he faced and its distinct goals, the heart's original possessor was probably an individual linked to gluttony or a close ally. Even if he eliminates all signs of its presence, the item cannot be transported openly without inviting peril. The most secure approach is to properly utilize its essence via alchemy. By taking this action, he eliminates the risk and harnesses its strength to ascend to the 5th circle, establishing it as the foundation for his path to becoming a magus. The alchemist proposes transforming the heart into a potent vitality tonic. He notes that this endeavor will serve as an excellent chance to showcase his expertise, but he emphasizes that the significant production fee needs to be paid in advance. Subsequently, Verdun joins the alchemist in the wilderness to collect more resources. He aims to reduce some of the production expenses by serving as an escort and aid. While, as they gather ingredients, the alchemist becomes intrigued and asks why Verdun is so intent on crafting a magic core. Verdun perceives the inquiry as a possible evaluation, realizing his answer might affect the end result. He replies succinctly, stating that his goal is to gain greater strength. The alchemist contemplates that unrefined ambition. Many individuals pursue lofty aspirations. Most conclude in deep disappointment with only a handful truly realizing them. Successful individuals often discover a new dream later. Some seek riches, others mentor apprentices to continue their legacy, while some create families for a simple life. What unites them is the realization of a newfound purpose. On the other hand, individuals who don't discover a new dream may fall into perpetual apathy. He provides this as counsel from an elderly man, cautioning Verdun not to overlook the significance of what follows power. The message resonates profoundly within Verdun's mind. They persist in their task when a massive creature appears. The alchemist steadily gathers a rare plant as Verdun confronts the creature. In the short skirmish, Verdun realizes that the route ahead in his quest for vengeance is completely uncertain. He cannot envision what lies ahead. Maybe that future can only genuinely commence once his revenge is fulfilled. This uncertainty is precisely why he needs to become more powerful now. He vanquishes the beast with overwhelming strength. The alchemist chuckles at the spectacle and deems him utterly mad. Verdun embraces this characterization as the sole truthful response he can receive. Days later, the two men find themselves sitting across from each other again. The alchemist chuckles while remembering Pale's first portrayal, acknowledging that Verdun is truly anything but a typical mage. He notes how Verdun cleverly attracted a golem's focus, opting to entomb it rather than expending energy in direct combat. Though still young, Verdun has demonstrated his prowess not just in magical circles, but also in the basics of alchemy. Verdun attributes his skill solely to the rigorous, unyielding instruction from the alchemist, declares that the project is now complete, showcasing the finished magic core and the salamander potion. Once he has safely stored them in his dimensional bag, Verdun conveys his heartfelt thanks. He mentions that he will probably come back with another request later. The alchemist replies that by the next visit, Verdun will probably have undergone a transformation due to the magic core's power. He subsequently wonders if Verdun genuinely comprehends the core's most crucial impact. Verdun ponders the enhanced capacity, quicker casting speed, and internal mana purification. For a mage of his level, only the initial and final effects appear genuinely relevant. The alchemist swiftly adjusts that limited belief. The genuine nature of a magic core is to enhance precisely what the user requires the most. Although typical outcomes frequently coincide due to shared vulnerabilities among mages, Verdun has effectively addressed many of those standard deficiencies. The alchemist confesses he has never witnessed anyone from Verdun utilize such a device, leaving the precise result uncertain. Nonetheless, he promises the young mage that the core will transform his body into something even more ideal for his art. Verdun silently contemplates the deep significance of having a body refined for magic. The scene shifts back a few months, depicting Jason's confrontation with Tion, the assassin employed by the professor. In the heat of battle, Jason urged Verdun to hold the line, urgently signaling for him to advance forward. Doesn't hesitate and departs. Noticing Tion's changing attention, the knight urges the hunter to remain vigilant instead of being distracted. Tion swiftly understands that managing both Verdun and the knight at once is unfeasible. Consequently, the choice is made to at least halt the knight and avert any additional pursuit. Subsequently, a heavy downpour begins. Tion withdraws from the fight, a severe gash etched into his chest. Deep red blood seeps through his garments and marks a nearby tree, before he falls onto the muddy earth. In his mind, thoughts whirl. Although he believes he has escaped the professor's deadly trap, an enduring doubt persists. If the professor lives, the chance of coming back turns into a fatal outcome. If news leaks about his betrayal of the professor, a harsh retribution is certain. The horrifying thought of his life concluding in the mud haunts him, yet he will not succumb in such a disgraceful way. In spite of the excruciating pain, he threads a needle through his own injury. He compels himself to persist, driven by the determination that he will withstand whatever occurs until the very last moment. Several days afterward, a gigantic creature-like shape stands in front of him. The man's voice echoes, insisting on discovering the professor's whereabouts. Before he secures safety, Tion understands he has encountered yet another deadly danger. The figure in front of him is an augmented, a colossal figure with eagle-like talons and distorted, muscular limbs. These are the augmented individuals who endured gruesome surgeries performed by a faction known as gluttony. These beings are no longer ordinary, possessing body parts from animals, demi-humans, and formidable warriors fused with their flesh to surpass their inherent boundaries. Confronted by these creatures, Tion understands he is in serious danger. Numerous of these horrors are hidden close by, leaving little chance for escape. One augmented requests the professor's whereabouts. Tian. Falsehoods, asserting that the professor is engaged in an important experiment. The augmented stays unfazed. Fong, their leader, has commanded the return himself. Understanding that excuses are futile with Fong involved, Tian stays quiet. A subordinate discloses that the professor is developing a neo-human. Tian pleads for compassion and additional time. The augmented consents to the request, but only if Tian is present with them. With no other option, Tian submits. For some time, Tian serves gluttony. He aids them in their quest for enchanted artifacts, such as the soul tree and the heart of salamander. He also orchestrates the abduction of innocent individuals to serve as suffering test subjects. The augmented now tells Tian that Fong's patience has ultimately reached its limit. Requests the professor's whereabouts one final time. Aware he can no longer deceive, Tian holds a control bomb concealed behind his back. In an instant, the device breaks apart in his hands while he tries to flee. A fiery explosion bursts behind him, searing the atmosphere. The brief flight occurs as heavy metal chains encircle his limbs, and the augmented effortlessly elevates him into the sky. The creature cautions Tian that remaining quiet will ultimately result in a painful conclusion. Out of nowhere, a subordinate is shot from behind. Verdun. A whistle pierces the air as Verdun assaults. The augmented identifies the newcomer and notices that Verdun has been trailing them silently. In the next instant, a rapid battle erupts. The augmented are taken aback as Verdun, a mage, moves with incredible swiftness. Verdun ridicules them for their repulsive body modifications. Landing. A barrage of swift strikes shakes the giant's body. The augmented remains convinced he holds the advantage. The notion endures that regardless of a mage's speed, a physical blow can eliminate them before they complete their spellcasting. Tian observes the screen, his thoughts muddled with uncertainty. Although Verdun's motives for assisting him are unclear, he readies himself to flee at the first opportunity. The augmented charges ahead to defeat Verdun. Abruptly, the spell swamp grips tightly. The earth transforms into dense, clingy mud, causing the augmented to slip. The creature is bewildered, as Verdun exhibited no indication of performing any magic. Before the creature can heal, but a sharp earth javelin pierces its torso. The augmented collapses lifeless. Tian is shocked. A creature of such power has been slain, with such simplicity by a sorcerer. He inquires of Verdun whether they truly know one another. Verdun removes his hat. Tian ultimately recalls that it's the identical mage he encountered earlier. Verdun stands directly in front of. After Rido completes the absorption of the magic core, the residual energy dissipates as his task concludes. Back to Cohen. Verdun promptly obtains a rank 2 assignment from Pale Viral. His task is to look into the enigmatic vanishings occurring in Count Rodenmeyer's territory, reveal the concealed truth, and address the situation discreetly. As he focuses on the mission, the magic core persistently alters and enhances his physical appearance. Magic eyes appear, providing a newfound ability that enables him to cast spells instantly at any location within his visual range. Yet, this ability comes at a significant cost. Severe pressure accumulates within his retinas, risking complete blindness if overexerted. Despite the significant danger, the tactical benefit is considerable, particularly for a mage who embraces engaging in close-quarters combat without hesitation. In the course of the investigation, Verdun traps Tian, the elusive assassin who previously evaded capture during their Martis meeting. Above him, Verdun seeks to determine whether the vanishings are connected to the group called Gluttony. Shaking with anxiety, Tian asks if revealing the truth will save his life. Verdun coldly conveys that collaboration is his sole option for survival. Despite a life filled with challenges, Tian acknowledges that he is not prepared to accept the idea of death. Tian's account verifies that the abductions are, in fact, orchestrated by Gluttony. As Verdun seeks enhanced intelligence, Tian asserts the position of a simple low-level worker. He clarifies that both humans and creatures are being collected to extract their essence. When Verdun refers to the heart of salamander, Tian doubts his information source, as it was classified even within the organization. When pressed by our protagonist, He maintains that the organization's true objective is unknown to him. Verdun highlights the obvious flaw in that reasoning. Cracking under the strain, Tyan expresses his frustration over the unending suffering he has faced since the occurrences in Mardis. He recounts the fatigue of hiding the professor's death while evading deadly dangers just to survive. Experiencing no compassion for a man who once pursued his demise, Verdun stays cold and unresponsive. Tyan expresses astonishment at the abrupt change in the organization's strategies. Previously, they concealed themselves to evade the Ark's fury, but now they function openly, even in duchy areas. Verdun speculates that a significant alteration must have occurred in the group's leadership or power dynamics. Upon being questioned about the captive's whereabouts, one location surfaces in his thoughts, prompting Verdun to order him to guide them there. A taxi waits outside the cave's dark opening. As Verdun verifies the transport is intended for them, he observes a hesitant Tyan trailing behind, concerned about the augmented warriors nearby. However, Verdun emphasizes that he won't enter the den by himself, especially with a former assassin as his sole support. As per Tyan, the augmented represent an elite class of warriors who have transcended death itself. After eliminating 2 of them, Verdun observes that the neo-humans in the organization are probably endowed with even more formidable power. Embracing the dire risk and wishing to stay unnoticed, Tyan starts to see Verdun as a symbol of total power, similar to the professor he had before. An unsettling stillness welcomes them within the cave. Tyan observes that the tunnels are unusually vacant. Verdun realizes his mana detection is hindered, likely due to concealed traps or mana-blocking fields nearby. Abruptly, Tyan understands the guards within have already been subdued by blunt force. Another individual arrived at the cave's core first, probably the agents of the Ark. Inside the cave, an intense confrontation takes place right before them. A solitary man confronts a zombie-like creature, possessing immense physical strength. With exact motions, he thrusts the creature away, navigating its attacks to deliver a succession of powerful hits. As the creature tries to unleash a surge of flames, a barrage of swift strikes disrupts the breath, causing a huge blast that rips the being apart. The man examines the devastation, murmuring that the journey toward justice is lengthy and challenging. His gaze finally settles on Verdun and Tyan among the fallen. After a brief pause, the stranger lunges at Verdun, his fist drawn back, proclaiming that he is executing the demands of justice. He gets ready to deliver a blow. However, Verdun halts his movement and inquires if he is part of the Ark. After the man verifies this and recognizes Verdun as an ally, he relaxes his stance a bit. He observes that Verdun doesn't possess the typical shady, vigilant aura associated with gluttony members. He begins to ponder Verdun's role, questioning if this is an official task or a test of ability. Our protagonist watches as the man spins his own narrative. Given that this confusion proves beneficial, Verdun opts not to clarify. He notes having finished a trial in Lorien, prompting the man to instantly associate him with Lady Rira's renowned challenge. The warrior suddenly comprehends precisely who Verdun is. Tyan stays close, eavesdropping on the discussion. Upon hearing Lorien's name and the reference to a blood-red sword, he remembers the turmoil of the Soul Tree. This recollection brings him to the shocking conclusion that Verdun is the mage who vanquished that age-old beast. The man. It is presumed that Lady Rira imparted a great deal of her knowledge to Verdun, considering her vast influence. Verdun perceives that the warrior is already aware of the Soul Tree event. As he likely observed the consequences, Verdun feels no need for extensive clarification. Identifying himself as Loki, the head of the Ark subjugation efforts, he mentions that he communicates informally, reserving formal respect for individuals of significant power. He shifts his attention to Tyan and requests an introduction. Our character clarifies that he is part of gluttony and was spared for interrogation. Loki promptly cautions that this strategy is futile. He discloses that gluttony members possess internal fragments serving as failsafes. If they try to divulge secrets, the piece explodes and eliminates them immediately. This revelation overwhelms Tyan with sheer dread. He understands the gravity of the situation is a matter of life and death and silently hopes they trust his honesty thus far. Loki proposes that because Tyon is an exceptional situation, they should take him to headquarters for further questioning later. Prior to leaving, Verdun shares his wish to track down those accountable for the abductions. He detects a hidden chamber nearby, and Loki agrees to pursue his instincts. They stumble upon a horrific scene, with blood-soaked floors and bodies lying all around. Loki seeks clarification from Tyon, who confesses that although he has witnessed human experiments previously, this devastation is significantly more horrific. Loki's rage intensifies upon seeing the victims, who seem to have been entirely depleted of their vitality. This detail corresponds with Tyon's previous reference to mana theft. Verdun observes an unusual stone sarcophagus within the chamber. As they draw near, Loki highlights the extensive destruction and deduces that the blood of the living was collected in this very spot. Verdun questions the rationale behind concealing a sarcophagus in such a location. He concludes that the sole answer is to open it. However, multiple figures abruptly arrive behind them. Loki realizes they need to eliminate the danger before moving forward and turns to confront the newcomers. The altered fighters identify Loki and announce their intention to collect his mana alongside the others. Loki tells Verdun and Tyon to retreat to evade the crossfire. Observing the four adversaries, he understands this will be no easy fight. As Verdun expresses uncertainty about Loki's ability to face them solo, Loki cautions that these adversaries possess an entirely higher level of strength. A gigantic foe charges at Loki, seeking his life force. Loki remains steadfast and encourages the others to escape while he distracts the assailants. Nonetheless, the foes block the entrance and encircle Verdun instead. A wolf-like combatant recognizes Verdun as a mage, while another proposes they only require his head and heart to harness his power. Verdun notes that they converse excessively during the killings, an internal explosion that tears through him. Next is the enemy resembling a wolf, whose assault is similarly thwarted by our guy. Simultaneously, another foe rushes forward, recognizing Verdun's casting speed yet confident his own strike will be quicker. Verdun counters with a swift lightning strike spell. The explosion is enormous, even leading to cracks in the walls. Across the room, Loki defeats the giant and heads over to see the others. He stops, as he gazes at Verdun, who has already eliminated the last three foes. Verdun states that since interrogation was not an option, he just concluded the Loki is taken aback. He recalls the news of Lady Rara's trial resolution and thought she was responsible. Now, witnessing the evidence firsthand, he understands that Verdun was the actual hero. Verdun notices Loki gazing and inquires if he is okay. Loki's demeanor transforms entirely, turning significantly more courteous upon realizing Verdun is the one who defeated the Soul Tree. Thanks to Verdun's swift actions, everyone was kept safe. Observing from the corner, Tyon contemplates that the title of Mad Mage suits Verdun flawlessly. Verdun. He returns to the stone coffin and observes that Loki is now speaking with great respect. Loki clarifies that he failed to recognize Verdun earlier but now comprehends the situation. Verdun brushes off the compliments and declares he will open the box. Loki moves aside. Verdun opens the lid to discover the inside drenched in blood. 3 tiny pieces are immersed in the liquid, and the location is a significant impact. Tyon examines the inside of Verdun. The shard lying in the stone box radiates an aura that aligns with the mana of Gluttony's members. Nevertheless, he notes that this specific fragment is much larger and possesses a far greater potency than usual augmentation. This differentiation aids Verdun in assembling the pieces. He links the victims who drained their life energy, the blood circles marked beneath the box, and the unsuccessful trial conducted there. He deduces that the red artifact emerged from Gluttony overextending their dark sorcery. It is evident that an attempt was made that exceeded their control. Our protagonist chooses to take one of the fragments for his personal use. Loki shows signs of discomfort, but Verdun dismisses the worry and takes possession of the item. With 2 fragments still left, he allows the Ark to retrieve them. Loki agrees to this plan, expecting reprimand from his superiors afterward. After acquiring what he requires, Verdant obliterates the cave to eliminate any trace of their presence. He parts ways with Loki and hands over Tion, relying on the Ark to conduct the interrogation properly. Acknowledging that the situation has become significantly more complicated than he initially believed, Verdant understands he cannot complete the Count's assignment in this context. He goes back to Cohen to see Pale and tells him that the issue is significantly bigger than expected. Skeptical about the Count readily granting an extension, he asks Pale to convince the noble and guarantee that the essential items arrive at the inn by the next day. Subsequently, he gets ready for his next action. Verdant refrains from disclosing all details to Pale. He meticulously sifts through his data and conceals the most sensitive secrets. Since Gluttony continues to operate in secrecy, he thinks revealing everything now would serve no purpose. He understands that the individual he actually needs to talk to is someone completely different. Later, as he enjoys tea, he observes a shipment moving along, and quietly observes that he anticipated Risner's arrival. Disguised as an elderly man, Risner sits at a nearby table. He notes that a significant amount of time has elapsed. Risner discloses that he learned of the meeting with Loki and the red fragment Verdant acquired. He states that these artifacts should be in the Ark's research facilities. He cautions that if Verdant does not plan to align with them, he must cease interfering with Gluttony. Despite Verdant having defeated every opponent he has encountered thus far, he feels that pursuing this route is unwarranted for a talent that has yet to fully blossom. Verdant recognizes the caution but articulates his stance resolutely. While he admits the risks, he sees confrontations with formidable foes as essential opportunities for development. Shunning them would mean denying his own advancement. He further emphasizes that Gluttony is evidently more than just an ordinary band of criminals. Risner asks how Verdant arrived at that conclusion. Verdant states he attempted to employ his telekinesis on the red fragment but was unsuccessful. His power proves useless against living beings infused with magic. This is due to the fragment created by absorbing the life energy of countless individuals. It implies a significantly deeper, more sinister origin. This causes him to think the name Gluttony holds significant symbolic weight. Risner validates this hypothesis. He discloses that the group's name is inspired by a mythical creature called the world-swallowing monster. In ancient times, prior to its defeat by the Ark, the beast annihilated 2 nations by consuming everything. Verdant contemplates that he has never encountered this in historical texts, implying that the occurrence is either from a distant past or deliberately concealed from the populace. Risner mentions that once the creature was defeated, some Ark members collected pieces of its body. Those individuals later became the founders of Gluttony. Verdant determines that the pieces utilized for power today must originate from that creature's body. Risner concurs, noting that the initial successful experiments were referred to as the 5 teeth. Verdant discovers the organization's origins are far deeper than he imagined. Risner additionally discloses that one of these 5 teeth is presently serving as a prominent leader within this duchy. While he can't disclose all specifics, he cautions that a significant event is probably imminent. Verdant perceives the recent turmoil as a preliminary warning signal. He then offers an item he thinks will be beneficial, giving Risner a token resembling a tooth. Risner instantly identifies it as the emblem of the Verdant, clarifies that the token functions as a signature, utilizing it as bait might lure concealed members from their hiding places. Risner examines the strategy thoughtfully. Even Gluttony appears confused about the professor's whereabouts. Considering the professor's status, this bait might prove quite effective. He cautions that extracting one of the 5 teeth will be perilous. Verdant replies that he will assume responsibility for that aspect of the mission. Risner consents to collaborate despite the dangers, since Verdant has already demonstrated his ability to locate his targets. Prior to leaving, Verdant asks about Tion's condition. Risner tells him that the interrogation is still in progress. Surprisingly, Tion lacks a fragment within him, which is unusual. Due to his low rank, he probably doesn't have significant secrets, yet he could still serve as an effective lure. In the Riviant Duchy, meanwhile, the land is snow-covered. 2 individuals are seated at a dining table. He swirls his wine and realizes that the date for their major event is finally confirmed. even if it's somewhat delayed. The other clarifies that the delay was due to the Soul Tree incident in Lorien. Accounts indicate that a formidable sorcerer aided Lady Rara in her victory, and the tales are accurate. The first man comments that increased chaos could have better concealed their intentions from the arc. The other confirms that their objectives remain aligned and on schedule. A minor issue arose recently, but it was resolved. He conveys complete assurance that the arc is unaware of their real intentions. Upon completing his meal, he mentions that once they find the professor, everything will finally come together. He lifts his glass with a grin, proclaiming that progress is being made for gluttony. On the other side, Verdun starts his task by breaking down the red pieces obtained from gluttony to extract its raw mana. He subsequently gathers the unique alchemical materials supplied by Pale, essential for correcting and stabilizing the energy. After preparing each component, he combines them into the Black Hour's Compass, a device designed to locate a particular kind of magic. With this final action, he completes the instrument intended to trace gluttony. He gazes at the new compass, pondering whether it is damaged as the needle keeps shifting. He quickly understands the situation. As the tool searches for gluttony fragments, the unending rotation signifies that gluttony's power is indeed extending throughout the whole realm. Suddenly, Count Rodenmeyer approaches from behind and comments that a basic tool shouldn't captivate so much. He wonders why Verdun is so engrossed in it. Verdun responds with a courteous greeting. Rodenmeyer interprets his expression, thinking Verdun is simply thrilled, since it's his inaugural journey on an airship rather than utilizing travel magic. They are presently aboard a swift vessel dispatched by the king himself. Verdun confesses he never imagined being on a ship like this. Roden clarifies that it's not an ordinary boat, but rather the swiftest one owned by the royals. Verdun feels the immense magic engines within and expresses his desire to disassemble them to understand their function. Roden responds with astonishment, acknowledging that Verdun indeed possesses the intellect of a true wizard. He reminds Verdun that hobbies must be set aside, as people anticipate remarkable achievements from him at the upcoming event. The grand audience stands as the largest festival in the Riviant Duchy. At this event, local leaders present their accomplishments directly to the Duke. Successful individuals receive rewards, while those who do not succeed face penalties. The system encourages competition among nobles, facilitating rapid national growth. Verdun recalls Pell stating that Roden typically holds the highest leadership rank. Roden assumes Pell has covered the essentials, yet encourages Verdun to raise any inquiries prior to their audience with the king. Verdun is puzzled about why a mere mercenary like himself is summoned to an elaborate gathering of esteemed nobles. Roden clarifies the circumstances, observing that although the primary aim is to report achievements, it would be dull by itself. With politics concluded, a combat tournament takes place to invigorate the atmosphere. The event employs a bracket format, allowing each noble to select a champion to represent them. Roden discloses that he selected Verdun as his fighter, who absorbs the news in silence. Roden mentions that the most recent victor was the renowned Crimson Sword, Rara. He highlights that the victor receives a prize directly from the king, presenting a significant opportunity. Verdun contemplates the value of a win and inquires about his share if he secures victory on behalf of the count. Roden chuckles at the mercenaries' swift thoughts on money. Their conversation concludes as the airship touches down. A carriage awaits them outside. He clarifies that they will complete their journey to the capital in this transport. The journey is incredibly smooth, experiencing minimal bumps even at high velocities. Verdun believes the carriage might also be a magical item. Roden affirms this, mentioning that only a handful of nobles ever experience riding in it, and that Verdun is fortunate the king possesses such a distinctive character. Verdun inquires about the king's character. Roden portrays the ruler as resembling a harsh, fiery leader from a rough area. Verdun considers this characterization to be quite straightforward. Roden cautions that if those words were ever revealed, he would need to silence Verdun permanently. Verdun chooses to retain that image in his mind. They reach the capital soon after. A knight unlocks the gate and permits the carriage entry. Upon entering, Verdun understands. He gazes at Rydron, the nation's core. Roden observes him and realizes that Verdun occasionally appears to perceive everything clearly, yet at other moments, he seems completely disconnected from the surrounding world. He determines it is wise to remain in Verdun's favor. He recommends that Verdun stroll through the city prior to sunset and mentions that the carriage will remain. Verdun, initially hesitant but ultimately chooses to proceed. While walking, he senses the city's essence through its people. Are present, chatting and laughing. He is unfamiliar with this relaxed feeling. In contrast, existence within the magic tower seems like a distant fantasy. He experiences, for the first time, the essence of what a typical life feels like. Out of the blue, someone approaches and tells him that the Count is summoning him. The timing appears strange as the sun remains elevated. Yet he enters the dimly lit room despite the warnings. A man is positioned with 2 knights inside. The man smiles, observing that Verdun has at last arrived. Verdun promptly prepares his magical equipment. The knights draw their blades. However, the man urges them to relax, stating that a fight is unnecessary. Verdun understands that the servant who brought him was employed by the Count. If that's accurate, it implies the Count did not summon him. He requests the man to reveal his identity. The man chuckles at his courage. Then with bright, assured eyes, he asserts that he owns the whole nation. Verdun recalls Rodden's portrayal. He understands that the figure before him must be the king of Rivianate. As soon as Verdun identifies him, he kneels and presents a formal greeting to the king of Rivianate. The king swiftly waves off the gesture and instructs him to rise. He clarifies that lengthy ceremonies are unnecessary, so they skip the formalities right away. Our guy regains his poise and encourages the monarch to express his thoughts. The king observes that Verdun likely already has an idea about the reason for the private royal plane sent for him. Verdun acknowledges his awareness that the invitation concerns the issues in Lorien. The king emphasizes that the Lorien event is merely a minor aspect of the narrative. Although that serves as the official rationale for the gathering, the reality is far more complex. He notes that Verdun is a newly emerged mage with an obscure history, leading many to question whether he genuinely vanquished a high-level beast. This skepticism has sparked considerable negative discourse, with some individuals arguing that his reward was excessively generous given his contributions. The king starts to enumerate Verdun's accomplishments individually. He highlights the foes and orcs eliminated in the Arnak Empire's Pitha area. He also points out the thwarted terror scheme in Martess and the vanquishing of the undead forces in Viren's territory. Ultimately, he mentions the devastation of the Soul Tree. After examining this document, the king discloses his choice to trust the mage. This trust carries a particular condition. He tells Verdun that he needs to utilize the forthcoming tournament to showcase his strength and silence the naysayers. Verdun understands the king is seizing this opportunity to bolster his own authority while also validating Verdun's capabilities. He agrees to the challenge but asks about the reward for achieving these objectives. The nearby knights express their outrage at the audacious inquiry, yet the king reacts with hearty laughter. He finds Verdun's self-assurance amusing. He concludes that if Verdun talks as though victory is guaranteed, then a suitable compensation is justified. Typically, a victor is awarded a parcel of land. However, as Verdun is a wandering mercenary, the king understands that land holds little value for him. He proposes gold as payment, but then hints at a far superior reward: the circle of harsh ice. Verdun experiences a brief uncertainty since the original piece is owned by someone who is alive. The king clarifies that he is presenting a high-quality replica, not the genuine ring. Even in its copied form, it retains around 30% of the original strength, rendering it more potent than nearly all other magical artifacts. Satisfied, through the agreement, Verdun assures the king of his strong performance. Upon returning to the carriage, Verdun examines his expression and inquires about what happened. Verdun merely gazes back with a serene demeanor. He confesses to feeling anxious as well, mentioning that the king's unpredictable nature adds to the uncertainty. The following day, the royal audience formally commences at the palace. Each Noble presents a report detailing the management of their lands throughout the year. Based on these findings, rewards and penalties are distributed. If a noble falls short, the king does not hesitate to express his disapproval. Ultimately, the king declares that Count Rodenmeyer has submitted the finest report of the year, to which he expresses his gratitude. The king addresses a grave issue, the widespread vanishing of citizens. He acknowledges that the search efforts are ongoing. The king highlights that numerous individuals have disappeared and seeks further clarification. Roden reveals that a mysterious secret organization is involved, noting that an investigator has completed a trial related to the matter. He assures that, given a little more time, they will resolve everything. The king agrees but cautions that failure is unacceptable. After the business discussion concludes, everyone goes outdoors for the main event. The announcer announces the king's entrance. The crowd murmurs about the absent second prince, known for disliking gatherings and being preoccupied with his governmental duties. The king ascends to his throne and announces the tedious tasks are over. He raises his glass, stating that witnessing an exciting duel is his sole true pleasure. The battles are about to begin. The champions chosen by the nobles will battle for their masters. The announcer urges the fighters to defend the honor of their lords. Verdun surveys his rivals. Among the 16 competitors, 8 warriors exist, 5 killers, and just 2 additional mages. One of these mages appears to possess power comparable to that of Rera. Rodan softly questions whether Verdun can truly succeed. Verdun responds with complete confidence that success will be simple. The announcer details the schedule for the days ahead. Today features the first 2 rounds, while the championship match is set for tomorrow. A mage of royal descent, Ferd, will cast a magical barrier to protect the spectators. He cautions that anyone inflicting a lethal wound will face consequences, as this event is a demonstration of skill rather than a battle to the death. Verdun remains aware of the rules as his initial challenger, Robin, emerges. Robin is a powerful elemental mage who evidently has a disdain for Verdun. Spectators in the audience continue to speculate on whether Verdun truly defeated a unique monster or merely encountered a fortunate mutation. They also question how he achieved such a high rank at such a young age. Robin recalls viewing the soul tree from a distance and how frightening it appeared, yet he still cannot accept that Verdun accomplished it by himself. Verdun reflects on his path and resolves not to be defeated by someone so average. The game begins and Robin instantly launches a water javelin and an earth spear towards him. Yet, Robin quickly becomes perplexed. Verdun's magic is quicker than he anticipated. In an instant, Verdun vanishes from view. Before Robin can react, Verdun appears directly behind him. With a single blow from his staff, he knocks him unconscious, leaving the audience in shock. Doubts arise among people regarding whether our character is truly an elemental mage. Verdun looms over his defeated opponent as the arena descends into silence, the result of the battle allowing for no further debate. Soon after, Rodan revisits their earlier conversation. He asks if our boy still plans to participate in the Night Order's training sessions. Verdun confirms this, mentioning he would be content to observe if there are concerns about him being a hindrance. This proposal appears to irritate Rodan somewhat as he challenges whether Verdun genuinely thinks a mage can effortlessly keep up with top knights. Verdun emphasizes that he intended no offense and solely aims to enhance his skills. Rodan understands the genuine reason for the request. He sees that Verdun intends to analyze the knight's combat methods to blend them into his own approach. This desire for improvement accounts for the formidable reputation he has gained. He determines that selecting Verdun as his champion was undoubtedly the correct decision. As Verdun remains quiet, he mentally acknowledges that becoming a knight is precisely his path, his grip tightening with newfound determination. A mage nearby reflects on Verdun's latest actions, observing that, despite the magical enhancement, that last strike resembled the footwork of a skilled knight. The maneuver leaves a lasting impact. Yet, another mage close by considers the spectacle offensive, considering that physical combat is a shameful act against the magical arts. A fresh battle commences with the hero of reversal. Jack steps into the ring to confront an assassin called Luyan. She advances with unwavering confidence, ridiculing Jack for his elderly appearance. With incredible speed, she attacks, her twin blades gleaming as she attempts to overwhelm him with a storm of steel. As the blades near him, Jack closes his eyes for an instant and glides with flawless timing. Her counter-strike propels him backward. She succeeds to remain upright but is clearly unsettled, her hands shaking from the sheer force of his strike. Jack narrows the gap again, ridiculing her feeble strength. She makes one last desperate attempt, but he is much quicker than she is. With a single punch, he knocks her straight to the floor. The announcer officially names Jack the winner of the second group. Rodan observes that Jack is a perfect mix of power and calm, warning Verdun that the man is a top favorite to win the whole tournament. The next competitor is a fourth circle mage named Professor Lucanon from the academy. As he enters, he loudly warns his opponent to quit now. His rival, a northern warrior named Darkervan, snaps back at this arrogance. Lucanon gathers his mana and retorts that Darker will never know that kind of honor. Instantly, he uses an illusion to vanish and reappear in a different spot. Swinging his staff, he lets loose a spell called Scream of Nightmare, which knocks Darker out cold immediately. The announcer declares Lucanon the winner of the fourth group. Afterward, the professor shoots a small smile toward Verdun, though Verdun isn't sure what to make of it. During the break after the first few rounds, Verdun sits inside the palace with some wine. He expected to find a high-ranking member of Gluttony at such a big event, but his tracking tool shows absolutely no movement. Jack approaches him and confirms his identity. After Verdun acknowledges him, Jack praises his skill and notes that he looks forward to their showdown in the final match before walking away. Our boy realizes Jack is so confident that he views his spot in the finals as a sure thing. From across the room, Professor Lucanon glares at Jack. He feels insulted that Jack only respects brute force and lacks an appreciation for him. Lucanon then walks over to Verdun and introduces himself, mentioning that he works for Count Dverk. Verdun offers a very short response. Lucanon finds this lack of manners annoying and begins to critique Verdun's earlier fight. He admits it was effective but complains that it was crude. In his mind, a magic duel should be like a beautiful song, royal and graceful. He explains that seeing a mage fight like a common brawler is a huge disappointment. Our guy listens without saying a word. Lucanon then proposes that if Verdun drops out of their upcoming match, he can leave with his dignity still intact. Verdun thinks about this for a moment and responds with a sharp question. Lucanon takes this as an insult and demands to know what he means. Verdun asks if his noble magic also includes cheating by messing with other people's fights. Lucanon reacts with fury and demands an explanation for the accusation. Verdun calmly points out that in the first match, Robin was far too aggressive. Because Verdun is an expert in mind-based magic, he sensed a faint mana tether connecting Lucanon to Robin. He explains that this link allowed Lucanon to control Robin's mind from the sidelines. Lucanon realizes he has been caught, but he refuses to confess. Instead, he accuses Verdun of lying without any proof. As his temper flares, Lucanon vows to personally show Verdun what a real mage can do. The next day, Verdun observes the majestic castle before the semifinals. Two men discuss the successes and upcoming magical duels of the great day. Verdun and another white-haired man are having a tense discussion about the magical battle and the academy. Verdun, with his staff, watches the assembled group, thinking about the two mages. A man with white hair and blue eyes, Verdun, is determined to teach Asher a lesson. Verdun watches as a terrifying magical phenomenon, radiating darkness, appears before him. Verdun looks up thoughtfully, reflecting on his encounters with the chatterboxes. The shot shows feet in boots against a dark textured background and a speech about dignity and ability. Verdun listens to the threats coming from the dark magician with a cold gaze. Two men discuss hidden fears and the powerful influence of a mysterious soul. The dark silhouette of the Verdun makes the Asher feel fear and trembling. Verdun reacts with fury to the attempt to imitate the Soul Tree's attack. Verdun watches with tension as dangerous mental magic manifests. Verdun, with a powerful swing of his staff, caused an explosion of fire, striking the enemy. A crowd reacts in panic to a cry of fire in the square in front of the building. The group discusses the progress of the match and ushers advancement to the finals. Verdun reflects thoughtfully on his fear of Berog Beshes, despite his victory. A bearded man reflects on how the semifinals went by faster than expected. Verdun watches a tense argument between two men outside a large building. Verdun listens attentively to the conversation about the upcoming fight between the magician and the warrior. The bearded man smiles and offers to listen to the finalists' moods before the fight. Verdun resolutely refuses to linger long while listening to the report about the hero of Lorien. Verdun listens attentively to the man with long hair, preparing for a difficult fight. The two men are tensely preparing for the start of the fight. The atmosphere is tense. Verdun activates the acceleration and muscle-strengthening abilities in combat. The crowd excitedly discusses the possible use of magic in battle. Verdun prepares for battle with concentration, thinking about the power of the spell. Verdun confidently repels the mage's attack, not allowing him to get closer. Verdun creates a magical shield, reflecting the enemy's swift attack. Verdun concentrates on analyzing the unexpected way his blow was blocked. Verdun listens carefully to his opponent, evaluating his words and strategy. Verdun prepares confidently for battle, surrounded by flames and determination. A man with white hair watches as a fiery explosion hits his opponent. Two men discuss the fight, noting the skill of both fighters. A man with dark hair explains the characteristics of the Asher mage and his fighting skills. Verdun fights a fiery enemy, sensing ancient magic. An older man in royal robes reflects on the past and current events. A bearded man talks about quickly achieving independence in 22 years. A group of warriors thank each other for their contributions to the victory after the battle. The exhausted, scarred fighter realizes that the upcoming battle will be difficult. Verdun watches in surprise as the enemy suddenly attacks with a massive burst of mana. Verdun breathes heavily, explaining the inability to use the magical eye and hear screams. Verdun concentrates on using a powerful electric attack, studying its effectiveness. The warrior with long hair doubts the Verdun's intentions to show off his strength. Verdun strongly warns of the need to move the capital in the event of a conflict. A man with a scar on his face smiles as he talks about the unexpected. A warrior in armor with a sword fights fiercely, surrounded by fire and energy. Verdun carefully analyzes the unusual colorless aura in the arena. Verdun uses a powerful fire spear, demonstrating his strength in battle. The old man screams in panic about the barrier being broken and the fire approaching. Verdun, with a determined look, prepares to attack in a tense situation. Verdun delivers a powerful blow with his fire spear, surrounded by an explosion and flames. A man in dark clothing delivers a powerful blow, creating a huge wave of energy. Verdun looks forward with determination, preparing to attack. Verdun delivers a powerful blow with his lava spear, surrounded by a fiery explosion. The cloaked warrior delivers a swift and powerful blow, creating a vortex of energy. The warrior panics and reports the barrier's weakness and plans to strengthen it. The scarred man's sharp gaze expresses tension and readiness for action. Verdun reflects a powerful fire blast, creating a bright explosion of light. The scarred character realizes that his opponent is significantly stronger. Verdun looks forward with determination, surrounded by light and a tense atmosphere. An armored warrior shouts, demanding an urgent report on the situation. Verdun reacts with tension to the sudden noise in the destroyed room. Verdun reacts with surprise to the accusation of attacking the nobility. The crowd discusses how Verdun is going to answer for his mistakes in mana management. Verdun watches the rocks, pondering the unexpected power of manipulation. Two men discuss what happened in a spacious room, trying to calm the situation. An armored knight reacts with surprise to the announcement of a Riviant Duchy mage. Verdun stands confidently, declaring his victory over the enemy. Fireworks explode over the city in honor of the victory of the magician Asher. The bearded man confidently explains that the result was the best possible. Verdun watches the awards ceremony in a hall full of important people. The frame shows a glowing ring of gold in an open box against a background of blue highlights. An elderly man with a serious expression talks about the achievements of Count Rodenmeyer. Verdun stands in the hall where they are discussing the Count's reward for his diligence. Verdun listens to an explanation of the rights to extract silver and crystals in the Kazarden Ridge mine. Verdun ponders taxes and calculations thoughtfully, trying to understand the situation. Verdun stands in the hall, watching what is happening against the backdrop of a large crowd of people. Dark wood burns and disintegrates in the fire against the backdrop of a glowing circle. Verdun listens attentively to the conversation about the achievements and strength of a person surrounded by people. A bearded man remembers with gratitude the hero who saved the city. A mysterious character in a cloak gives a magical amulet, causing surprise among those around him. Verdun suddenly reacts to the loud sound, peering ahead warily. Verdun studies the magic diagram intently, trying to understand its properties. Verdun realizes that the vortex curtain has an invisibility function, which he finds very useful. Verdun listens to a man in dress uniform discussing the value of the robe. A bearded man enthusiastically talks about a great journey across half the continent. Verdun listens attentively to the man who offers him a suitable reward. Verdun listens attentively to the bearded man, who thanks him for his confidence and success. Verdun listens attentively to the conversation about the difficulties of the upcoming battle and the enemy's insight. Verdun listens to instructions about the upcoming martial arts tournament. Verdun, with his eyes closed, thinks about achieving all his goals eventually. Verdun gratefully accepts the gift, bowing in the majestic hall. In the palace hall, the crowd greets the hero Yurzhin, while Verdun watches from above. Verdun watches as the carriage approaches, but the representatives of gluttony do not appear. Verdun watches what is happening, reflecting on his unwillingness to agree to live. A night sky with a full moon foretells an unusual event in history. A curse came from the carriage, breaking the silence of the night. Verdun is sitting on the couch and the other man is angry and accusing Rodenmeyer of stealing. Count Devrik angrily declares that he will be stripped of his right to extract mana crystals and win the tournament. A man with white hair and blue eyes, Verdun, seriously reflects on his actions. He has long blonde hair and is furiously discussing Rodenmeyer and his connection with Usher. The purple-haired man irritably recalls the talents in his fief. He has red hair and shouts orders, expressing anger and impatience. The man with the white hair, Verdun, lies silently while the other one anxiously searches for an answer. He, with long blonde hair, orders to check the situation, turning to another. A man with white hair and blue eyes sternly orders to do his duty. He, with white hair and blue eyes, listens attentively to the explanation of the attack. A man with long blonde hair is shocked to discover a creature that does not look human. A creepy creature with a frightening mask and sharp teeth appears.